to work with them and listen to them. He highlights the difference in our agenda and our priorities. We are ensuring that we can provide our brilliant hospitality sector, especially our pubs, with that support. He's heard from my determination and commitment at the dispatch box today to work closely with them on the transitional rate relief and provide that support that they need.
Justin Madders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm sure the Department will have been aware of the coverage this week of some of the harrowing stories of the treatment of Vodafone franchisees. Without asking the Department to comment on specific cases, they will no doubt recognise the power imbalance in that relationship, and will they consider looking at some measures to redress that imbalance, perhaps by a statutory code of practice or a national arbitration system?
First of all, can I pay tribute to his work in the department? He's much missed, in particular, by many of the civil servants and those who work with him. And secondly, of course, I'm happy to sit down with him and to discuss whether there are specific proposals that we could bring forward which would redress that issue of imbalance.
Alison Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Ahead of Small Business Saturday, I visited Arman at Rose Green Hardware. He told me it has never been as tough to run a small business as it is under this Labour government. Does the Minister believe removing business rates relief will make things any easier?
Minister.
Well, as we spoke yesterday in the debate when she intervened on a similar point, she knew and her party knew that the transitional, that the COVID relief was coming to an end. They knew, because it happened under them, that the revaluation was coming. The difference with this government is that we've put in more than £4 billion to cushion that. That's our support for small businesses versus them being thrown overboard by her government.
Liz Twist.
Mr Speaker, earlier this year, 150,000 workers across the North East benefited from the increase in the national minimum wage, with another increase following the budget due in April. But it's important that these increases are actually applied. Can the Minister set out what steps she has taken to ensure that employers comply?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. I agree with her completely. It's important for her constituents that they'll see that increase the hourly rate of the national minimum and living wage at work. That's in stark contrast to the Leader of the Opposition, who said that the minimum wage should not go any higher, and our commitment further demonstrates that this government is on the side of the working people. We'll run a campaign to help employers understand their responsibilities, ensure that workers across the country know what they are entitled to. There's a real opportunity with our Fair Work agency, and I'd be delighted to work with her closely on that.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Retail is Scotland's largest private sector employer, but they don't receive the same sort of business rates relief as the rest of the UK, which puts them at a disadvantage. A group of Scottish retailers recently wrote to the Scottish Government asking for this relief in the Scottish budget. So will the Minister join me in pressing for that action and perhaps pass the message on to other ministers in the discussions with the Scottish Government?
Very happy to join her in that, Mr Speaker. It's a running theme, I think, in this place when we vote to introduce more support. The money comes through to the Scottish Government but is not passed on to the grassroots and to the communities around the country. And the question she asks is the same question that constituents in my area are asking, which is, where has all that money gone?
Doug Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The loss of the Gravesend-Tilbury ferry has had a detrimental impact on our high street, with businesses reporting a fall in footfall. Can the Minister meet with me and advise me on any potential capital revenue grants that can unlock growth in this area and the wider Thames estuary?
Yes, I'm very happy to meet with her. The High Street is a really important part of ensuring that we have economic growth across the whole of the United Kingdom rather than just in some parts of the United Kingdom. One of the things we've also been looking at is whether when a High Street has a cinema in it, it often makes it a place that people want to go to, and it has a sense of pride in its place. That's why the Pride in Place investment that we've made is so important.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What would the Minister say to businesses like the Rusty Tractor Farm Cafe in my constituency, already paying their long-term staff above the minimum wage, who are now faced with an inflated wage bill as they have to increase the minimum wage for their young staff and potentially inexperienced staff, whilst also increasing all other wages proportionately?
I backed the national minimum wage. I remember, because I've been here since the time of Queen Victoria, that there was a time when the Conservative Party held out completely against the idea, and incidentally were backed by the Lib Dems at the time, against the idea of a national minimum wage. I think it's important that if you're going to build successful businesses in this country, you have to have a national minimum wage that really pays the bills and enables people to put food on the table for their kids.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the deal with the United States to set zero tariffs on pharmaceutical exports, together with the British Business Bank investment of $100 million in biotech. This is a real boost. But the US offer was for just 3 years, whereas the price adjustment we've promised for the NHS is permanent. When the Secretary of State met with the Commerce Secretary and the USTR in America last night, what assurance did he get that the Americans won't be coming back and reimposing tariffs on UK pharmaceuticals in 3 years' time?
I completely agree with the chair of the Select Committee that this is a really good deal. It's a good deal in many ways, not least because, as somebody who has benefited from medical advances that have happened in the last few years, receiving immunotherapy, which had only been licensed a week before I went to the GP with my stage 3 melanoma in 2019, I know how important it is not only that we have a strong life sciences sector in the UK, but that people are able to get those drugs through the system and have access to them in the UK. So I think this is a good deal. I'm afraid I can't answer his precise question about what conversations the Secretary of State had last night, because I was having discussions with another country about another deal that we might be able to announce very soon.
Alison Bennett.
I welcomed with interest the Minister's earlier comments about support for the aviation sector. Here's an example of how Brexit is damaging aviation in my Mid-Sussex constituency. CAE train pilots. At the moment, they can't bring in all the examiners they need, so instead they've invested in Vienna. When will the government decide that they need to join Lib Dem calls for a customs union?
Well, I've already said we're not going to be joining Lib Dem calls, but we are going to try and sort out all the issues about frictionless trade which exist. And she's right about the aviation industry. That's why it was a real delight to me to be able to go to Dubai and help support the bid from Airbus, which and Rolls-Royce to be able to sell British planes which are 30% made in the UK to airlines around the world. The aviation industry is a really important part of our manufacturing base, and we will support it.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got the chance to do some essential Christmas shopping on Small Business Saturday last week. I bought cakes from Gatons, I bought a wreath from the Flower House, and I managed to get my Christmas turkey order in at Bates in Atherstone. Can the Minister tell us what extra support he is going to provide to small retail businesses in North Warwickshire and Bedworth and across the country?
I also enjoyed Small Business Saturday. I got to return to Beveridge Fishmongers, where I used to work in Giffnock in my constituency. And the boost from Small Business Saturdays, according to Small Business Britain, has been the biggest in 6 years. So real room for optimism as we go into the new year for small businesses. Through the Small Business Strategy, increasing access to finance, cutting red tape, ensuring that we tackle late payments. We're going to be supporting businesses in her constituency and small businesses across the UK.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's magnificent waistcoat reminds me that last night I was at the grand opening of Tulip Treasures in Shepperton High Street, a new florist, and in my Spelthorne constituency. So would the Minister like to wish young Rhiannon, who's taking that brave step, every success with her endeavours?
I do wish Rhiannon every success with her endeavours, not least because one of the problems that Brexit provided us with was for florists up and down the country, because 80% of the flowers that are sold by florists in the UK come from or through the Netherlands, and when we sort out our SBS deal, which we hope to do very soon, that will be able to make it much more affordable for florists to be able to survive in the country. And of course it's good to support British tailoring as well.
At Western.
The UK-US economic prosperity deal was very welcome for the automotive sector, but there are some challenges for the sector. The current quota of 100,000 units and the quarterly thresholds are particularly difficult for the small volume and micro manufacturers such as Aston Martin, McLaren and Morgan and so on. Can the Minister outline what conversations are taking place between the US and the UK on these details?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I recognise certainly the issue that he raises with the quota and the importance of our small volume manufacturers, as he said, such as Aston Martin and McLaren. I met with McLaren last week. I've had a meeting with Aston Martin this week as part of the UK Automotive Council, and I'm meeting Aston Martin's Chief Executive in the new year. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this is perhaps a good opportunity to congratulate McLaren and Lando Norris for his outstanding win of the F1 Championship, only 35 men have won the F1 Championship, 11 of them have been British. I think the motorsport industry is a fine example of British engineering and British sportsmanship coming together.
Jessica Morton.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Last night I met with community union representatives representing steelworkers across Wales, including Llanwern, and I draw attention to my members' interests. They support the welcome movement on energy costs. They know the government are working on procurement, and they know that there will be a steel strategy, but the most urgent ask is on the EU's steel import quotas and tariffs. Please, can you give us an update on that?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and she's quite right to raise the issue of Llanwern, because sometimes we focus on some of the other steelworks in the UK, but it's about a whole sector. I met with Commissioner Sefcovic yesterday, and we are very much on the case of trying to sort out precisely where we land with the EU safeguard, but we also need to make sure that the UK has a steel safeguard that exists after the end of June. We are very much on the case. We will do everything we can to make sure that we have a strong and prosperous steel sector across the whole of the UK, including in Llanwern.
Chris Webb.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend I attended Waterloo Road's first ever Winter Wonderland Christmas light switch on, a fantastic celebration of spirit of Small Business Saturday in the most deprived ward in our country. Those businesses told me on Saturday, as they have done many times, they have been left behind for too long, and that high street is suffering. So would the Minister agree to meet with me to discuss what we can do to support our high streets in the most deprived areas of this country?
Very happy to meet with him to discuss that. I know he's a constant campaigner for the small businesses in his constituency. In addition to my answer a moment ago about the measures within the business strategy, it's important, I think, to note that this has to be a cross-government effort, including tackling things like bogus businesses and retail crime that impact so much on the character of our high streets, as well as the footfall, which ultimately leads to profitability for those small businesses.
John Colt.
Much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister rightly congratulates Lando Norris and McLaren for the victory in the Formula 1 Championship at the weekend. And motorsport brings in an estimated £9 billion to the UK economy, along with high-skilled jobs and cultural soft power, etc., etc. Would the Minister join me in commending the sector on its contribution to the wider UK economy, and perhaps join me in visiting one of the Formula 1 or motorsport teams in my constituency?
He makes a very good point. Advanced manufacturing and the creative industries, the two come together here because it's also about broadcasting. So these are two of the sectors in our industrial strategy which we are very keen to motor on with. And of course, one or other of us in the team will be very happy to meet with his constituents.
You understand, mate?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome the 340 jobs announced this morning at Grangemouth as a direct consequence of the investment of this Labour government and the algae. However, in less good news, the National Timber Group went into administration last month and made 500 workers across the country redundant. My constituent, after 5 years at MTG, had their system access cut off while working with no warning, no process and no verbal communication. What dialogue have ministers had with the administrators to make sure that there's a fair process followed for NTG employees?
I welcome the point that he's made, and it's a point extremely well made. I'm very happy to have a conversation with him after this about the precise nature of the discussions that are ongoing. I would just finally say, Mr. Speaker, that I too visited one of my small businesses on Small Business Saturday. It was called Only Crumbs. It's a great cake shop, but sadly, under the Tories, that's all you ever got, only crumbs.
It's on the question. Bobby Dean.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister indicated to the House that the Liberal Democrats were against the national minimum wage in the 90s. My own memories are hazy, but I'm reliably informed that that was not the case, and I hope the Minister would like to correct that.
It's not a point of order, but you've certainly put it on the record. We'll leave it at that. Right, we now come to the urgent question. Matt Weston.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for granting this urgent question. It is to ask the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster if he will make a statement on the United States national security strategy and its implications for the United Kingdom's relationship with the United States.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his urgent question, and I'm sure the whole House would agree that the UK-US relationship has delivered security and prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic for more than a century. When it comes to the special relationship we share with the US, that is built on a foundation of deep defence, security and trading links, and unique cultural and people-to-people ties. Both the Prime Minister and President Trump have repeatedly emphasised their commitment to continuing to strengthen it. Of course, it is for the United States to set their own national security strategy, as it is for any government. The strategy contains many shared objectives: resolving conflicts, tackling migration, and ensuring economic security. But it will not surprise the House that on some areas we take a different view. When it comes to European security, what we see is a strong Europe coming together to defend Ukraine, with the UK helping to lead the coalition of the willing of more than 30 countries. And we see a Europe that is stepping up on defence spending, with the UK committed to reach 5% of GDP on defence spending by 2035. It's right that Europe steps up. That is in our interests. Europe is united behind Ukraine and united behind our long-standing values of freedom and democracy, and we will always stand up for those values. Our bond delivers on both sides of the Atlantic, Mr. Speaker. Our trading relationship is worth over £330 billion annually. We have over £1.2 trillion in mutual investment, and our businesses support over 1 million jobs in each other's countries. The UK will continue to work closely with the US to strengthen Euro-Atlantic security through NATO, support Ukraine, and deepen our cooperation on emerging technologies and economic security. The strength of our relationship allows us to discuss and debate areas where we disagree. So we continue to strengthen this vital and mutually beneficial relationship with the United States. And during the state visit, we announced over £250 billion in two-way investment, a powerful demonstration of the deepening economic ties between the UK and the US, and signed a first-of-its-kind UK-US technology prosperity deal that will supercharge our cooperation across areas including AI, quantum and nuclear.
Okay. Matt West. Mr. Speaker, last weekend the US administration published its national security strategy, and it is the clearest articulation yet of President Trump's ideological foundation. The whole House should be under no illusion. The United States consensus that has led the Western world since the Second World War appears shattered. It refers to Europe facing, and I quote, civilizational erasure, and it will be unrecognizable in 20 years. It vows to, and I quote again, to help Europe correct its current trajectory and promote patriotic European parties. The prospect of United States interference in the democratic politics of Europe, I believe, is chilling. The President's comments on Tuesday further demonstrate this. He called European leaders weak and singled out one of the United Kingdom's mayors as, and I quote, horrible, vicious and disgusting. But sometimes, Mr. Speaker, what is not said is as important as is what is said. In this case, the absence of condemnation for Russia is extraordinary, though not surprising. Given certain UK dependencies on the United States, this leaves the United Kingdom especially vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, I do not expect the government to reorient its entire economic and security strategy here today, nor do I expect them to publicly condemn President Trump's strategy. But I would ask the Minister the following. Can she assure the House that the government will continue to update its national security approach to reflect the changing strategic and geopolitical context? And will the government prioritise sovereign capabilities and ensure that a clear definition is provided of which capabilities the United Kingdom seeks to onshore to provide clearer signalling to our industry?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend, and he will know, as the House does, that national security is our first priority. And it is important that we continue to discuss all national security issues on an ongoing basis with all of our allies, and particularly the United States. Ultimately, it is for the United States to set their strategy. And indeed, when it comes to Europe, there are some things we agree with, like the importance of sustaining freedom and security. And there are also elements that it won't surprise the House that we disagree with. And it is important that we maintain our relationship closely with the United Kingdom, with the United States, on whom we work on a whole range of issues: our security economically, our security in terms of migration. And it is important as well that we recognise some of the issues that were raised, including in migration, where it is essential that we have a migration system that is controlled, that is fair, and that is managed, and that is what the public will rightfully expect. And he did mention the comments about the Mayor of London, and I do wish to say that the Mayor of London is doing a great job delivering for London, and it won't surprise you that I disagree with those comments that have been made.
Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The US strategy makes it even more important that the UK remains a cornerstone of European and global defence. And with threats to us and our allies only growing, the Conservative Party is clear that we would hit 3% of GDP on defence spending by the end of this Parliament. So, as it is abundantly clear that we need to step up against the threat posed by Russia, and we need a government that is serious about reaching 3% of GDP defence spending by the end of this Parliament, can the Minister confirm whether it is only the government's ambition to reach 3%, or if the Treasury actually has a funded plan to do so? Now, the US strategy is particularly clear about the nature of the Chinese Communist Party regime, whereas our government seems to be going cap in hand to Beijing to bail out its failed economic policies. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've seen reports that the government is likely to approve China's super embassy spy hub. So can the Minister confirm whether the US has expressed a concern to the government about the potential approval of this application? And specifically on Ukraine, all of us want to see this war end. It is an unjust and illegal war started by Putin. But an end to this conflict, or any potential settlement, has to be one that involves the Ukrainian people and secures justice and a lasting peace for them. And a lasting peace is not about ceding territory. So can she update the House on specifically what the UK government is currently doing to leverage British influence for Ukraine at this critical time?
Minister.
I thank the Shadow Minister for his contribution, and indeed he is right to have said what the Prime Minister has also stated, that the UK-US relationship has been the cornerstone of our security and prosperity, indeed for over a century, and one that we will never turn away from. And indeed, during President Trump's historic state visit in September, he praised the unbreakable bond between the UK and the US. This House has heard our commitments to increasing spend on defence as a percentage of GDP, and we stand by those commitments. And more broadly, the Prime Minister has also been clear about the need for Europe to step up and increase defence spending. And that is why we have committed, as part of our NATO agreement, to increase defence spending, and he will have heard that on the record, and we stand by those commitments. I will just say as well that in relation to Ukraine, it is absolutely right that we seek to secure peace in Ukraine, and in fact that could be done tomorrow if Russia chose to end its illegal invasion of Ukraine. And indeed, it seems at the moment there is only one side of that war that is serious about peace, and that is Ukraine. But we commend and we fully support President Trump's efforts towards securing peace in Ukraine. We fully support that process, and indeed on Monday the Prime Minister welcomed President Zelensky, President Macron and Chancellor Merz to Downing Street to discuss the latest progress. And I will just perhaps say this, Mr. Speaker. It is, as Secretary of State Rubio has also said, that we need a just and lasting peace and a sovereign Ukraine.
Dame Chiamore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that my honourable friend is far too discreet
to set out honestly her assessment of President Trump's contribution to civilization. But could she reassure my constituents, angered, insulted, or just plain bemused by the pronouncements in the US national security strategy, that whilst we celebrate our cultural and economic ties with the United States and our relationship with the people of the United States, our sovereignty is not dependent on them, and specifically that any capability which is dependent on United States, whether it be in AI, in quantum, in defence, that is not a sovereign capability.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for her comments. Let me say this, that I'm incredibly proud of our country, my country. I know that migration is an essential element of Britain's national story. We are a thriving multicultural society, and I am proud of that. And we respect the US as a democracy. But friends and allies should respect each other's choices and traditions. And if I could just make one comment as well, that in relation to how we work together, we do so in a spirit, we must do so in a spirit of respect, recognising our mutual interests and our long-standing relationship, and that robust political debate can always take place in an environment of respect. If I could just make mention of the Chinese embassy that was raised by the Shadow Minister as well, to say that the US is our closest ally and we liaise with them closely on a wide range of issues, including in relation to China. They will know, Mr. Speaker, that a final decision on this case will be made in due course by ministers in the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, and the timing of the decision is a matter for them.
Helen Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with this statement, Trump's White House has driven a coach and horses through the UK's own national security strategy and strategic defence review. Trump has stated that the US has no enduring commitment to NATO, no support for fair and open international trade, no willingness to cooperate in international organisations or abide by international law. The document shows derision for Europe, including the UK, for failing to share Trump's divisive nationalist ideology, while Russia is seen as a great power with whom the US intends to carve up Ukraine. No wonder the Kremlin said it was, and I quote, consistent with our vision. So I ask the Minister, will the Government commit to an urgent review of the UK's approach and to making a statement to the House in January on the Government's strategic response to this new Trump doctrine? Will she take the opportunity to state clearly that her government will not tolerate interference by America in the domestic politics of the UK? And will she commit that the forthcoming elections bill will restrict funding to UK political parties from sources outside the UK?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his comments, and I think to say that I do disagree with him on some aspects of what he raised. And it is important to say that national security is our first priority. It is a matter on which we discuss regularly with the US, matters of interest around the world. It is a partnership that we work on security through NATO, through Five Eyes, and a range of other international institutions. And it is important to recognise the efforts that President Trump has also made in securing peace around the world, whether that is his role in Gaza and how he is working in a process that we support to secure peace in Ukraine. And it is important that whilst we disagree with some aspects of what has been in the national security strategy, it is for the US to set their own strategy. And it is for us to have our own strategy, our own values, and indeed friends and allies should respect each other's choices and traditions.
Thank you, sir. The language of the US national security strategy was deeply regrettable, and frankly it was not hard to see the rhymes with some extreme right-wing tropes that date back to the 1930s. But of course, the publication of this document came at the same time as the collapse of talks to join the European Union SAFE programme to help boost rearmament. So it is now essential that the government specifies, as my honourable friend said, the sovereign capabilities that we have decided to adopt in this country. It is essential that we now implement the recommendations of our committee's report on economic security. And it is now vital, I'm afraid, that we begin opening talks with our closest neighbours in the European Union about what kind of economic security union could actually draw our countries close together and help provide the economic support and the economic growth that rearmament is going to require.
I thank my right honourable friend, and indeed for the work he does on his committee, which very much informs the work of government. And I will agree with him that it is important for the UK to continue to develop its own capabilities and to make sure that we are working closely with allies on security, not just in the defence of making sure that the UK is strongly defended, but also in the interests of prosperity and security across the world.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spent about 5 years on and off working in the Ministry of Defence, and we had a saying there, which was, plans without resources are hallucinations. Now, on the 8th of September, the then Minister of State at the Department, at the Ministry of Defence, told the member for Huntingdon that the Defence Investment Plan would be published, and I quote, in the autumn, unquote. Some people think that the autumn ends on the 30th of November. Others, if we're being generous, say it's on the 21st of December. So is the Minister going to tell us today when the Defence Investment Plan is going to be published, given that, in her words, national security is the government's first priority?
Very good. Yeah. Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and indeed those are matters that I'm sure will be brought to the House by the relevant ministers. But may I just, if I could just make this point, that we recognise the importance of boosting our defence and security cooperation, and indeed with European allies who are strong in their defence of Ukraine. And we do that, and we are doing that through bilateral partnership agreements with France, with Germany, with Poland, and our security and defence partnership with the EU, and our continued leadership of the Joint Expeditionary Force and the Coalition of the Willing in support of Ukraine. And as I have said already, I'm sure that that will be a matter that will be the House will be updated on by the relevant ministers.
Richard Berger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the heart of this strategy, laid out in black and white, is Trump's explicit revival of the reactionary idea that Latin America is the United States' backyard. We've already seen the consequences of that mindset in its escalations against oil-rich Venezuela. But Trump's also adopting a similar approach to European countries, including our own, making it clear that he will be stirring up far-right forces here to serve US objectives. Isn't it now more urgent than ever that instead of blindly following US foreign policies we have so often done to disastrous effect in the past, we forge an independent foreign policy of our own based on peace, cooperation and mutual development, respect for sovereignty and international law as envisaged in the United Nations Charter?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and indeed in relation to our foreign policy, that is our foreign policy and will always remain so.
Christine Jolly.
Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the comments of the Minister, there is profound shock not just in this place but in the public and confusion about what Trump's statements mean for our future defence and the future defence of our democracy. We have parliamentary elections in Scotland next year. Is he going to be promoting something in Scotland which is not necessarily in our national interest? But can't you specifically give us guidance on whether we are sure that Trump will, after this statement, abide by Article 5?
I thank the honourable member for her question. Indeed, President Trump has been clear on the US's commitment to NATO and Article 5, and the United States remains a strong, reliable and vital ally for the United Kingdom, and the relationship between us helps us protect the British people every day. We and European allies have shown that we are also serious about taking greater responsibility for defence and security in Europe, and this includes allies' historic commitment to 5% of GDP on defence and security to deliver a stronger, fairer and more effective NATO.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A century ago, members across this House failed. They failed to prepare for war, and therefore they failed to prevent one. And what followed was the most destructive war in the history of humankind. Tens of millions dead, hundreds of millions more stories of unspeakable grief. Today we once again face war in Europe, and once again it falls to us, this generation of politicians, to help prevent a war. And to do so, the only way to do so is to prepare for one. To make it clear to Putin that any invasion would be so ruinous as to be unthinkable for him. So can the Minister assure me and assure this House that this government, in a defence economic strategy, will yes, scale up the production of munitions today, but also, if it came to it, be able to scale up that production, allocate labour as well as energy to produce the munitions, the tanks and everything else we need to win a war against Putin in Europe? Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his very important question, and indeed the Prime Minister has also been clear about the need for Europe to step up and increase defence spending, and indeed we have made our own commitments in that respect, and this is extremely important as well, Mr. Speaker. It is important as well that the UK continues to work closely with the US to strengthen Euro-Atlantic security through NATO, to support Ukraine and to deepen our cooperation on emerging technologies and economic security. And our commitment to NATO and to European security is ironclad.
Stephen Gill.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the US National Security Strategy says in black and white what many of us have been warning about for years now. The Minister was right to say that we Europeans need to step up. So can she tell me why, that as Canada joins the SAFE Defence Procurement Scheme, that far outstrips any resource the UK could provide, that would make us more secure and provide for more jobs, why Ottawa can reach that agreement but the UK can't?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question. What I will say is that we continue to work not just with the US and our European allies, but with allies across the world to ensure that we have the security and the defence capabilities that we need, not just for today, but for the future. And we continue to discuss all aspects of security with nations across the world and also including Canada.
Graham.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Last week I was pleased to take part in a cross-party delegation to Washington to discuss matters of defence, security and development. Every one of those meetings, which were with both Republicans and Democrats and from across the political spectrum, the importance of the UK-US relationship was emphasised, particularly on defence and security, and a clear sense that that would outlast any one administration or president. This was demonstrated again this week with the excellent news in my own constituency, where Virginia-class submarines for the United States will be constructed partly at Rosyth in Fife. Does she agree with me that the relationship we have with the United States is so deep and so long-standing that it will outlast any one administration or president, and will she continue to work with the United States wherever possible to be constructive? Thank you.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and indeed the US is an indispensable ally. We have an enduring partnership that is built on deep security, intelligence and cultural ties, and it remains the cornerstone of our collective prosperity and security.
James McCleary.
The United States' new national security strategy was smuggled out in the middle of the night, which is fitting for such a bleak and dystopian vision of the world. In it, there's some very sharp criticism of European allies, including our internal democratic processes and a prioritisation of future interference in European democratic processes to promote a specific ideology and worldview. So what is the government going to do to protect the integrity of British democratic processes from a president who has a track record of denying democratic outcomes in his own country?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, ultimately it is for the US to set their own strategy, but when it comes to Europe, there are some things we agree with, like the importance of sustaining freedom and security, but there are some things that we have disagreed with. And what we see is a strong Europe that is coming together, that is working together on security and indeed on prosperity, and working together to increase spending on defence. It is important that we have that, and it's also important that we respect the US as a democracy, but also that friends and allies should respect each other's choices. We always will continue to have strong and robust relationships with our relevant counterparts in the United States and work together on areas of mutual interest, our economic prosperity, our security, and our work across the world. But robust political debate must always be done in a respectful environment.
Pam Cox.
Mr. Speaker, on the matter of European security, can I give my strong support to the position taken by the Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary in relation to the Ukraine peace proposals recently? Does the Minister agree that there can be no deal affecting Ukraine without Ukraine, and that any deal that rewards Putin's aggression cannot proceed?
Minister.
I agree with my honourable friend.
Putin's press secretary has praised President Trump's new national security strategy as aligned with Russia's worldview. Meanwhile, a dark vessel was spotted in the Irish Sea at around the same time as an EU satellite detected 5 drones near the flight path of the plane carrying the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky en route to Dublin last week. Would she therefore urgently request an assessment from her colleagues in the Ministry of Defence of the risk posed by Russian hybrid threats, given that this US strategy is now being welcomed by Moscow?
Minister.
I thank the woman. She raises an important point. And we will continue to do all we can to make sure that we are able to ensure the security of everyone involved in seeking to achieve peace in Ukraine as well, and for Ukraine. And indeed, it is important to recognise that we must continue to work as an international community on this, and that it is a critical moment, and we must continue to ramp up support to Ukraine and economic pressure on Putin to bring an end to this barbaric war.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst the new US security strategy contains some elements that I think many across the House would find concerning, it also says that the US will seek peace everywhere. We all want to see a lasting and just peace in Ukraine, a sovereign Ukraine where the killing stops, where the 20,000 stolen children are returned to their families. So does the Minister agree with me that we must use all the influence we have with the United States to ensure that we step up the financial pressure on Russia and choke off their finances that sit behind this illegal war?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and indeed for all the work she does in relation to Ukraine and the children that have been kidnapped who must be returned to their families. And indeed, she is absolutely right. It is vital that not just the UK, but also our allies and across the world continue to put economic pressure on Putin to bring an end to what is an utterly barbaric war.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of a strategy's departure from decades of shared assumptions, will the government revise the 2025 National Security Strategy? And if not, why?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member. I will say that whilst, as I've said, the US, it is for the US to put forward its own strategy. The government's own national security strategy, which was announced by the Prime Minister earlier this year, sets out a whole-of-government approach to secure our nation, to pursue the interests of the British people, and to seize opportunities for growth. These do drive our work in the UK and indeed across the world. And as the Prime Minister has said, national security is the first responsibility of any government. And it does remain the collective security does remain the foundation stone of our strategy to defend and deter against aggression. And as the Strategic Defence Review sets out as well, we're taking a NATO first but not a NATO-only approach. We will continue to work with the US on areas of national security and economic prosperity, as we do, who are natural partners for us and with whom we have a long-standing relationship that has endured and will always stand the test of time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The United States is a long-standing and important ally, something we very much recognise in my own constituency, where on the Norfolk and Suffolk border there are two very large American military bases. Can I invite the Minister to recognise the significant contribution that thousands of American service personnel make to our local communities, socially, culturally, but also economically?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and I'm very happy to echo his sentiments and to thank those US troops who also make a contribution to our security. And indeed, the US is the UK's principal defence and security partner. The depth of our defence relationship with the United States remains an essential pillar of our security. And the UK is deepening defence, security and foreign policy ties with the United States to uphold those peace and security objectives, particularly also in the Indo-Pacific and North Atlantic. We also have AUKUS, the Carrier Strike Group 2025 deployment, and our nuclear collaboration as other examples of where we work together to respond to a more contested and indeed volatile world.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Doesn't the Minister think response from the government is extraordinarily low-key, acquiescent to a declaration by the US that it gives itself the right to interfere in the internal affairs of any country around the world that it thinks it doesn't agree with? This is an extraordinary state of affairs. And will she make any comment on what is actually an act of piracy by the US in the Caribbean by seizing an oil tanker and taking it into its custody with no basis in international law for that action, no basis of any kind of military threat to the United States being made, and it seems to me to be wholly illegal within international law?
Minister.
I thank the Right Honourable Member, and he will have heard me say that whilst it is ultimately for the US to decide their own strategy, that there are parts of it that we disagree with. And it is important that, as we respect the US as a democracy, friends and allies should respect each other's choices. And you can have robust political debate, but you should do so in an environment of respect. And in relation to Venezuela, I believe he was referring in his question, this was a decision taken by the US Department of Justice in coordination with the FBI, the Department of Defense and other US agencies, and it is for them to answer questions on that decision.
Chris Law.
Trump's White House parroting pro-Russian narratives around the peace plan in Ukraine, or the abhorrent language of describing Europe as facing civilizational erasure. What is clear is a strong transatlantic relationship is no longer critical to US national security. Chatham House has described this national security strategy as about commercial deals and authoritarian accommodation. So can the Minister agree that the idea of calling this a special relationship that's been enduring for many decades has now come to an end?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we commend and fully support President Trump's efforts towards securing peace in Ukraine, and it is important that as part of that process as well, the Prime Minister welcomed President Zelensky, Macron and Chancellor Merz to Downing Street this week. And the Foreign Secretary also met with Secretary Rubio and others in Washington, D.C. on Monday this week to discuss negotiations and the path to an agreement. And the Defence Secretary was also in Washington this week. Our ties remain strong, and we have many conversations in public, but also many conversations in private, as the Honourable Member would expect for nations working together for peace and security around the world. We are also clear that matters relating to Europe will involve Europe. And that's why this week, when the Prime Minister met with leaders in Downing Street, it was to review and discuss how we can support Ukraine to achieve a just and lasting peace.
Bobby Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think we should tiptoe around this issue. The section on Europe talks of civilisational erasure. It says that the continent will be unrecognisable in 20 years. They say that they want Europe to remain European, and that within a few decades NATO members will be majority non-European. I think we need to recognise this for what it is. It's a document rooted in racist, white supremacist ideology, and it should be called out accordingly. The Minister has talked about respect, but they are currently showing us none. Mr. Speaker, I think mild disagreement will not cut it. History is watching us. So will the Minister take this opportunity to call that language out?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member, and he will have heard me say as well, in relation to those comments of civilisational erasure, that I don't agree. And I'm proud of our country. I know that migration is an essential element of Britain's national story. We are a thriving multicultural society, and I'm proud of that, and we will stand up for our values in the UK and across the world.
Shukka Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for that answer. The rhetoric coming out of the US is frightening people, even in my constituency, because it's really building a wedge between communities, with the strategy citing civilization erasure, saying several countries risk becoming majority non-European. But they have also declared that the US must cultivate resistance within European countries. I'm glad to hear the Minister doesn't agree with those sentiments, but can I ask what she will do to strengthen the diversity against this really divisive ideology in this country?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member, and he will have heard me say that as we respect the US as a democracy, we do expect that friends and allies should respect each other's choices and their traditions. And it is important that we have an environment in which we can have debate that is not divisive, and it is important that we defend our democracies, and it is important that robust political debate should always be in an environment of respect.
We now come to Jim Shannon.
Can I thank the Minister very much for those very careful responses to encapsulate where we are. It is incredibly concerning that President Trump continues to assist in weakening Europe, and there are now dangers of the US abandonment of support in the Russia-Ukraine war. Given the Prime Minister's supposed strong relationship with the United States and with President Trump in particular, what steps will the Minister take to ensure that we are committed to working together to deliver stronger outcomes for Ukraine and for the Ukrainian people, and that Russia must be held accountable for their devastation that they have caused?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member, and indeed he always asks the extremely pertinent questions in relation to these matters. He will have heard me say how important it is that we continue to work closely with the United States to strengthen Euro-Atlantic security through NATO, to support Ukraine, to see an end to the war, a war that President Putin could end tomorrow if he chose, and to also make sure that he is held accountable for his actions. And it is important that we deepen our cooperation on emerging technologies and economic security, and to say that our commitment to NATO and to European security, and to making sure that we work together across Europe to step up on defence spending, remains a priority, and our commitment is ironclad.
That completes the urgent question. Let the front bench change over. Right, we now come to business questions. Shadow Leader of the House, Jesse Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The business for the week commencing the 15th of December will include Monday the 15th of December, consideration of a Lord's message to the Employment Rights Bill, followed by second reading of the Industry and Exports Financial Assistance Bill. Tuesday the 16th of December, second reading of the Finance No. 2 Bill. Wednesday the 17th of December, if necessary, consideration of a Lord's message, followed by second reading of the National Insurance Contributions Employer Pensions Contributions Bill, followed by, if necessary, consideration of a Lord's message. Thursday, the 18th of December, general debate on matters to be raised before the Christmas adjournment. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. The House will then rise for the Christmas recess at the conclusion of business on Thursday, the 18th of December, and return on Monday, the 5th of January 2026, when the provisional business for that week will include Monday, the 5th of January, debate on a motion on mobile connectivity in rural areas, the subject for this debate determined by the Backbench Business Committee, and on Tuesday, the 6th of January, second reading of the Cyber Security and Resilience Network and Information Systems Bill.
Jesse Knoll. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, you will know that a key theme of business questions has been the need for the government and indeed the whole country to be resolute in the face of Russian aggression in Ukraine. In that context, I know the whole House will want to join me again in expressing our profound sorrow for the death of Lance Corporal George Hooley of the Parachute Regiment. He was clearly an exemplary soldier. We salute his courage and his service, and we send our deep regrets and condolences to his friends and family. Mr. Speaker, you will have noted that I have inaugurated a chink of light moment at Business Questions, recognising a time when accidentally, deliberately or under compulsion, the government has done something right. Last week, it quite rightly dropped day one protections in the Employment Rights Bill. And in that same spirit, I want to express my very strong support for work underway on the need for European nations to collaborate on immobilising, freezing and utilising Russian financial assets for the benefit of Ukraine. But can I ask the leader to make inquiries with the relevant ministers to ensure that the government is taking every conceivable measure to do the same immobilisation, freezing and utilisation for any Russian assets controlled by UK financial institutions or passing through the jurisdiction of the City of London. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Chancellor of the Exchequer is a fan of the film Casablanca. The House will recall the immortal moment in which the morally flexible Chief of Police, Captain Renault, professes himself, and I quote, shocked, I tell you shocked, to discover that there is gambling going on in Rick's casino, even while he trousers his own winnings. So it is with the Chancellor, who told the Treasury Committee this week of how angry and upset she was at the level of leaking that had taken place in relation to the budget. It was, as she put it, incredibly damaging, and she had initiated an immediate leak inquiry. Now, I do not think I am revealing a state secret in telling the House that this inquiry will not name any individuals as responsible or indeed discover that anyone was at fault at all, let alone in the nest of singing skylarks now occupying Downing Street. It is offensive, I would say, however, to think that the head of the OBR can investigate and review the leak there and resign within a matter of hours while this nonsense drags on. So I think we must conclude that, as with Captain Renault, the whole thing is a sham confected for the benefit of the government. Even so, it's quite a revealing sham. One does not normally think of the Chancellor as a philosopher of language, though doubtless that will soon be added to her CV. But she drew an interesting distinction in her testimony between what she called authorised and unauthorised leaks. What, one might ask, is an authorised leak supposed to be? Well, given how damaging leaks are to the markets, should we think of authorised leaks as somehow not having these damaging effects? Under some circumstances, the act of leaking can itself be a criminal offence. Or does that only apply to unauthorised leaks? If it does, perhaps someone should inform the Metropolitan Police. So I ask the leader if he will encourage the Chancellor to complete her inquiry within days and make a statement to the House once it is reported, setting out its approach and results and explaining in plain English what an authorised leak is supposed to be. Mr. Speaker, let me go further. Thanks to some excellent, indeed forensic detective work by my right honourable friend, the member for Milton and Syston, it appears that there are 2 government leak inquiries that are still outstanding many months after they were launched. One in the Department for Education on the leaking of the tuition fee increases dating back a full year, Mr. Speaker, a full year to November 2024. The second in the Cabinet Office on the leaking of the Prime Minister's defence statement in February of this year, a topic on which I recall, Mr. Speaker, you had some very pithy words for the Premier. It is a total embarrassment to the government that these leak inquiries are still outstanding after so long. They underline what a charade this whole process has become. I cannot imagine that the Speaker feels any differently to me about all this, so can I please ask him just to sort it out as soon as possible?
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I join the Shadow Leader of the House in sending our condolences to the friends and family of Lance Corporal Hooley, who died while serving our country and in this cause of keeping the flame of freedom alive. Mr. Speaker, as we approach Christmas, I want to recognise the contribution that charities make across our country. Homelessness charities in particular provide an invaluable service in supporting those experiencing homelessness throughout the year, but particularly as the temperatures fall. And I also want to draw the House's attention to the launch of the government's homelessness strategy today, a strategy which aims to halve the number of people sleeping rough long-term by 2029 and rewiring the system to make sure that support is where it's most needed. And the Minister will provide further details to the House in her statement later today. I also want to mention the charity Citizens UK, who do a fantastic job across the country, including in my constituency, and who have been selected by the Guardians for their charity appeal this year. As a result of their successful campaign, they've helped to triple the number of living wage employees across the North East region and launched a Citizens Commission on mental health, particularly for young people, and they have had a direct influence on the excellent work that the government is doing in this regard. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, I want to place on record, as Member of Parliament for Tynemouth, my thanks to the Reverend Simon Mason and Father Chris Hughes, who provide fantastic leadership on these matters. Mr. Speaker, as you'll know, I'm also pleased to announce today the publication of the Modernisation Committee first report with recommendations to improve accessibility across the parliamentary estate. It's simply not acceptable that some MPs, staff and visitors are prevented from engaging in some aspects of parliamentary life due to this place's inaccessible nature. And as the crucible of our democracy and national debate, the House of Commons must be accessible for all. And I'm happy to say that work is underway, but much more needs to be done. I want to thank all the members of the committee, and indeed the former Leader of the House, my right honourable friend from Manchester Central, for their work on this inquiry. I also want to mention on wider matters, Mr. Speaker, that last week the Animal Welfare Imported Dogs, Cats and Ferrets Act received royal assent, which will protect vulnerable animals by strengthening the rules on pet travel to ensure that animals imported into the country for sale are healthy, treated with care and transported humanely. I congratulate the Honourable Member for Winchester for navigating this act successfully to royal assent, which underlines, Mr. Speaker, as we approach at some point in the new year a second session, how important private members' bills can be. They can be highly effective. They can provide an invaluable opportunity for members to promote the causes they support and change the law, and certainly in this case help to deliver government priorities. Let me turn to the Shadow Leader of the House. If he wants to take credit for some of the changes, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to let him live in such a world in which he's able to do that. But in terms of in terms of Russian assets, Mr. Speaker, the government is, as he knows, continues to look at how Russian assets might be used, particularly in support of what is happening in Ukraine, and we are working with allies very closely to make sure that we make progress on that. But I can assure him we're also constantly aware of what might be happening in our own country, and therefore take these domestic issues very, very seriously indeed. In what he says about leaks, Mr. Speaker, and what the Chancellor said at the Treasury Select Committee yesterday. She made her views very clear at that committee and was very open about her views on leaks and indeed briefings, including, Mr. Speaker, on what happened with the OBR. And in terms of the market reaction, of course, any government has a responsibility around budget time to take into account market reaction. But I would just gently remind the honourable gentleman that the reaction of the markets to the budget at the time was actually quite positive. And therefore, we just need to make sure that that is on the record. If anything emerges, Mr. Speaker, from the inquiries that my right honourable friend talked about yesterday, I'm sure that ministers will want to update this House about those matters, which is absolutely right to do so. But let me also gently say, in all these discussions about process that we're having, important though they are, the government, the budget, was about cutting the cost of living, it was about balancing the books, it was about getting growth in our economy, and these are the serious matters which will be most of interest to people in our constituencies.
Samantha Nibbler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A second past midnight tonight, the race for the Christmas #1 begins. And in my constituency of South Derbyshire, Andrew Hawth of Hawth World will be in that race with his incredible Christmas song, Merry Christmas, Make Amends, which has been created, which is in support of men's mental health. And it's in the wake of us having lost another constituent of mine, Mikey Heald, back in October. So will the Leader of the House join me in wishing Andrew and Hawth World the very best of luck and encourage as many influencers and anyone who will get this song streamed to be supportive?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the whole House will join me in wishing Andrew Hawth the very best of luck in his campaign to be Christmas #1. And also, I understand, my honourable friend's role in this endeavour too. And I just want to place on record our thanks to the work of Derbyshire Mind and all the other charities that do such vital work on the question of men's mental health.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, can I join the tributes to Lance Corporal George Hooley? His tragic death reminds us of the courage of all of our armed forces in their determination to protect our country. Moving on to the budget, Mr. Speaker, my inbox, and I'm sure many members in this House inbox, has been full of demoralised businesses this week after they've been hit by yet another tax rise. We've spoken a lot about the cost of living crisis in this House, but I believe we're now experiencing a cost of doing business crisis too. And this is felt no more than the hospitality and retail industries in particular. We in this House are very quick to talk about them being the heart of our community, but they have suffered a lot in recent years, closed during the COVID pandemic, suffering the rise of online competition, hit by employer national insurance rises last year, a sector that's particularly hit by that because they employ many of the low-paid young first jobbers in our economy. And they were promised that there would be good news in this budget on business rates, a fairer system and lower rates. But the revaluations, combined with the tapering away of the reliefs, has meant that many bills are set to rise. And businesses in my constituency of Carshalton and Warrington, like Wallington Cycles and the Sun Pub in Carshalton, they've sent me pretty desperate emails worried about the future. Now, I've tried to reassure them about the transitional relief that the government has got in place that should offset some of the damage. But this is really small comfort against the background of so many rising costs. And when we talk about fairness, Mr. Speaker, we hear that Harrods' bill is set to fall by over £1 million next year, whilst the average pub's bill is going to go up by £1,400 every single year. Now, the government gave itself its powers in legislation to offer 20p in a pound discount, but so far offered just 5p. So will the Leader of the House ask for a statement from the relevant minister to clear up all of this confusion and to reassure businesses that they will be supported in the coming years?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We don't just talk about small business being at the heart of our local communities. It is the heart of what we do in our approach to these matters, which is why we've introduced permanently low rates for retail, hospitality and leisure properties with a rateable value under £500,000, and that's worth nearly £900 million annually and benefits 750,000 properties, Mr. Speaker. The new relief rate is permanent. It gives those businesses certainty and stability, and there is no cap at all, so that all qualifying properties will benefit. But let us recognise that there is a challenge in revaluation, which was instigated by the previous government and is being carried out independently Mr. Speaker, by the Valuation Office, and that some businesses have seen their values increase significantly since the pandemic, and I understand that some will be disappointed with the outcome of the budget. But we are spending £2 billion this year to cap any increases for many businesses up and down the country. And in terms of statements from ministers, I've just read out the business, Mr. Speaker, for next week, and we have the Finance Bill number 2, and I'm sure he and his finance spokesperson will be able to use that opportunity to raise these concerns further.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm horrified to report to you and to the House as a whole that last night in Swale Borough Council there were violent scenes as people wearing balaclavas in the public gallery itself violently intimidated councillors. They were threatening them, pelting them with eggs and missiles from the gallery. This is an attack on democracy itself. This is an attack on free speech. This is an attack on my constituents. The building was so badly vandalised afterwards, with toilets flooded, lifts destroyed, it can't be used today and is not open. My constituents cannot access council services because of these actions. Our democracy is based on the ability to disagree with each other strongly, but never violently. I have to ask my honourable friend, the Leader of the House, what can be done here from the House of Commons for councillors and MPs across the country who are facing growing levels of violent intimidation?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend speaks very powerfully of the appalling actions which have taken place, and I join him in condemning the actions of those involved. I know, Mr. Speaker, that you have done a great deal around the Speaker's Conference on the security of MPs, candidates and elections. But this is also a priority for the Defending Democracy Task Force, where we're now focusing very much not just on where the police can be increasingly effective when such incidents occur and where democracy is deemed to be under threat, but also to make sure that it is not just a question, and there are plenty of examples, too many of examples, of where MPs are intimidated, but it's where other local representatives are intimidated too. And it's simply not, acceptable. So let me be very clear, those people, anyone involved in public life should not be subject to harassment or intimidation for doing their job, and this House needs to stand united in sending out that message.
Can I just say, as you did bring me into that conversation, absolutely following what the Leader says, Operation Forward is the contacts that need to be made within the constabulary. I would expect them to take over, and I would expect Plate, who are embedded within Parliament, who also connect to Operation Forward for local authorities, purely for councillors. That hotline is there to every police force in the country. So I hope that people respond accordingly to what I find an appalling situation. An attack on democracy is not acceptable. I now come to chair of the Backbench Committee, Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the business that the Leader has announced, the business in Westminster Hall next week, on Tuesday, the 16th, will be a debate on planning policy for quarries. On Thursday, the 18th, a debate on literary and cultural legacy of Jane Austen, followed by a debate on community audiology. When we come back after the Christmas recess, on Tuesday, the 6th of January, there'll be a debate on less survivable cancers. On Thursday, the 8th, the Liaison Committee will be taking the first slot on a report from the Scottish Affairs Committee. Can I thank the Leader for his kind remarks at the Procedure Committee earlier this week about the work of the Backbench Business Committee, and indeed my remarkable work that he complimented. Can I draw the House's attention? We will be publishing next week the report on the first 15 years of the Backbench Business Committee, with some recommendations as to how we may improve the position of backbench business coming forward. We now have enough applications for debates in this chamber to last us till after the Easter recess. For Tuesdays in Westminster Hall till probably after the May recess. And indeed, the only slots that are available at the moment are the second slots in Westminster Hall on a Thursday. I can't imagine why that might be. He's even turned one down, Mr. Speaker, I have to say. In addition, Mr. Speaker, right now, of course, we're in the middle of a flu endemic and epidemic. The patients presenting themselves at hospitals have increased by 50% in a week. And indeed, I'm sure all of us will have taken the sensible precaution of getting our flu vaccines as early as we could. However, we are in the position now, we don't know the result of what the doctors' ballot will be. We all hope, I'm sure, that they will come to their senses and not go on strike. But I got an email this week which was very concerning from one of my constituents. He's a 76-year-old man. He went to his GP surgery to have his flu vaccine. The GP said, very sorry, but you're too old to have the flu vaccine in the surgery. You must go to the pharmacist. So he went to his local chemist. The local chemist said, I'm very sorry, there are no flu vaccines for people of your age. You can go on a waiting list and wait for what may happen. Now, I think this is a real concern for everyone out there who may be seeking a flu vaccine. We want them to come forward and be vaccinated. So could we get a statement from the Health Secretary next week on the availability of flu vaccines, whether there are any age restrictions on those flu vaccines, and what is going to be done to increase the supply?
Thank you,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I thank him for his work as the chair of the committee, and indeed the whole committee for the important work that they did. The list of debates which he's read out for the future, Mr. Speaker, is testament to the important matters that committee is able to deal with. And of course we need to look at what the parliamentary year looks like going forward and what parliamentary weeks look like going forward. But there is inevitably a place for such important debates. I'm grateful that he watched my performance at the Procedure Committee yesterday. That's at least one person who was watching. But it's just a warning that I better take more care in future about what I'm saying, I suppose. But what I did say, Mr. Speaker, and I invite colleagues to watch it, it's a blockbuster, or to read the account of what happened. But my comments about the Honourable Gentleman, indeed the committee, were genuine, because I do think he's doing a very, very good job indeed, as are the committee, a really important job. And I'm pleased to be able to say that. If he lets me have details of the case that he raises about vaccine, I will definitely take it up with the department. I am surprised, as he is surprised, that we're talking about possible strike action by doctors in the midst of what is actually happening out there with regard to the flu situation, which is very serious indeed. And I hope that is reflected in the attitudes of doctors as they move towards a ballot. But he's absolutely right. What people require is clarity. I don't know the answer to the point that he raises as to why someone should be pushed from pillar to post. It's not acceptable. There are enough vaccines out there. It isn't acceptable that there isn't sufficient clarity. And I'll draw it to the attention of ministers if he lets me have the details. And we'll make sure that if there needs to be greater clarity going forward, that's what we get.
I think we'll expect to run this to around 12:30, so hopefully we can help each other, and the leader will certainly help you with shorter answers. With first test, Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Credit unions make a significant contribution providing safe, ethical and community-focused financial services, and they remain an important part of the wider cooperative family. Will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on the role of credit unions in promoting financial inclusion and supporting local economies, and to ask the relevant minister to confirm what steps the government are taking to strengthen the credit union sector, update regulation and increase public awareness?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly join with my honourable friend in paying tribute to credit unions who do a fantastic job in many communities across our country. There are opportunities. We could, I'm sure, find common cause with others across the House in raising the profile of credit unions and seeking an answer to the question that he asks, should he seek perhaps an adjournment debate. But also, I would also remind the House that this time next week we will be approaching the pre-recess adjournment, and therefore there's an opportunity to raise whatever people want to talk about.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to pay tribute to 5 dads from Ilkley, Will, Sam, Martin, Joe and Dan, who last week walked the entire 82-mile Dales Way, raising over £11,000 for children, maternity and neonatal teams at our fantastic Airedale Hospital. Between them, they have faced numerous challenges as farmers and are giving back to the hospital through the efforts that they've just undertaken. So can we have a debate in government time to show our supports for dads during early parenthood, to look at mental health and wellbeing support and the role that fathers play in neonatal care?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly join the honourable gentleman in paying tribute to the case that he refers to, and we wish them well. Of course, central to the government's health strategy is making sure that men's mental health is at the forefront, and the role of fathers is considered as well, and therefore perhaps he will get an opportunity to raise it either in a adjournment debate or indeed in the pre-recess adjournment.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 60% of households in the UK enjoy the company of a pet. But the cost of caring for their health has increased exponentially in recent years. Since 2015, veterinary fees for household pets has soared by 63%, far outpacing inflation. The Competition and Markets Authority recently published its provisional findings into the veterinary services sector, proposing much-needed remedies to tackle the eye-watering rise in costs. So will the Leader of the House support a debate in government time on the cost of living pressures on pet owners and what measures might be put in place to ensure the essential pet care remains affordable for families across the UK?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this question. I know that veterinary costs will be a real concern for many, and I say that as a pet owner. The Government will consider any remedies from the Competition and Markets Authority's final report next year, but in the meantime, if she could secure a debate, I'm sure that there will be many people across the House who will share her concerns.
Chamberlain.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent fled Ukraine after Russia's illegal invasion. She's now 89 and disabled after suffering a stroke here in the UK and is therefore bedbound in specialist care. But she recently applied to renew her visa. The Home Office told her existing documents were no longer recognised and that she needed a new passport, and they could not take account of her personal circumstances. This meant she was required to travel to Edinburgh, but the consulate had no disabled access, so she couldn't enter it. She tried to give her signature 7 times using her left hand because she can no longer use her right hand. She has been told those documents are unlikely to be accepted. She still doesn't have a renewed visa. Can I ask the Leader of the House to help me get support for my constituent? But I do think that we need to have a debate in government time on some of these Home Office issues where there seems to be a lack of compassion in relation to how we deal with some of these cases.
Leader of the
Madam
House.
Deputy Speaker, if the honourable lady gives me details of that, I will do everything that I can to help her constituent.
Jessica Marden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent Emma Webb's 16-year-old daughter Brodie tragically took her own life in 2020. Yesterday would have been her 22nd birthday. Since then, Emma has worked tirelessly to raise awareness for suicide prevention, raising money for charity and launching her campaign Do It for Brodie. Will the Leader of the House join me in commending Emma for her work and ensure that this House next year takes every opportunity to debate suicide prevention?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the whole House will join me in extending our deepest sympathies for Emma and her family, and of course I join my honourable friend in congratulating Emma on her incredible efforts in Brodie's memory. Every suicide is a tragedy, Madam Deputy Speaker, and through the National Youth Strategy we're taking steps to ensure that every young person feels supported.
Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the Leader of the House will share my disappointment at the illogical and wrong-headed approach of the Scottish Government to nuclear power, which means that the former Chapel Cross site in my constituency cannot be considered for a new nuclear power station. But I hope, like me, he welcomes the announcement from the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority that there is to be a strategic partnership with CX Power with the hope of turning the site into a green energy hub and the production of hydrogen on that site. And whilst it might not be the nuclear power station that my constituents would wish, I hope that it will bring the skilled jobs that the power station did for over 60 years.
Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I do share his concern and frustration about the attitudes towards nuclear, because Scotland is well placed to benefit from new nuclear projects, and there's millions of pounds worth of investment, high quality jobs and apprenticeships, and I certainly welcome what sounds like a fantastic development in his constituency, and should he wish to raise it through a Westminster Hall debate, he can test ministers on what further can be done.
Jane Wara.
Madam Deputy Speaker. When I'm out across the constituency in Elsick or Denton or Westerhope or Wingrove or Arthurshire or Monument, too often the issue that people raise with me is litter. Now, 14 years of austerity reduced Newcastle City Council's cleansing resources, but there are some areas of the city where hourly cleansing would not be enough, and what we need is greater powers and greater enforcement. So could we have a debate in government time about devolving additional powers to local authorities, such as the power to require fast food outlets to have larger bins or require landlords to keep their properties clean?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises some really important matters that I know are frustrating to her constituencies. Local authorities have a really important role to play. The government is very keen that both power and resources are devolved, not just to regions but to individual communities where they will have most effect. And I'm sure if she seeks a Westminster Hall debate or an adjournment debate, then she can raise these matters still further.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could we have a debate on capital expenditure in the NHS? All of our constituents will see the announcements on tax and then think they're getting extra investment. In South Wiltshire, we're still waiting for the elective day surgery announcement to take place. We've been told it's now on hold, and they're now trying to do it for less money, whilst buckets on the wards collecting water. It's really important that people understand the process of allocation to actually see effect on the ground, and I think that'll be valuable for all of us.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll certainly draw his case to the attention of ministers, but I would and also say to him, of course, that whenever taxpayers' money is spent, that we get good value for that. But I would gently say to him, if he's comparing this to announcements that might have been made, I don't know the date of this original announcement, to what the previous government was going to do, announcements were made, the money was never there. And it's this government which is trying to put that right.
Caroline Harris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For the last 9 years, the good people of South Wales have supported the Everyone Deserves campaign, which provides Christmas hampers and dinners for families across the region. What started on my kitchen table with 100 hampers now reaches families across 6 constituencies. Families who may be struggling with loved ones in hospital, a child in special care, experiencing financial hardship, or living with a debilitating illness. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I promise the Leader of the House not to sing my very successful 2024 Christmas single at him, will he join me in thanking everyone who donates time, money and resource to make this event happen, and wish the 2,000 families who were supported by the campaign this year a very Merry Christmas?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend, as usual, pays tribute to the good people of South Wales and to her constituents. But let me just pick out the bit from what she said, apart from the song, the bit that what she said, which is important. It started on a kitchen table. This would not have happened, and it would not be the scale that it is without the fantastic dedication that my honourable friend brings to this matter. It embodies the very best of community spirit, and I praise her, but I also praise people across her community for making this happen. I'm very sad, Madam Deputy Speaker, that she's not releasing a Christmas song of her own this year, but I would point out there's always next year.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Saturday morning, the manager and assistant manager of a local care home came to my surgery. They gave up their own time to do so out of concern for an elderly resident who was bedbound and could not get dental attention for a serious abscess, and she was in great pain. She couldn't get to the hospital, couldn't get to a GP, and there was no dentist prepared to come and attend her in home. Now, I've been in touch with the ICB. We're trying to sort this out, but there doesn't appear to be any particular duty to provide in these sort of circumstances. Could the leader arrange for a statement so that we can clarify the situation?
Deputy Speaker, we certainly recognise that still certain groups of patients might find it difficult to access dental care. Specialised dental services are in place in providing dental treatment in several settings, and we're developing new emergency care hubs, and that includes in some cases in care homes. And the government's 10-year health plan will mean that there are more dentists and improved access to oral health care, but I'm distressed, as his constituents will be, about the case that he raises, and therefore, if he wishes, I'll try to get a meeting with ministers so he can see what's happening in his area.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 41 MPs, including myself, have signed the early day motion tabled by the Right Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington regarding the Palestine Action Hunger strike, calling for the Justice Secretary to intervene urgently to ensure the treatment of the prisoners is humane and their human rights are upheld. 10 MPs have also co-signed a letter to the Justice Secretary and no response has been received. Will the Leader of the House send an urgent message to the Justice Secretary to respond to our request, and can the Leader of the House help ensure an urgent debate next week, because time really is of the essence?
Speaker, we continue to assess prisoners' well-being and will always take the appropriate action, including taking prisoners to hospital if they're assessed as needing treatment by a medical professional, and we're keeping that under very close scrutiny, as the Deputy Prime Minister is doing. He is aware of the situation, and he and his department are monitoring it closely. But as it was made clear by our Right Honourable friend yesterday, and the Speaker actually made his position very clear on this, it is important that correspondence is responded to quickly and timely on these matters. So I will raise it with the department to make sure that members are kept informed.
Rossingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to urgently draw the attention of the Leader of the House to the appalling situation at the Queen's Hospital in Romford, which serves the boroughs of Redbridge, Barking, Dagenham, Havering and the wider Essex area. In fact, it is the hospital that serves the constituents of the Right Honourable Member for Ilford North. The ANE unit is simply not able to cope. We're dealing with double the amount of patients than it was built to serve. People are lying in corridors, people's lives are at risk. Frankly, it is totally unacceptable. I've raised this with the Minister, the Honourable Member for Bristol South. I've raised it with the Secretary of State, yet nothing is happening. Will he please ask the Secretary of State to make an urgent statement on the situation at Queen's Hospital, because I fear that at Christmas many people's lives could be at risk because of the situation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Honourable Gentleman points out, actually the winter crisis has started early this year, not least because of the flu situation, so our hospitals are under enormous pressure. But of course, I would also say to him that there are a number of hospitals that need capital expenditure on them. We did inherit crumbling public services and a crumbling NHS, in many cases, estate, so it will take some time. But despite the fact that he shares his hospital with the Secretary of State, should he wish to see a health minister to discuss these matters and to see what can be done, then I will facilitate that meeting.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I put on record my thanks to the Speaker for hosting a fantastic celebration of deaf talent and achievement in Speaker's House last month, with deaf role models including Tasha Guri. It was an honour to help organise it when I was chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Deafness, supported by charities including the RNID and Sign Health. Last week marked the International Day of Disabled Persons, but the opportunity every single day must be an opportunity to break down barriers. So would the Leader of the House agree that deafness should never be a barrier to a successful career? And can we have a debate on widening opportunity for disabled people across every sector?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend has been and continues to be a champion for deaf people in this House, and I commend her for that. And I absolutely agree with her that no disability should be a barrier to a successful career. The government is championing disabled people and those with long-term health conditions. Our Get Britain working plan will support many people to enter and to stay in work. I think this would be a really important opportunity for perhaps an adjournment debate or even the pre-recess adjournment debate for her to give further detail about this very important matter.
I do want to try and get as many people in as possible, so if you could please help each other out by keeping questions short. Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Loneliness and social isolation are sadly common problems among older people. In Wokingham, the Link Visiting Scheme has spent 27 years tackling this problem, matching volunteers with the elderly and running projects to build friendships. This year alone, they've helped over 1,000 people. Will the leader join me in congratulating the Link Visiting Scheme on being awarded Charity of the Year at the Great British Business and Community Awards?
Certainly will, Madam Deputy. It's a huge achievement and is fantastic for his constituents, but it's also an opportunity to thank volunteers and charities not just in his constituency but across our country who do such fantastic work on loneliness and other matters. Of course, some of these come into sharp focus at this time of year, and I do pay tribute to.
Gareth Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. According to the UN, Sri Lanka, where many of my constituents are from, is experiencing one of its worst ever flooding disasters as a result of Cyclone Ditwa, which hit 2 weeks ago. Given that over 600 people have already died, over 2 million people have been severely affected, and given levels of hardship in Sri Lanka already, could we have a statement on what more Britain could do, either directly or through the UN and multilateral bank system, to help?
Madam Deputy Speaker, our thoughts are certainly with the people of Sri Lanka, and my honourable friend speaks with great authority on these matters. We've already provided £675,000 to address the immediate humanitarian need in Sri Lanka, and we are monitoring the situation very closely and stand ready to provide further support if necessary.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could we have a debate in government time on the quality of parcel delivery services? Prompted by constituents, I asked just last night about Every on Facebook. I've had more than 100 responses already, most of them negative, sadly. But amidst the gloom, one name did stand out, and that was Patrington's Every delivery superstar, Rachel McVitie, who goes above and beyond to make sure that parcels arrive safely and on time, and seems universally beloved in the village, so it's good to mark that. While some individuals provide that exceptional service, too many customers, particularly in rural areas, are facing problems with parcel delivery at Christmas. So would the Minister consider granting time for a debate so we can explore what more can be done to ensure consistent, high-quality delivery services across the country?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just an issue in rural areas, it's an issue across the country. And unfortunately, I hear the name Every very often, and can I thank him for raising it this morning, because my wife constantly says, why isn't it being raised in business questions? And he has raised it. It's a very timely I pay tribute to the superstar. There are some good examples out there, and we should make sure that it's not a blanket opinion that we have of services, but Every is a name which I don't often hear in a very positive way. It's the sort of timely thing that he might want to raise at the pre-recess adjournment.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Right across my constituency of Blaydon and Consett, the decorations are up, the lights have been switched on, and Christmas fairs have been in full swing. As we head toward Christmas, I'd like to thank all of the staff and volunteers who make these festivities happen and keep our communities thriving throughout the season. So can we have a debate in government time on what we can do as a House to recognise the value of their huge contribution?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right to celebrate the dedication of the workers and volunteers who give their time to keep our communities running this festive season, including in her fantastic constituency, which I know very well. And I would either encourage my honourable friend to apply for a debate so that we can formally recognise those efforts, or, as I'm saying to other colleagues as well, we do have time next Thursday. If she wishes to raise such matters, it's a very timely moment to do so.
Max Wilkinson.
Deputy Speaker, the health of democracy is something that unites us all in this chamber. Carnegie UK's 2025 report gives the UK a score of just 41%. Separately, The Economist has a new model out looking at election outcomes. After looking at more than 10,000 scenarios, they conclude that running the next election under first past the post will be akin not to sending voters into a polling booth, but to sending them to Las Vegas and pulling a one-armed bandit. There is a way out for the government. It's good news. In the new year, my honourable friend, the member for Richmond Park, has her private member's bill coming back, the elections bill. So will the government allot some time to discuss this and get behind it, so we don't risk the honourable member for Clacton walking into number 10 after the pull of a one-armed bandit machine?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're doing all sorts of important things in order to make elections free, keep them free and fair in our country, and that's very important indeed. I look forward to seeing the bill coming forward. I can't guarantee that the government will necessarily want to support such a bill, but it is important. It is important that this place does discuss these matters from time to time to ensure that we have a very proud tradition of free and fair elections in our country, and it's absolutely imperative that it stays that way.
Jen Craft. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to my constituent, Henry Novak, who sadly lost his life in an incident a few days ago. He was 18 years old. He had just started university and his whole life was ahead of him. My thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of this whole House, are with his family and those who loved him. Can I ask the Leader of the House what the government is doing to support victims of knife crime, and whether he will find time for a debate on this important matter?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I know the whole House will join with me in extending my deepest sympathies to Henry's family. I know the case is sub judice, so I will be careful how I respond to this, but I will raise my honourable friend's wider concerns with the relevant minister, perhaps on the wider issue of knife crime and what further we can do to support victims.
Lincoln Jock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Leader of the House's comments in his opening remarks about charities? Spelthorne Dementia Support do absolutely outstanding work throughout my constituency, and so I was delighted when they were given the King's Award for Voluntary Service in the recent list. And it occurred to me that all other members will have similar charities so awarded, and it would be fantastic to have an annual debate in government time on the King's Award for Voluntary Service, so that all members across the House could celebrate in the same way I'm celebrating Spelthorne Dementia Support.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me join the honourable gentleman in thanking Spelthorne Dementia Support for everything that they do and commending them on what is a very big achievement, actually, to get a King's Award. He will know that the parliamentary year is quite full, but I will certainly give thought as to what further we can do to highlight the fantastic achievements of charities across our country.
Sullivan.
PPE is all too often based on outdated non-specific measurements, disproportionately impacting women, people with disabilities and those with religious requirements. It affects many workers with asbestos masks that don't fit, a lack of female fit fire boots and gloves so loose, women are failing basic training drills. Given the government's ambitions for major housing, infrastructure and clean energy projects, will the Leader of the House make a statement on the new British Standard 30417 on inclusive PPE and its possible adoption across government procurement contracts and public sector workplaces?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for raising this really important matter, and the government strongly supports the principle of providing inclusive PPE. We do stock PPE for a diverse workforce in the health and adult social care sector in preparation for a future pandemic, including on a wide range of sizes. But I will raise these concerns with ministers, and if she seeks a meeting with ministers to raise these matters herself, then I'll try to facilitate that.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the House will be aware of the points of order raised yesterday by the member for Hayes and Harlington and myself, and the question from the member for Leeds East today concerning the situation facing the Palestine Action hunger strikers in prison at the present time. It is important that the Secretary of State for Justice comes to this House and gives us an opportunity to question him about what appear to me to be serious allegations concerning the breaches of prison rules in respect of all of the hunger strikers, and difficulties in obtaining medical support and medical help when they desperately need it, and issues of association and activities in the prison when they're all remand prisoners. They have not been convicted of anything, and they're being held for an inordinately long period of time until the trial actually takes place. These are serious issues about justice within our society, and I think the Secretary of State for Justice should come here and answer questions about it.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I said to our honourable friend, the member for Leeds North East, the Justice Secretary is monitoring the situation. It is important that the care and the health of prisoners, whatever their status happens to be, is paramount in these matters. The Justice Secretary is taking these matters seriously. He is monitoring the situation, and should there be something to report to this House, then I'm sure he will come and do so.
Patricia Ferguson.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, I held a Child Poverty Task Force event in my constituency. All of the organisations who took part identified inconsistent funding as a barrier to their work. I warmly welcome the child poverty strategy, but it's ironic that almost at the same time it was announced, the SNP-controlled City Council announced funding cuts to a number of organisations across Glasgow West. With a record settlement from this government to the SNP government at Holyrood, does the Leader of the House agree with me that vital community organisations like the Annex, Drumchapel Life and Kingsway Community Connections, to mention literally a small percentage, deserve stable funding to allow them to continue their good work, and that local authorities in Scotland have been underfunded for far too long?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is a champion for the issue of child poverty, and I do commend her for that, and I do agree with her about the vital community work that organisations like Annex Drumchapel Life and Kingsway Community Connections do, amongst others in her constituency and many constituencies. It's more than disappointing that at the very time that this government is publishing the child poverty strategy, that the SNP government should act in the way that they have. And as she rightly points out, we have provided the Scottish Government with a record funding settlement. They have nowhere to hide on these matters.
Tessa Munns.
My constituent Ben has a friend who is in HMP Stockham, and he tells me that sending books into that prison by family and friends has been banned for several months. Can the Leader of the House check with his colleagues in the Ministry of Justice that the guidelines, which I understand, say that friends and families can send or hand in books, which are checked by security staff, irrespective of whether or not there are exceptional circumstances, and ensure that the rules are followed in all prisons, particularly when prisoners want to occupy themselves in a peaceable way and want to learn?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will certainly find out from the relevant department what the circumstances might be at the prison. And of course, we'd all want to see guidelines where prisoners have access to books. But I'm not sure, on the other hand, what the individual circumstances might be at this prison. I'm not going to comment any further than that. I'll just draw it to the attention of ministers.
Emma Foodie.
Deputy Speaker. Last month, the cold snap in my patch saw local residents on new estates struggling with icy roads and pavements. Now, I took their concerns to developers, and I'm pleased to see that grit bins have now been installed. Now, this may all sound very trivial, but not to residents on these estates, and it also highlights the importance of the consultation that government is holding on greater protections for those living on unadopted estates. Will the Leader please ensure that we do have time in this place to discuss these matters?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know my honourable friend is a great campaigner for her constituency, and I can assure her that these are not trivial matters, and I congratulate her in getting developers to take this matter seriously and to get for residents the grip bins that they want. That's not an easy achievement, and she should be commended for that. As she points out, unadopted roads can cause a range of issues for residents, and we are consulting on how to speed up and simplify the process of adoption of roads. She may wish to raise this perhaps in an adjournment debate, but when the government has something to say on these matters, we will bring forward our findings.
Shirka Adam.
Madam Deputy Speaker, earlier this week, Baroness Amos published her interim findings on maternity care in England. Unfortunately, some of the readings are absolutely harrowing, and I apologise for some of the graphic nature of the following accounts. But women were left for hours to bleed out in toilets. concerns about lack of fetal movement completely ignored, and a disturbing trend which appears to show women from Black and Asian backgrounds receiving notably worse care. In the investigation into maternity care in my Leicester South Hospital has been postponed, but up to that point, many mothers have told me that they again were felt ignored about where these investigations should take place. So can I ask the Leader of the House to please make time for a backbench debate or a debate in government time on the state of maternity care in England?
Deputy Speaker, the situation that the honourable gentleman describes are by no means acceptable, and the systematic failures that have been highlighted time and time again about tragedies which are preventable cannot be ignored, and families show extraordinary courage in bringing forward these matters. We are setting up the National Maternity and Neonatal Task Force in the new year, which will be chaired by the Health Secretary himself to address these issues, and I'm sure at that point there will be matters that can be brought before the House for further discussion.
Martin Rhodes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a local organisation in my constituency, the Courtyard Pantry Enterprise, has this year established the Wester Common Unity Market, which is a community market that has seen growing demand from residents who are increasingly dissatisfied with a lack of availability locally of quality fresh produce. The market provides not only affordable locally sourced food, but also a much-valued social space where people can meet and build community. Given the positive economic and social impact of such initiatives, will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on support for local markets, small producers and community-led food initiatives?
Hear, hear.
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for raising this, the work of the Courtyard Pantry Enterprise, because small businesses are at the heart of our economy. We are committed to supporting small and medium enterprises through our small business plan, breaking down barriers to starting a small business, and also in work across government to make sure that farms and farmers are brought into that, because I think there's a great opportunity for that to happen. I would invite him to raise these matters in further detail, perhaps during the pre-Christmas adjournment debate.
Sarah Dyke.
Deputy Speaker, yesterday I hosted a mulled cider event with the National Association of Cider Makers. But cider makers in Glastonbury and Somerton are increasingly focused on survival as uncertainty grows around the future inheritance tax relief. Cider making is uniquely capital intensive, requiring special equipment for milling cider apples, leaving many family cider businesses exceeding the £1 million threshold. So will the Leader of the House bring a little festive cheer to my cider makers in Glastonbury and Somerton and advise me on how I might meet with the Secretary of State for DEFRA to discuss the impact of changes to APR on cider makers?
Indeed, I think it's probably more of a Treasury matter than a DEFRA matter, and in the business which I read out, there will be the second reading of the Finance Bill next Tuesday. And then once we return after the recess, I'm confident that early in the new year we'll have the committee stage of the Finance Bill, in which the Honourable Lady may want to raise these matters directly.
Lauren Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Leader of the House join me in paying tribute to Dave Taylor and his volunteers, as well as the Royal British Legion, in their exceptional work in this year's Poppy Appeal, which in Gratian raised over £85,000 for veterans? My thanks to all those who donated, but will the Leader of the House make time to allow for a debate on the contribution of the Royal British Legion and volunteers in supporting our veterans?
Deputy Speaker, I certainly know that the whole House will join me in congratulating Dave Taylor and the dedicated volunteers at Gratian Royal British Legion, and I'm sure we can all find examples of in our own areas, in our own constituencies. It's been a very good year, despite the perhaps some of the circumstances for the Poppy Appeal, and I pay tribute to the volunteers who do an absolutely fantastic job, but also to the public that step forward and support that appeal. The hard work is a really powerful demonstration of our nation's commitment to those who've served, and should my honourable friend want to raise this in a timely fashion next Thursday, or perhaps apply for an adjournment debate, she may fully go into it in more detail.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, given reports that in Saudi Arabia the authorities employ wide-ranging internet censorship, automated surveillance and prosecution under cybercrime or counter-terror laws to punish online religious expression and dissent, will the Leader of the House urge the Foreign Secretary to set out what concrete steps His Majesty's Government will take to challenge such violations of freedom of religion or belief in Saudi Arabia and to protect the rights of religious minorities and non-believers to express themselves online without any fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the honourable gentleman for raising such an important point, as is his custom in this House. As he knows, the UK is committed to defending freedom of religion and belief for all, both offline and online. And the Foreign Office regularly engages with governments directly to raise specific areas of concern, and I will make sure that these concerns are brought to the attention of the Foreign Secretary, and I'll ensure that he gets an answer.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In High Peak, we are proud to boast several amazing mountain rescue teams, including Glossop, Buxton, Edale and Kinder. These are all volunteers who go out in all weathers, in the most hazardous circumstances, and they save lives day in, day out. I am proud to champion the work they do. We had a big win in the budget with the announcement that vehicle tax was being scrapped on search and rescue vehicles. This will save them thousands of pounds, but will the Leader of the House arrange a debate in government time to see what more we can do to support these amazing people and their life-saving work?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is raising such an important matter, and I join him in celebrating the crucial life-saving work done by mountain rescue teams in his area and across the country. His area is a very beautiful area, both for residents but also, of course, for the many visitors that he will get. And unfortunately, mountain rescue teams are very active at all times of year, actually, and they do an absolutely fantastic job. I know, as he has done, that members have welcomed the changes to vehicle excise duty announced in the budget, but there will be perhaps other things that we can explore. And should he seek an adjournment debate or use the pre-recess adjournment to amplify his message, then perhaps we can see where this may lead.
Paul Waugh.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the residents of Littleborough, Smithy Bridge and Rochdale have been plagued by roadworks on the A58, and they've suffered as a result appalling delays. They've been late for work, late for school and late for hospital appointments. Given that the privatised water company United Utilities is responsible for many of these roadworks, often through years of neglect of its own pipework, can we have a parliamentary debate on changes in the law needed to end the misery on the A58 and other roads like it?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the honourable friend for raising such an important point, because it will be amplified across this chamber and anyone who happens to be listening today, because roadworks have been raised with me many times in these sessions, and rightly so. We know how disruptive street works can be for local communities, which is why we are doubling fixed penalty notices for certain street work offences in the new year, and extending overrun charges to cover weekends and bank holidays, but particularly as roads get busier in the run-up to Christmas. I've no doubt that many people will be frustrated, and we need to tackle that. So he may wish to raise this next Thursday, or indeed in an adjournment debate, because again, this is not just his constituency, it's virtually all of our constituents.
Cox.
UK's universities play a vital role in our communities and our economy, but many of them, including the one where I worked for many years, are facing severe financial challenges resulting in course closures and redundancies. Would the Leader of the House allow a debate in government time to address this really urgent issue?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend brings a great professional and personal knowledge about these matters, and we should listen to her very closely. I know a lot of universities feel under pressure at this time, and the government is absolutely aware of that. I would invite her to seek a meeting with the relevant minister in order that she can talk through some of these questions and also see what further can be done from the government to address them.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. After a string of burglaries across Morley, Gildersham and Driglington, including where the RSPCA shop was targeted more than any other, I am so pleased to report that 4 people are now serving time in prison for these crimes. Yeah. Will the Leader of the House join me in paying tribute to Inspector Mark Lund and his excellent police team for working so closely with me on this issue and a number of others? And perhaps will he grant a debate in government time on the ever-growing needs to get the police the resources they need to do their jobs properly?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely join my honourable friend in paying tribute to Inspector Markland and his team for their hard work keeping our streets safe, and such effort should be the norm in police work. This winter, the police will use hotspot patrols alongside locally tailored approaches to keep our high streets safe and to keep our estates safe. My honourable friend may wish to use next week's adjournment to make his point further, but also, of course, we will be bringing forward to the House our proposals for police settlement going forward.
Serena Brackenridge.
Deputy Speaker, will the Leader of the House join me in thanking everyone involved in the Wolves Orange campaign that raised awareness about unacceptable violence against women and girls, and also support for men who are affected by domestic abuse as well? The campaign culminated yesterday and showcased our hard-working local services, local organisations, incredible volunteers and Wolverhampton City Council to reach out and support all of those affected. Will he make time for a debate on tackling stigma and strengthening support for victims?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll absolutely join my honourable friend in thanking the work of the Wolves Orange campaign. Violence against women and girls is a national emergency, and we aim to halve levels within a decade. Our upcoming Vogue strategy looks across the whole of government to see how best we can protect victims. And in debates or statements about such things in the future, I'm sure my honourable friend will want to use her experienced voice to add to that.
Peter Brinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of us are concerned about the progress of the assisted dying for terminally ill adults bill in the other place. There appears to be an orchestrated filibuster in progress to defy the will of the elected chamber, with many amendments, such as a demand for pregnancy tests for old men with prostate cancer. What does the Leader of the House recommend we can do about this?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been something of a divisive matter almost from the off, including in this House, and on occasions we rose to the challenge of the debate, and sometimes we slipped a little below it. But this House made its position very clear on this bill, and off it went to the other place. I do have to say, however, that they do have a duty and responsibility to scrutinise such legislation. But there are conventions and ways of doing it, and I would urge them to do everything that they can to respect the view of this House, the elected chamber, in these matters. And of course, I've made very clear that should the bill return to this place, perhaps with amendment, then at that point, if necessary, we may look at further time on Fridays to see if we can get some more progress and get it across the line.
Chair.
Speaker, I do need to say that my lovely mum is a WASPy woman. On Budget Day, I met with representatives from the WASPy Women campaign. Following the government's recent announcement that we will now review once again its decision not to compensate women born in the 1950s affected by changes to the state pension age, their campaign has been renewed with hope for justice and a fair outcome at long last. Will the Leader of the House confirm that the House will be kept fully informed of progress on the review, including an oral statement once the government has reached its decision, and that time will be made for full debate on any proposals that are brought forward?
Deputy Speaker, I know this issue is of serious concern to many women, has been raised on numerous occasions across the House, and we do want to resolve the matter as soon as we can. The Secretary of State has committed to updating the House on any decision as soon as the conclusion is reached.
Rachel Taylor.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the last Saturday in November in Atherstone is marked by our wonderful Dickens Night. It's always brilliant to see my hometown so busy with stalls, the Christmas lights switched on, Santa in his grotto and Arthur Stone, our town mascot, walking around, and then a firework finale. These events would never happen without the hours of work put in by volunteers like Dave and the Dickens Night Committee. Would the Leader of the House consider joining us next year for Dickens Night, and would he make time for a debate on the importance of volunteering?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What a fantastic festive event. The contribution of volunteers to events such as these are invaluable. and they have a real impact in bringing communities together in the best of our traditions. And I'd like to extend my thanks to everyone volunteering at this festive period for their contributions. However, I will certainly look at my diary to see whether I'm available next year for this, but I'm in danger of making Scrooge look cheerful.
David Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Tuesday, the leader of Staffordshire County Council, the Reform Councillor Ian Cooper, finally resigned after an investigation into his social media accounts found he was a top fan of a Facebook page that openly promotes white supremacy. These views are abhorrent, they're completely incompatible with public life, and it's the opposite to the kind, tolerant people of the county. Will the Leader of the House please make time for a debate on standards in public life to send a clear message that racism has no place in our politics nor our communities?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I completely agree with my honourable friend that racism has no place in our communities or indeed in public life, and as elected officials it's our responsibility to uphold Nolan principles. There appears, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be other issues coming to light with Reform councillors in Staffordshire Council, so I would encourage them to treat this matter with the seriousness that it deserves.
Maureen de Just.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last month was National Care Leavers Month, where I had the pleasure of attending a question time event in my constituency of Wolverhampton West to be interviewed by some incredible young people, including care leavers from across Wolverhampton. Will the Leader of the House firstly please join me in congratulating these young people for putting forward such excellent questions, and secondly, considering that care experienced people are more than twice as likely to die prematurely, have a life expectancy of almost 20 years less than the national average, and almost half have a diagnosed mental health condition, would the Leader of the House please agree to a debate in government time to discuss making care experience a protected characteristic under the Equality Act 2010, a change that has already been adopted by almost 130 councils across the country?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for this question. Disadvantage faced by those who have grown up in care is one of the great social injustices of our time, and I know that the Equality Act of 2010 already protects many care leavers under indirect discrimination provisions, but I will ensure that the Minister is made aware of my honourable friend's comments today and will write to him directly.
And the final question, Elsa Blundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the implementation of the peace deal negotiated in the Middle East in recent months, we have seen a concerning acceleration of illegal settlements in the West Bank in flagrant violation of various United Nations resolutions on the subject. What steps are being taken by the FCDO to make clear the UK's opposition to these settlements, and would the Leader consider a debate in government time on the region's future, a topic undoubtedly of interest to many across this House?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As my honourable friend rightly points out, these settlements are illegal under international law and harm the prospect of a two-state solution, which is the government's preferred option and the future going forward. We strongly oppose the Israeli government's settlements plan, and we continue to press the Israeli government to abide by international law. We have kept the House updated on these matters from time to time, and we will continue to do so in the future. But in the meantime, I ensure that the Foreign Secretary heeds my honourable friend's concerns.
I am sorry to those who didn't get in at business questions today. I have made a note who didn't, so I will try and prioritise those at a later date. We now move on. Point of order, Adam Jurgey.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, and further to the question for my constituency neighbour from Stoke-on-Trent North. Staffordshire has been in the news this week, not for the skills, smarts and successes of our wonderful people from Newcastle Lyme to Tamworth and from Stafford to Stoke, but for the disgusting, disgraceful and deeply sickening social media post of the now former Reform UK party leader of Staffordshire County Council. What advice can you provide me and my Staffordshire colleagues, Madam Speaker, and how we can ensure our people and our county is not tarnished by the disgusting views of a fringe minority?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order, and whilst it is not a matter for the Chair, he has made sure that his thoughts are on the record. That concludes business questions, and we'll now move on to the statements. I'll give the front benches a few moments to settle. Thanks, everyone. Statement, Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to make a statement to the House about the publication of our national plan to end homelessness. The strategy we have published today, I want to say from the outset, builds on the work of the Honourable Member for Bethnal Green and Stepney and the Right Honourable Member for Ashton-under-Lyne. And I want to begin by paying tribute to both of them for their considerable work. This Labour government inherited a homelessness crisis. Both rough sleeping and households in temporary accommodation increased radically from 2010. So it's not just the people we can see sleeping in Westminster Tube Station as we leave this building, but also families and children that we can't see, living in unsuitable temporary accommodation such as bed and breakfast, without a kitchen, far away from family, friends and schools. And for some, Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been a matter of life and death. 1,142 people died whilst homeless last year. 74 children's deaths were connected to temporary accommodation in the 5 years to 2024. 58 of them were babies under 1. Everyone deserves a roof over their head. And children in the worst housing our country can offer deserve the attention of this House. This strategy outlines the tangible actions and targets we have set ourselves for delivery this Parliament, which will act as milestones on the way to achieving the long-term vision. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've looked at the issues carefully. As well as the interministerial group, the Department convened a lived experience forum so that the people who've experienced homelessness and rough sleeping could influence the strategy. And we established an expert group to bring together representatives from organisations that support people, local government and experts to provide knowledge, analysis and challenge. And I want to thank them all on behalf of this House for their contribution. To tackle the root causes of homelessness and break the cycle of failure, we must build more homes. We want to build 1.5 million new homes, including more social and affordable housing. That's more than that's been built for years. And this new programme could deliver around 300,000 social and affordable homes over its lifetime, with about 180,000 for social rent. Not having enough money is another cause of homelessness. The child poverty strategy presented to the House last week will lift 550,000 children out of poverty by 2030, including through the removal of the 2-child limit. And the implementation of the Renters' Rights Act will give more protection to renters by abolishing Section 21 no-fault evictions, closing a key route into homelessness. Building more homes and preventing homelessness overall will take time, but families living in squalid, overcrowding conditions simply cannot wait. The government will eliminate the use of B&Bs for families this Parliament and make sure temporary accommodation is livable on the rare occasion that homelessness can't be prevented. And we've already proven it's possible through innovation funded by our Emergency Accommodation Reductions Pilot programme. This programme funds new work to find more sustainable accommodation, inspection of properties, the acquisition of long-term accommodation for families, and support to make that transition. That's why in this strategy, we're increasing funding to 30 million to stop a wider range of poor practice, including the overuse of B&Bs and unsuitable out-of-area placements. We've got 950 million for the 4th round of the Local Authority Housing Fund. This means councils can invest in owning their own accommodation rather than paying through the nose to rent bad accommodation. And we'll explore partnering with social impact and institutional investors to use private finance and support from the National Housing Bank to yet further increase the supply of good quality temporary accommodation. Now, to make sure that children in temporary accommodation get the support they need, we will introduce a new duty on councils to notify schools, health visitors and GPs when a child is in temporary accommodation, a thing that members in this House have called for. And this will improve health outcomes and school attendance and reduce the risk of mortality for those children. And most crucially, we will work with the NHS to end the practice of discharging newborns with their mums into B&Bs. There is no worse feeling for any of us as public servants than seeing a man or woman on the street in need of help that we fail to give them. Over a third of people who've been sleeping outside have been doing so for months, some for years, with complex underlying needs who've been failed by services again and again, and this cannot continue. So today we're setting a target to halve the number of people sleeping rough long term by the end of this Parliament. We will help more vulnerable people off the streets and into stable housing by investing £124 million over the next 3 years in supported housing services. We'll provide £37 million to our partners working in the voluntary, community and faith sector to support recovery from homelessness. And we'll target £15 million for councils to test innovative approaches to helping people experiencing long-term rough sleeping, which is often complicated. In a country such as ours, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, we really should be able to prevent homelessness. But instead, hard-working professionals are stuck responding to crisis after crisis. Many councils have simply become overwhelmed by the costs, and people are having to face a night on the street just to access support in the first place. So I'm proud that this strategy prioritises targeted prevention of homelessness among vulnerable groups like young people and survivors of domestic abuse. We are providing more support to young people in supported housing, helping them develop the skills and independence they need, and by making work pay, crucially removing the work disincentive for those in temporary accommodation and supported housing. We're ensuring that a job is a reasonable and achievable outcome. Public institutions should lead the way in preventing homelessness. And this strategy sets our long-term ambition that no one leaves a public institution into homelessness, with cross-government targets to start that change to reduce homelessness from prisons, from care and from hospitals. And to force lasting system change, we'll introduce a duty to collaborate, to compel public services to work together to prevent homelessness. Now, we're backing up all of these actions with record level of funding. We've invested more than £1 billion for homelessness services this year, including the largest ever investment in prevention services. And I can announce today the allocation of an extra £50 million top-up to the Homelessness Prevention Grant this year to further boost the support available to people at risk of homelessness right now. And this strategy sets out how we'll provide a further £3.5 billion funding for homelessness and rough sleeping services over the next 3 years, with much more freedom and flexibility for councils to get on and do. Now, we've made our ambition clear, and we will hold ourselves accountable to achieve the outcomes we seek. This strategy sets out 3 new national targets, alongside commitments from 6 of our most crucial partner departments across Whitehall. The Interministerial Group on Homelessness and Rough Sleeping will continue to meet to deliver the strategy, and will publish a report on progress at least every 2 years, although, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have absolutely no doubt that members in this House will hold us accountable week in, week out for these targets. We'll monitor local progress with new outcomes metrics, with councils setting targets and publishing action plans. And on those goals, ending the use of B&Bs, halving long-term rough sleeping, and making sure that we increase the rate at which homelessness is prevented. I know that everyone in this House wants all of our places up and down the country to succeed, because now more than ever, we need our partners to join us in this mission. Councils, frontline public services, homelessness organisations, voluntary community faith groups. Together, if we join forces, this strategy will set us on the path to ending homelessness and deliver immediate action to improve the lives of people experiencing homelessness and rough sleeping. For every child without a bedroom to do their homework in, for every adult whose life could be turned around for want of an arm round their shoulder, for every person who just needs a home for Christmas and beyond, this plan is for you, and this government is for you too. And I commend this statement on our strategy to the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to thank the Minister for her remarks and for advanced sight of her statement. This is the 3rd time that I've had the opportunity to discuss the issue of homelessness with the Minister in the last 7 weeks. And I do not doubt that all honourable and right honourable members gathered here today share a strong desire to end rough sleeping and homelessness for good. Homelessness, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a social tragedy, wherever it occurs and for whatever reason. No one in our society should be forced to live on the streets, and it is incumbent on us all to do our best to ensure that our constituents can live a safe, decent and secure home. The Minister's reference to the horrendous figure of how many men, women and children have died while being homeless is a poignant reminder of why decisive action is critical. And although progress was made to that end under the previous government, work remains to be done. And I offer my full support to the government for their shared desire to end homelessness once and for all. As policymakers have increasingly come to appreciate, homelessness does not simply begin at the point when someone finds themselves on the street. Rather, it's rooted in long-term causes, whether they may be, for example, persistent issues with mental health or substance abuse, offenders stuck between prison and the streets with no place to go, or young people in care leaving the system without a fixed destination. I'm pleased to see that inspiration for working cross-departmentally has been taken from the previous government's Ending Rough Sleeping for Good strategy that brought 7 departments from across the government together to that end. The previous government implemented the Street Link to provide more support for those who are sleeping rough or those concerned with someone who is sleeping rough. This connects local authorities and charities and provides support for those who need it most in order to ensure quicker support. So we welcome the government taking action, but we need to see details of how this plan will be implemented in the long term to achieve their goals. Homelessness has reached a record high in the past year, with the number of households, including children in temporary accommodation, surging to historic highs. St Mungo's have estimated that long-term rough sleeping is up by 27% in London alone. So it is vital that the government look at the wider picture to see all the connected pressures. Only by making a concerted effort to reduce the cost of living and make private housing more affordable will government get people out of temporary accommodation and into long-term secure homes of their own. But with the government determined to spend ever-increasing amounts on welfare, increasing taxes and making it harder to employ people, they must square this with the negative impact it has on people's jobs. Labour promised to build 1.5 million new homes by the end of this Parliament. The Minister referred to that again in her remarks today. To make good their promise, they must build 300,000 new homes per year. But with only delivering 208,600 in 2024-25, they are already 91,400 behind their self-imposed target, which does not bode well for the future. The homelessness strategy has only just been published, and we will, of course, study it carefully. But there are some initial questions that I would like to put to the Minister today. With the government demonstrably failing to meet their housing targets, what guarantees will there be that they will make their new target on homelessness and plan to halve long-term rough sleeping? How will they make that promise cast iron? The government are pushing more responsibility onto local authorities by requiring councils to publish action plans in addition to their homelessness strategy. How will this actually help? Will this just result in more paperwork? The former Secretary of State promised to repeal the Vagrancy Act. Will the Minister update us on whether this is still the plan, and if it is, will she set out a clear timeline? The strategy makes mention of various new targets. What metrics will the government use to assess the success or otherwise of the strategy? Will the government report back to Parliament on progress regularly, and if so, with what frequency? In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, we all want this strategy to work. In that spirit, His Majesty's opposition will engage constructively with this plan, and we will scrutinise it as it is implemented.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for his comments. I'd like to particularly support members across the House for the cross-party way in which they've engaged on this strategy. We will disagree, and I'm sure that we will disagree about the manner in which sometimes social security is discussed from that side of the House. But where we agree, let's make every effort to put the people first who really need this strategy, and those are people who've been on the streets for too long and children who deserve a proper childhood, and I hope that that is an ambition that we can share together. He asked me a number of questions. On metrics, the department publishes a number of data sets that we're using to analyse the metrics. He's mentioned a couple of them in terms of the children in temporary accommodation and long-term rough sleeping. We also know how many people present themselves to councils at risk of homelessness, and we want to increase the rate at which that is prevented. And I'll make sure that we report regularly to Parliament on that. He mentions the Vagrancy Act. There are some other bits of legislation that need to come into force so that we can do that, but I'll write to him with the exact timings because it relates to the business of another department. On council's strategies and whether or not it's just paperwork, it very much is not, because if you look at the statistics, you can see that in some areas we've been able to get on top of B&B use, and there's more details in the strategy, and in other areas we haven't. So it's less about paperwork and more about transparency over outcomes and then action to make sure that the best practice informs what's going on everywhere. And, you know, he asks about targets and how cast iron there will be. I think thinking about the state of house building, it was always going to be the case that we had to ramp up over time. I am personally clear that these are achievable goals in this strategy, and I would welcome his support and the support of the rest of the House in making sure we see it done.
Chair of the Select Committee, Florence Eshelami.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement this afternoon, and also paying a tribute to the Honourable Member for Bethnal Green and Stepney and a Right Honourable Member for Ashton and Underline for their work on this. This is an area that they were both committed to when they were both in their previous roles. The Minister is correct in that reversing the tide of homelessness should certainly be a national priority, and it's a priority that will not happen overnight. We know that further action is going to be needed to ensure that councils have the support, because they are facing pressures, and particularly, as the Minister will know, collectively for London councils, they're facing pressures of £5 million a day just on TA. And one of the ways which the government can help alleviate and stop people from becoming homeless in the first instance is the issue with their rents. For a number of areas, including the Local Government Association, a number of cross-party support have been asking the government around the local housing allowance rates, in terms of looking at that to make sure people can afford to rent locally so they don't find themselves facing that threat of eviction and facing homelessness. Is this an area that the Minister is discussing with colleagues in the DWP and the Treasury in terms of making sure that our residents and tenants don't find themselves evicted? And I think about the many children who in 2 weeks from today will be opening their presents in another B&B or in another temporary accommodation, unsuitable temporary accommodation. For them and for many others, we have to make sure we get this right.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for her words and for her long-standing commitment to tackling homelessness in the capital and right across the country. She asked me about council pressures, and she's right to do so, because we are trying to address the inadequacies of council funding across the country. But at the moment, the cost of TA and the way that temporary accommodation is spiking in the demand pressures that it's putting on councils is going to make it ever harder for councils to balance their budget. And it serves nobody if we don't get this under control, because it's a waste of taxpayers' money, no less than it is a waste of childhoods, and we've got to get on top of it. She asks me about incomes and whether I discuss that with other departments. This is a cross-departmental strategy, and ministers from DWP and other departments have been very involved in it. At the heart of the problem is the lack of social housing, particularly in London, and that's why we need to build more. But I'm glad that this strategy is coming very closely after the child poverty strategy last week, which sought action to improve family incomes, not least the removal of the two-child limit.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Gideon Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we too, for the Liberal Democrats, welcome this statement and the additional funding but I will have some questions, certainly for Liberals from Beveridge to Stephen Ross, who introduced the first homeless legislation into this chamber. Tackling homelessness and poor housing has been central to allowing people to lead fulfilled and free lives that we want to see them lead. I also want to pay tribute to the Shared Health Foundation for highlighting the tragic figures that the Minister highlighted of children and babies dying with temporary accommodation being mentioned on the death certificate as one of the contributory factors. Truly tragic situation. 132,000 households in temporary accommodation, 12,000 households on the waiting list in my Somerset council area are far too many. One homeless household is, of course, far too many. And as I think it was the Honourable Member for Harrow East raised only the other week, there's been a 22% increase in the numbers of homeless people amongst those discharged from public institutions, which is, as the Minister has said, a massively important aspect to all of this. Our Liberal Democrat manifesto called for ending Section 21 evictions and for a Whitehall strategy on this, so we welcome both of those things, and it's excellent to see that they've happened. But we would want to urge the government to go further, in particular increasing the social housing target from the 18,000 to 150,000 social homes per year, or at least the 90,000 social homes per year that Shelter and the National Housing Federation say is required. But can I ask the Minister, therefore, in welcoming this statement, what is the timeline for completing the repeal of the Vagrants 3 Act provisions? Will the government uprate the local housing allowance to represent 1/3, the bottom third of rents, and index link that housing allowance to those rents? And when will housing benefit be effectively unfreezed by reviewing that local housing allowance? And finally, will the government consider exempting homeless people from the shared accommodation rate, which both reduces the quantity of housing available to them and, of course, impoverishes the quality of housing available to homeless people?
Minister.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Gentleman for his welcome of the strategy and for him joining the cross-party support for the objectives that we're trying to achieve. I think that's important that we make it clear where we have that agreement amongst parties. I just, in response to his welcome of the work of the Shared Health Foundation, I join him in that. It's very important work that they've done too. On the final question that he asked, there are exemptions to the shared accommodation rate, and I would encourage him to have a look at that part of the strategy. On the local housing allowance, I just mentioned to him the response I gave to my colleague, the chair of the Select Committee, a few moments ago. It is important that family incomes improve. That's why we took the steps that we did in the Child Poverty Strategy. On the Vagrancy Act, I responded to the Shadow Minister opposite, but I'll happily send him in detail the steps that we're taking to bring that about. And he mentions the need to increase social housing. I would commend to him the details published by my colleague, the Housing Minister, on this. I don't think any of us should have a cap on our ambition for building social and affordable homes, and I would encourage all parts of the country to get on with spending the investment that the Chancellor has allocated so that we can put a roof over people's heads.
Sean Woodcock.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this strategy and pay tribute to the Minister and her predecessors for the work that's gone into it. I'd also like to pay tribute to Banbury Young Homelessness Project in my constituency, who do great work with young people affected by homelessness, and I'd extend an invitation to the Minister to come and visit them at some point. One feature of the current housing crisis, however, is that temporary accommodation is often anything but. The Minister has reiterated the government's ambition to build 1.5 million homes during the course of Parliament. I'd be grateful, however, if the Minister could just provide some details as to how the government plans to accelerate the delivery of homes, particularly in areas like mine, where infrastructure issues are frequently a barrier to the delivery of much-needed affordable homes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member and my Honourable Friend for his question. He knows that I'm a fan of Banbury. and I'm hoping to get there before too long. And I would be most grateful to meet the organisations that he mentions. It sounds like they're doing sterling work, and I'm grateful to them for it. He mentions that temporary accommodation is often anything but, and that's true. The distinction that we're trying to draw in the strategy is one of quality, because good quality temporary accommodation can often help a family get back on the road to stability, but we see some really poor quality temporary accommodation. But in order to give people that long-term home that they can set down roots in, members will know that our planning bill has been proceeding through Parliament so that we can speed up the delivery of all housing, including the social housing we so desperately need.
Sir Edward Lee.
I welcome this statement, and of course we need a massive house building programme, and I suspect the government's going to have to strip away many more delays and controls if they're going to have any chance of meeting their own target. But does the Minister understand that there's a real lack of confidence in all this, because people see our own people on the streets not having proper housing, but they see people who enter the country illegally, migrants, just being held for months in comfortable hotels in idleness, and that if the government was to be really robust and arrest, detain and deport these people, not only could we concentrate more resources on those genuinely in need, and we could also actually save lives at sea.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Father of the House for his question. As part of this strategy, I've worked closely with my colleagues in the Home Office to support their priorities, to secure our borders, to deal with the dreadful criminality trafficking people across borders, and get the backlog down. That is the best way to mean that we can do as he suggests, which is have the resources to support people who fled conflict and who need to rebuild their lives. As part of this strategy, we want to make sure that where people have their case decided, they're a refugee and will be settling in the UK, we need to make sure that they get that help quickly. That means councils knowing where they are and there being support available. And I would welcome his support for that approach.
Annalise Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Homelessness pressures in Oxford, as she knows, are some of the worst in the whole country. Will she join me in commending Oxford City Council's plan to purchase 260 additional homes for temporary accommodation to get kids out of hotel rooms and other unsuitable accommodation and into decent quality, much cheaper accommodation? What will she do to back initiatives like that and to preserve Council's ability to impose requirements on developers so that they also provide social accommodation? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will join my honourable friend in commending Oxford City Council and their plans. That is exactly the sort of action that this strategy envisages. Get kids out of totally unsuitable B&B accommodation and help councils have the resources to acquire much better accommodation that then can stabilise family life. In order to back councils to do that, we've got the 950 million local authority housing fund that I mentioned earlier, and I want to see local authorities charging forward to tackle this problem. Oxford are not the only ones who are getting it right. There are others across the country, but I would encourage everybody to look at the approach that they are taking.
Rebecca Smith.
Deputy Speaker. The excellent team at Plymouth City Council worked tirelessly to tackle homelessness, but pressures on the private rented sector in the city increased because of the Renters' Rights Bill has hindered the supply of permanent move-on accommodation, and we know it doesn't all need to be social housing, we need those private rented homes as well. It accounts for sustained numbers of Plymouth households in temporary accommodation at around 440 a month, half in B&Bs, of which 40 are families. Now, whilst I recognise some support for councils to buy properties and aims for new home completions, the reality is that won't be enough. So how long will households in Plymouth have to wait for a home if they're currently in temporary accommodation? And is Plymouth one of the 20 local authorities being supported to eliminate B&B use for families as part of the child poverty strategy?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll have more to say about funding for local authorities specifically in the coming days. As she will know, we're expecting to the provisional statement for local authorities. She mentions the renters' rights. We know that Section 21 evictions are a significant cause of homelessness, and that's right. That's why it's right that we've brought those to an end through the Renters' Rights Act. Of course, we all want to see good quality private rented accommodation too. Any place needs a mix of housing so that people can have choice and a good community around them.
Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to thank my right honourable friend for bringing forward this strategy, which is very welcome and I know she's very personally committed to. There is a long-term ambition in the strategy to reduce the number of days of school missed by children in temporary accommodation. Is there a specific target around that? And in terms of building on the data transparency that we have around children from more deprived backgrounds, how does she envisage in more detail that this will be achieved? And in particular, is there an ambition, apart from just school days lost, to have a wider tracking of outcomes for these children, and particularly how many times they may return to temporary accommodation in the course of their childhood?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for her question. It's a really important one, and she'll know that the Department for Education is introducing the unique identifier, which is at the core of the data we need to track this properly. When she asked me about ambitions for days lost, in an ideal world, 0. But what we need to do is to get that work underway with the DFE and plot a course through the action plan over the weeks and months to come to get it reduced significantly.
Sarah Dyke.
Deputy Speaker, Glastonbury has the highest density of van dwellers in the UK, with around 300 people living in caravans. While some do choose this as a way of life, many are vulnerable or simply cannot afford to pay rent. They deserve a proper roof over their heads, because many of the caravans that they live in are simply not fit for accommodation. So what considerations has the Minister made in this strategy to support those being exploited by unscrupulous van lords in this unregulated market? And will she meet with me to discuss this ongoing crisis?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for her inputs into the strategy on behalf of her constituents, and of course we'll be happy to arrange a meeting.
Danny Beales.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for announcing a bold, radical and ambitious plan to end homelessness today, and much needed after the appalling record of the last 14 years. In particular, I'd like to draw attention to the target to eliminate the use of B&Bs for families. Having grown up myself in temporary accommodation and spent time in bed and breakfast, this is long overdue, so thank you. Today's plan is a major undertaking and will require cross-government working. So as a member of the Health and Social Care Select Committee, I'm pleased that the awful practice of discharging back to the street will be committed to end in the plan. Does the Minister agree with me that to get there, firstly, trusts are going to have to start accurately counting those who are homeless in hospital, which shockingly doesn't already happen, and secondly, that more support teams, such as the wonderful Pathways teams in many trusts, need to be rolled out across every eligible hospital trust?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his question. He demonstrates his own expertise in this area, both from his life experience, and this House is so much the better for having people in it that actually know what we're talking about today, but also from the considerable work that he has done on this matter. He mentions a couple of areas where we need to work with NHS and health colleagues, and that's exactly the nature of the work we've been doing, and I trust in him that he will use his place on the Health Select Committee to hold us all collectively to account.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the ambition to end homelessness and pay tribute to the Purfleet Trust, the King's Lynn Night Shelter, the Borough Council and other groups who are working hard and collaborating today to end rough sleeping and homelessness. How will this strategy and the resources help support their efforts and focus on intervention, prevention and more local accommodation?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and if I may, through him, give my own thanks to the organisations he's just mentioned in his constituency, who I'm sure are doing vital and important work. One of the biggest challenges for local authorities in recent years has been living hand-to-mouth, year-to-year funding, which they then pass on to the organisations that they fund. So having 3-year settlements that mean that there's a level of predictability will not only help organisations, be they a council or a voluntary sector organisation, to plan better, it will also mean that they can engage more in preventative work because they've got enough time to see the benefits.
Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her work for her commitment on this issue and on the child poverty strategy, which is not unrelated to the work in this. I think I want to welcome this strategy as a good first step in the right direction, and I think the focus on prevention and the duty to collaborate are particularly important, as is the new money for supported housing. I think the lack of a Homes England plan for supported housing has been a real gap, and we've seen supported housing units close as housing associations have struggled to balance what they have to do on compliance, on responsive repairs and on new development with wanting to offer supported units. I think helping people deal with the trauma of homelessness and deal with the underlying reasons why they became homeless in the first place is the best way of preventing reoccurrence. And we've seen that with Housing First programmes elsewhere. I was wondering whether she'll commit to monitoring the success of the supported housing element of this and whether she'll look to expand it in future if it's proved successful.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his apposite question. There is extra money for supported housing in the strategy, and of course we'll be monitoring the success of that. There's also money for recovery, because there's no doubt about it, people live with the trauma of homelessness for many years, and we need to help them move forward in life.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement and the aspiration to end homelessness, which is of course extremely welcome. I have two areas of concern. One is the insufficiency of council house building that's happening at the moment, and the way in which almost every local authority seeks in their terms to balance a development which includes then properties for sale or properties for a much higher than a social rent level, which means that in constituencies like mine, it ends up with actually the social cleansing of the entire borough, as people cannot get council housing because so much is being built for other people to make money out of. The second issue is on the private rented sector. Whilst I welcome the end of Section 21 of evictions, they're still going on, and they'll go on until May. Hundreds of people have been, thousands actually across the country, have been evicted through this process. Can she not do something to bring forward the implementation of abolition of Section 21 and look at the real issue, which is of rent control within the private rented sector, because we're subsidising it through taxpayers' money?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think I've responded a number of times on our ambitions on social housing and mixed communities. With regards to Section 21, the Honourable Member will have noted that we are investing more in this year to help councils respond to the crisis that we're facing now, as well as having long-term objectives.
Chris Hinchliffe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to welcome the Minister's work on this really important subject. Just after we came into office, Ministers committed from the dispatch box to a revolution in council house building. I have welcomed and noted the statements the Minister's made around social housing today, but she will be aware there are growing concerns around an increasing corporate ethos in housing associations. Many of them have a mixed record at best, and I've heard directly from constituents about the stark contrast in security of tenure in between when they were living in a council house home and now when it's by a house. So that Shelter are estimating nearly 400,000 people are currently homeless across the country. Can the Minister set out what the government will be doing to deliver that council housing revolution in constituencies like mine?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his question. I think housing associations will have heard the comments that he has made today, and I'm sure that all of them aspire to treat their residents with the utmost of respect and care, but they will have heard what he has said and will want to make sure that they fulfil that ambition.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would remind the House that under the Homelessness Reduction Act, which was passed and implemented in 2018, 1.7 million people in this country have prevented from becoming homeless in the first place. There is also a duty to refer, both on the health service, the prison service, the armed forces, and every statutory body. If they come across people that are threatened with being homeless, they must refer them on. So the Minister now is talking about a duty to cooperate and to assist, but what we must make sure, if she needs to revisit that duty to refer and put the onus on a cooperation between the two parties, that is fine. Equally, of course, she can and could implement the Supported Housing Act that I piloted through this place immediately, so that the supported housing that's provided is taken away from these rogue landlords that exploit vulnerable people. And I look forward to that being implemented equally. On the limited time I've had to read this report, there doesn't seem to be a mention of the rollout of Housing First. We know that this works. It puts a roof over people's head, and then we can build the network of support they need to actually implement getting them back on their feet. And finally, if she needs legislative change, my housing prevention bill received an unopposed second reading in this place, but awaits government approval and also awaits a committee stage and potential funding. So if she needs a legislative process, it's there ready to go.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his question? And actually, can I just thank him for his work over so many years on this issue? He mentions a number of legislative vehicles, some of which have already made a change and some of which could make a change. And I will work with him to do what we need. On the supported accommodation bill, he will have noticed in the budget that the Chief Secretary to the Treasury is leading some work on value for money in that sector. And I'll write him further with some details on that. On the duty to collaborate, I am sorry to say that I think that we are all aware as constituency MPs of terrible cases where homelessness could have absolutely clearly been prevented at a number of turns and wasn't. So I think two things are necessary. I do think we need to introduce a duty to collaborate and we'll work across the House to do that. But also we need transparency about results. And we know how many people present themselves to councils with a risk of homelessness. And this strategy sets out an objective to increase the number of cases where homelessness is prevented. So let's have transparency, let's have clarity about where it's happening and where it's not, and let's make sure that councils have the tools in the box to do the job.
Lead picture.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is deeply, deeply personal to me because I was one of those children 34 years ago, sat on a double mattress in a room, doing my GCSE revision, my coursework, and then having to sleep next to my mum and sister in a room while all that was going on. And that's why today is so remarkably important, and I'm so proud to stand here and be able to hear that we are going to do something about this, because I can tell this House, when that happens to you, you feel alone, you feel isolated, you feel no one cares, and your dignity and your self-respect sits in somebody else's hands. So there are thousands of children out there today who are in cramped B&Bs. I'm so glad that the Labour Party is going to end, the Labour government is going to end that unlawful practice and protect those families from being placed in those unsafe, unsuitable conditions.
Hear, hear.
So massively important for me is my patience. It runs out all the time on this. What is the timeline like to stop that happening to those children in B&Bs?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his contribution. I think children who are stuck in inappropriate B&Bs should know that they've got a champion in this House. They should know that there's someone who's been there too, and that they should know that they're not alone. And can I say the timeline for getting kids out of B&Bs is that we will end the use of B&B accommodation by the end of the Parliament in all but the most extreme cases, an absolute emergency. But, you know, it's already the law that children are not supposed to be in B&Bs for more than 6 weeks. It's been the law for 20 years. So what on earth is going on in this country when there are 2,000 children in such a situation? So I would say to him, let's work together, let's do something about it, and let's bring those numbers down very quickly.
David Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before entering this place, I spent nearly 2 decades working for the YMCA. And I have to say respectfully to the members opposite, the honourable members opposite, that their cuts had consequences. It's quite clear, as year after year that money was being taken away, it's no wonder that rough sleeping doubled, more than doubled actually, since 2010. So I warmly welcome this statement today. And I want to pay particular attention to the importance of listening to people who've had lived experience. We've heard about some of the lived experience today. It's important they help to shape our services and solutions. Now, in Stoke-on-Trent, Expert Citizens, under the leadership of Darren Murinas and Andy Meakin, is led by people with real lived experience, homelessness, mental health, addiction problems, and they use their voices to help shape local services. So, my question to the Minister, do you agree with me that we must do all we can to support organisations like Expert Citizens to continue to do the excellent work they do?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do thank my friend for his question, and I do agree with him, and the fact that I and the ministerial team who produced this report agree with him can be evidenced by the foreword that's been written by the people who didn't just come to ministers and give their experience and say what they've been through, though they did do that. They also shaped policy, and that is exactly how it should be, and I thank the honourable member for reminding us of that.
Lawrence Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statement from the Minister and the focus of ending homelessness. I've met with many and heard many harrowing stories from constituents in Gravesham, so this is a welcome step. There aren't enough council homes, and where councils need to use private temporary accommodation, so many of them are poor quality, and yet these landlords are taking that public money. The additional funds are therefore welcome so we can expand the council homes. Would the Minister consider visiting Gravesham so that she can see these ambitious plans for herself to help end homelessness?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend for her question. She makes a really, really important point about the use of taxpayers' money, and she will have heard in responses that I've already given that the Chief Secretary to the Treasury is leading some work across ministers to get underneath some value for money questions in the provision of support for people who would be homeless. And I think that's really important because we can't afford to waste a penny in this mission, and I would be delighted to come to her constituency.
Mark Summers.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for the strategy today and agree with its stated aims. I especially welcome the ending of the use of the unlawful use of B&Bs for families. And I think we've already heard the case so powerfully stated by my honourable friends, the members for Uxbridge and South Ruislip and the member for Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme, as just why that is so important. Now, in Morley, I'm supporting, my team and I are supporting a particularly complex case of an individual who is homeless, but while the details are complex, the outcome is simple. They're sleeping in shop doors across Morley. Would the Minister consider meeting with me to discuss this case to ensure that this strategy will cover them so that we can get them off the streets and into a home?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his points. He makes his case very well, and if you care to send me some details of the case, I will of course meet him.
The final question, Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I do thank the Minister for her statement. And I hope she'll accept my apology for being a little bit late. I missed the first few seconds. But I have read it. I've read it. So, in a few hours, I'll be getting the train back to Scotland. And this is a place where Scottish Labour recently forced the Scottish Government to declare a housing emergency, made worse by the fact it cut the affordable housing budget in Scotland by 37% between 2023 and 2025. Hundreds of households are in hostels and B&Bs in Edinburgh, and we're now in a crazy situation where the council is going to use tourist tax income to build houses to move homeless people out of B&Bs and put them in those houses so that tourists can actually get into B&Bs where they should be. It's absolutely incredible. So I'm sure my constituents will be listening to your statement with envy and also be thinking about how that money could be spent in Scotland if the government there had the same kind of ambition. So I do thank her for the statement. But she will know when it comes to homelessness, one of the categories of people that people are most concerned about is veterans. And you did talk about public services and public institutions. And I know the MOD is doing great work to prevent veterans from becoming homeless and supporting them when they are. But is your strategy connecting with what the MOD is doing?
It's
the Minister's strategy,
sorry. I'd like to thank Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend, for his question. He's right, of course. The great city of Edinburgh deserves a lot better in so many ways, and I support all that he has said, and I long for the day when we can have a pan-UK, including Scottish Labour strategy to end homelessness where we work together, which we will do. I would just say to him on veterans, it will be important to us all to know that people who've served our country are supported in every aspect of their life afterwards. And it is an absolute disaster if a former member of the armed forces experiences homelessness. That's why the MOD have played a full part in the creation of this strategy. I've spoken to the Minister for Veterans directly about it, and through her Op Valor work and other things, we're making sure that we've got the care and support for veterans that is needed, because they deserve the absolute best.
And that concludes the statement. I'll just give the front benches a few moments to cross over. We now come to the backbench debate on St Andrew's Day and Scottish affairs, and I call Graham Downey, who will speak for up to 15 minutes. Graham Downey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I begin by thanking the Backbench Business Committee for the opportunity to mark St Andrew's Day today and to discuss Scottish affairs. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a Fife MP, I will of course begin by noting that we have the town of St Andrews at the opposite end from my own part of the kingdom, and it's always a pleasure to see the member for North East Fife in her place. Obviously not as important or as beautiful as anywhere in Dunfermline and Dollar, but a place long associated with Scotland's patron saint, and of course famous for being the home of golf. Madam Deputy Speaker, across Scotland we celebrate not only our connection to St Andrew, but the thread that runs through our national story. A generous spirit, a quiet strength, and a belief that community, work and learning can change lives. As the member for Dunfermline and Dollar, I see those qualities every day in the people and in the places that have shaped our history and will build our future. And today I want to talk in three parts: Scotland as it was, Scotland as it is, and Scotland as it could be. In doing so, I will speak to the opportunities that different generations have experienced, to the prospects that Scotland now must champion, to the importance of our infrastructure, and to the lessons we can take from St Andrew's life itself. I will also celebrate organisations... Sorry, I'm happy to wait normally.
Thank you very much. I thank the honourable member for giving way, especially so early in his speech. But he talks about Scotland as we were. Does he share my concern that too often our history has been oversimplified, over-romanticised, and focused on William Wallace, Robert Bruce, and this entanglement with England, and hasn't looked at Scotland's contribution not only to British history, but to world history and our achievements in the engineering field, for example?
Can I thank the honourable member for her intervention, and indeed for indeed sponsoring this application to the Backbench Business Committee. She has anticipated one of the points that I will be making later on, and I should say my speech doesn't mention either of the key figures in Scottish history that she mentions, but does, however, mention many others. And in this speech, I will embody some of those other names that particularly associate with my part of the world, like King Malcolm, St Margaret, and Mary Queen of Scots, through to Andrew Carnegie and beyond. And while I do not intend to start a civil war this afternoon, I will perhaps not dwell on the most famous person to be born in Dunfermline, a certain Charles I, a name I understand very well known in these parts, of course. When we talk about Scotland as it was, we should be proud of our history, but we should also acknowledge the difficulties and the errors that have led to our present. Celebrating Scots abroad, in every corner of the world, in every airport you land, every bar. But we must also remember Scotland's past. The past you see when you look up in cities like Glasgow and across the country, and the remnants of the slave trade that Scotland also profited from. And when we talk about the British Empire and its legacy, both positively and negatively, as we rightly should, Scotland must be part of all sides of that conversation as well. We must weigh the legacy that older generations built, the conditions they enjoyed, and the sacrifices they made against the obligations we owe to younger people today. Madam Deputy Speaker, in my own constituency, Dunfermline is a place where the past walks with us. Simultaneously, Scotland's newest and oldest city, beneath our streets lies St Margaret's Cave, a place of reflection linked to a queen whose charitable deeds still resonate. It reminds us that the spiritual heart of our country rests not in institutions, but in the everyday acts of care for neighbour and stranger. Madam Deputy Speaker, few names loom larger than Andrew Carnegie. Born in Dunfermline, Carnegie's journey from a weaver's cottage to global philanthropy is the essence of the Scottish ladder of opportunity. Education, enterprise and duty to community. Carnegie understood that libraries, learning and practical skills were not luxuries. They were the engines of mobility and civic confidence. The more a society invests in open knowledge, the more its people can change their lives. Beyond Fife, Scotland's identity was also forged in its coalfields. In Lanarkshire, Ayrshire, the Lothians and beyond, coal powered our factories, heated our homes and drove our railways and ships. Coalfield communities were not just clusters of employment, they were webs of support. Cooperative societies, miners' institute, working men's clubs, brass bands and the social infrastructure that turned wages into lives. And yet we must be honest, older generations did grow up in an era when the opportunity of a path from school to a skilled job was more certain, when housing was more affordable, when public spaces were continually endowed. For many, the apprenticeship or the training scheme led to a stable employment, social housing, the state, industry and unions wrestling, however imperfectly, towards fairer settlements. Now that does not mean life was easy. The safety net was less secure, working conditions were tougher, child poverty was higher, life expectancy was shorter, but the stability and prospects for generational improvement were clearer. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to move on to Scotland as it is, through my eyes. Where is it that the Scotland of the past has led us? What do we see around us? And I want to particularly focus on the support we provide for older people in need versus the young. Madam Deputy Speaker, we see an intergenerational gap in assets, wages and housing security. Graduates and non-graduates alike report difficulty in finding stable, well-paid work in their field. The cost of renting has increased, deposits for mortgages remain out of reach for many, and the certainty associated with long-term careers is less common. For the first time since World War II, our children's generation is projected to be poorer than their parents. Madam Deputy Speaker, younger people come from an uncertain past. The financial crisis of 2007-2008 left deep scars. Brexit, a decision that has reduced young people's opportunity through a decision made for them by older people. A pandemic that not only affected the same people hit hardest by the crash, but became intergenerational by now hitting their children. A pandemic where we asked young people to sacrifice their tomorrow to protect their elders today. Madam Deputy Speaker, St Andrew spoke of the importance of service to others, respect and compassion. What better example can you find of those values than our nation's young people today? But it is any wonder that those young people, with that uncertain past and uncertain present, look around and wonder why older people are the ones with the skills the economy needs, the ones they never got the opportunity to have. Where older people have the wealth they never had the opportunity to gather, the security of their own home, while they languish in childhood bedrooms. This, along with the certain and increasing income granted to older generations by successive governments that younger generations will likely never see. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not intended to be a council of despair. It's a call to rebuild the ladder, more rungs, stronger rails and clearer signposts. And the answer, Madam Deputy Speaker, lies in proper economic strategy and skills. We have seen this UK Labour government acknowledge mistakes of the past, which presented a university education as a guaranteed path to secure higher income, a myth blown truly and utterly wide open. This government has sought to place apprenticeships on the same level of importance and pride because our economy desperately needs technical and professional skills, learning by doing and learn by the book. To misquote slightly a book many of us will have read at school, and I'm sure some of our teachers will be delighted to know that we still remember, we need both the Chris of the land and the Chris of the books. Scotland should be the best place in the UK to learn a trade, upgrade a qualification or pivot mid-career. Happy to give one.
Well, as the London MP, I have to step in for the Honourable Member for Strangford. Who isn't here, but I do want to make the connection in terms of the vibrancy of Scottish universities, where I know that constituents from my constituency travel as far as Scotland to get that world-class education. On a recent trade envoy visit to Nigeria, speaking to some of the staff in the FCDO who studied in Scottish universities, does my honourable friend agree with me that in making sure we invest in education is a good way in terms of looking at economic regeneration and the support?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her intervention? I couldn't agree with her more. Indeed, St Andrews University, obviously, as I mentioned, the place at the beginning, an absolute heart of education in Scotland, along with other institutions in places like Edinburgh, Glasgow, and across the country. As I see the university arguments breaking out already across the opposite benches, or is it a rare moment of agreement between two parties? Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, more employers, as someone who went to Stirling University, I should also add, we have many universities across the country who are all able to contribute. Madam Deputy Speaker, more employers should co-design curriculums, colleges must be funded to deliver practical modern teaching, and learners of all ages must be supported with opportunities, transport and clear progression routes. There's so much more we can do to make it easy for a care worker to earn a digital health certification, as it is for a technician to gain offshore safety accreditation, or for a veteran to translate military skills into civilian qualifications. And Madam Deputy Speaker, when we talk about uncertainty for young people, when we talk about the uncertainty young people face in their future, most people now approaching retirement never saw world affairs so unstable, never dreamed of a land war in Europe, or saw global power politics like we have today. And yet that is the future that young people are navigating. In a continuing series of once-in-a-generation crisis to impact this generation of young people, the war in Ukraine is fueling rises in the cost of living is one of the most long-lasting they will see, and in a world that has spent the resources needed to tackle the problem. Madam Deputy Speaker, it will come as no surprise to anyone in this House, this does bring me the opportunity to talk about my favourite topic, the contribution of the defence industry to Scotland. Whether it is the security, technological or economic threat from Iran or China or Russia's invasion of Ukraine, young people not only have to face this, but are the ones who will be asked to fight this, hopefully only in an economic and social terms. Scotland's defence footprint is both strategic and local. Shipbuilding, aerospace, cyber, logistics, from the yards that turn steel into hulls to the bases that secure our airspace, to the SMEs that supply components and services, defence sustains skilled employment, supports innovation and anchors communities. We should celebrate the engineers and the fabricators, the logisticians and the technologists, the world-class workers whose labours keep our nation safe and advance our industrial capability. Madam Deputy Speaker, in energy, Scotland stands at the crossroads of legacy and leadership. The North Sea still matters for investment, jobs, tax revenues and world-class expertise. At the same time, renewables are no longer a promise, they're a present reality. Offshore wind, onshore wind, tidal, hydro, solar and emerging hydrogen technologies. Madam Deputy Speaker, the lesson of the first energy era is plain. If you export raw resource and import finished value, you risk missing wealth multipliers. In the second energy era, Scotland must build, service, innovate and train our workforce for the new jobs, good quality, well-paid jobs that will follow. Thanks to this Labour government, our ports, fabrication yards and grid infrastructure is being upgraded, but the benefits of this will not be felt for years and likely mean costs will rise by far less than they otherwise would, rather than reduce in absolute terms. Madam Deputy Speaker, like in the financial crisis, we are asking young people to thank us for avoiding a not experienced counterfactual rather than seeing or feeling some real improvements. Madam Deputy Speaker, despite the challenges, I believe Scotland stands on a solid foundation. We are outward-looking, we are innovative and we are compassionate. But to be future-focused, the promise of real practical opportunity must be renewed for everyone. The nurse in Dunfermline, the apprentice in Dollar, the graduate in High Valleyfield, the veteran retraining in Rosyth, the parent seeking a second chance at college, or the care leaver negotiating their first tenancy. If St Andrews teaches us anything, it is that influence need not be loud to be profound. Tradition tells us he was a bridge builder, a bringer of people to a higher calling, and a man whose life spoke of hospitality, humility and service. In a divided age, Scotland could choose to lead by those virtues, welcoming, learning, working and serving, but not as slogans, but as social habits. While Scotland talks greatly about these virtues, we should remember we have the same challenges in making them real as other parts of the United Kingdom and indeed around the world. We are not alone, nor are we exceptional. The rules apply to us as much as they do to others. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must build a settlement where older generations can contribute their wisdom, mentor apprentices and access retraining at all points without stigma, and where younger generations find and build dignity through quality careers that help them secure housing, develop skills and enter careers with stability and progression, where they have the opportunity to hand on a world in a better state than it was given to them to build their lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, we can design skills pathways that reflect our national character, practical, rigorous and humane. Imagine an ecosystem where Carnegie's legacy of free libraries becomes digital learning commons, where college workshops connected to local firms, where defence apprentices rotate into civilian advanced manufacturing, and where energy sector traineeships are co-delivered by colleges, employers and unions. Credentials should be stackable and portable so that a 19-year-old turbine technician can later specialise in grid management, hydrogen systems or any other sector without needing to start from scratch. Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing, in celebrating St Andrew's Day, we should always embrace our civic and cultural soul. But I may take you back to St Margaret's Cave in Dunfermline, where Queen Margaret came to pray over 900 years ago, and whose Saint's Day is on the 16th of November, just 2 weeks before St Andrews. It is a reminder that reflection and service are not opposites. Carnegie's legacy tells us that public learning multiplies across generations. Our local institutions, schools, colleges, voluntary groups prove that community is built by hands, hearts and habits. If we want Scotland as it could be, we must sustain the places where Scotland is. The library, the workshop, the youth organisation, the working man's club, the community centre, the church hall, the cafe, the sporting venue, and yes, the pub, the bookies, the chippy and the bingo. The quiet networks of trust are the strongest parts of our infrastructure. Madam Deputy Speaker, what we must build is a society which is fairer, has more opportunity, more dignity, more security for every young person starting out and every older person seeking to contribute anew. Scotland as it was gave us our foundations. Scotland as it demands our fidelity. And Scotland as it could be awaits our work. Thank you.
The question is as on the order paper. David Mundell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for Dunfermline and Dollar on securing this debate and for the opportunity it gives us to consider some of the important issues currently facing Scotland. As a member of the Scottish Parliament in 1999, I was very disappointed not to have the opportunity to take part in the previous debate reflecting on 25 years of devolution, because I wanted to pay tribute in particular to 3 colleagues that we had lost over the summer. Firstly, Sir George Reid, who was the second presiding officer, and although an SNP member, Sir George always put the Parliament ahead of politics. Indeed, I voted for him in the 1999 election for the presiding officer against party advice, which was to support Lord Steele. I've never regretted that decision. I also wanted to pay tribute to my own colleague, Jamie McGrigor, who was one of the great characters of the Scottish Parliament, and many a night spent after parliamentary proceedings, Madam Deputy Speaker, with his guitar and several drinks consumed. And then finally, I want to pay tribute to my own constituent, the late Ian Jenkins, who was the first member for Teaddale Ettrick and Lord Adale, a Liberal Democrat member of the Parliament, and a very well-respected figure who, even when he left the Scottish Parliament, played an enormous part in the community across the borders and is greatly missed by all who knew him. It won't, well, it may surprise members, but for my constituents, this is not the single most important debate taking place at this moment that will affect my constituents, because at this very moment, SNP-led Dumfries and Galloway Council are proposing that £68 million be invested in a flood prevention scheme in Dumfries. Only a relatively few months ago, that scheme was to cost £25 million. This scheme has ballooned for no proper explanation to a figure of 68 million. And in my view, there's maybe a few moments left still to influence councillors, if I have any influence at all with them, to reject that proposal, which in my view would be a criminal waste of money for a council that is closing rural schools and struggling to provide basic services such as maintaining our roads. So I hope my plea makes it across the ether to Dumfries. I will.
So I do thank him for giving way, and this is a real question. In my previous life as an academic, I did get a little bit involved in that project, but it was many years ago, so I'm really surprised that it's not yet been delivered in some shape or form. I'm sure the local authority is working hard on it, But surely if the work had taken place much sooner, it would have been much more cost effective and perhaps delivered benefits to people well before now.
I'm sure we don't want to go down the blind alley of a long discussion about this flood prevention scheme, but it was the subject of a public inquiry, because one of the most important parts of this issue is that it does not command public support. And that, in my view, is the reason that there have been numerous delays and that it has not been progressed. And today is the opportunity to end all the uncertainty and to say, no, this project is not going ahead. But of course, in our democracy, it will be for councillors to decide, and we will, of course, respect their decision, Madam Deputy Speaker. All of us representing constituencies in Scotland know only too well the story of the past 2 decades of SNP government. Has been one of stagnation, mismanagement, and in many cases outright failure when it comes to the stewardship of our public services. Education standards in Scotland's schools are on the slide. We have fewer police on the streets, and those streets and roads are in a poor state of repair as vital transport infrastructure does not receive the investment it needs. But across all of Scotland's public services, few are under such intolerable strain as our NHS. Just a few weeks ago, the SNP's Cabinet Secretary for Health was boasting of cutting NHS waiting times while ignoring the fact that there are now 86,000 cases of patients who have been stuck for more than a year on waiting lists. That's higher than in 2022, when the Scottish Government pledged to eradicate the problem by September 2024. And now, more than a year on from that broken promise, SNP ministers are claiming that they will wipe out waits of over 12 months, this time by March next year, conveniently just in time for May's elections. I will indeed.
I thank the honourable member for giving way in a very impressive speech, very important speech for Scotland. And would he agree with me that in March of next year, Scotland will stand at a very important crossroads where our future may be decided on how we pursue that election and who wins that election, and that the time has come for change to address the very problems of which he speaks?
The honourable lady will be pleased to hear that change in Scotland is the theme of my speech, because, like her, I agree we desperately need it. Now, in relation to SNP promises, we've heard it all before. Year in, year out, the SNP boasts about bringing down waiting times, which ring hollow in the ears of patients whose own experience is of being left to languish on those very same lists. And it's not just on waiting times that the Nationalists have let Scotland's patients down. Emergency departments, the service people turn to in their most desperate hours, are overwhelmed. A year ago, more than 76,000 people waited over 12 hours in A&E before getting treatment. That's compared to just 784 in 2011. Indeed.
Very grateful to the right honourable member. I'm struggling a little bit, though, to reconcile his rhetoric with the facts. The facts in Scotland being that waiting lists have been falling in Scotland for 5 months in a row up until now. And he moved then on to emergency health care, and where Scotland's core A&E functions outperformed England's and Wales consistently year after year. How does he reconcile that dichotomy?
Well, the first reconciliation which I make, because this is, as members across the chamber know, a well-used SNP tactic of constant comparison with other places, rather than focusing on their delivery compared to their promises. And that it's very clear that in relation to what has been promised by the Scottish Government and what has been delivered, there is a huge discrepancy. I will indeed.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Just to his point about waiting lists, is it not the case that there are more people waiting more than 2 years in individual health boards in Scotland than the whole of England? Does he agree with me that that is a disgrace of the Scottish Government?
I do, and what the honourable lady points out is what we've just seen again, is the shuffling of the figures, so that the best figures are presented, but those 86,000 people that I quoted who've been on the list for more than a year are erased from the debate. It's all about smoke and mirrors. Analysis of this astonishing increase in waiting times by the Royal College of Emergency Medicine found it has likely contributed to more than 1,000 needless deaths, despite the best efforts of frontline staff who have been failed by the SNP's inaction. And what of the strain on those hard-working NHS workers? Last year, data revealed that NHS frontline staff were forced to cover understaffed shifts on 348,675 occasions. That's hundreds of thousands of times when there were simply not enough staff on hospital wards and other care settings to meet Scotland's healthcare needs. A recent report by the Royal College of Nursing Scotland warned that over the year to May 2025, at no point has NHS Scotland employed the number of nursing staff needed to deliver safe and effective care. The warning signs have been there for years, but the Scottish Government has failed to act on workforce planning, and it's patients and health service workers who are paying the price of that failure. Of course, the healthcare crisis, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Scotland isn't restricted to our hospitals. Anyone who represents a rural constituency like mine will be acutely aware of the often severe pressure on GP services, where face-to-face appointments can be difficult to obtain. And that's to say nothing of the near impossible job of getting registered with an NHS dentist. In Dumfries and Galloway, which has one of the worst rates of NHS dental registration, more than 40% of residents are not registered with a dentist. Not because they don't want to be, but because practices are not taking on new patients and thousands of existing patients have been deregistered. Indeed.
Especially journalists to give way again. On general practice, which he's just touched upon, I'm not suggesting for 1 minute everything is perfect in Scotland, but our constituents enjoy, on average, or not on average, as an actual fact, 83 general practitioners per 100,000 population. That compares to 67 in Wales and 64 in England. So how much worse must it be for constituents in England and Wales compared to our constituents?
Well, I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're back to the old record. We've heard that record so many times. It doesn't wear thin. It must be digital now so that it can be reproduced in just the same words as I've heard for the last 20 odd years. It's not what the experience of my constituents in Dumfries and Galloway is in relation to getting a dentist. They hold the Scottish Government accountable for whether or not they have a dentist and the promises that the Scottish Government have made in that regard. SNP ministers say the situation in relation to dentists is challenging, but that's no substitute for the action we need to solve Scotland's dental deserts like Dumfries and Galloway. And what of Scotland's social care system, the very services meant to protect the vulnerable, the elderly and those in need? Unions and public service watchdogs have repeatedly condemned persistent delays in discharging patients which clog up hospitals and deny timely care to people who should be at home or in community care. Staffing is chronically inadequate, care homes are overstretched, home care services are chaotic, and families often wait weeks, sometimes months, to get support for loved ones. Long-standing plans to deliver a national care service collapsed this year, having consumed tens of millions of pounds of taxpayers' money, but without delivering a single additional hour of social care to those who need it. It's the record of the Scottish SNP government summed up. Make bold promises of reform, spend millions of pounds, blame everybody else, but especially Westminster, when it all falls apart. For years, the SNP has made those bold promises. Promises of better healthcare, stronger social care, more GPs, more nurses, fewer waiting lists, an improved social care framework, but the facts speak for themselves. GP and dentist numbers remain too low, and constituents like mine struggle to get appointments. Too many newly qualified young medical professionals leave Scotland even as vacancies are unfilled. More than £2 billion spent on agency and bank nurses and midwives over the past 5 years because of a lack of proper workforce planning. 1 in 9 of Scotland's population, Madam Deputy Speaker, is currently on an NHS waiting list in Scotland. And despite the hard work of NHS staff working in the most challenging of circumstances, public satisfaction with the NHS in Scotland has plummeted to the lowest level since devolution. Once you strip away all the self-congratulatory boasting of the ministers, this is the reality of the NHS in Scotland after 2 decades of SNP rule. An older person waiting weeks for home care, a mother with a child waiting years for mental health support, a nurse driven to burnout, a cancer patient left waiting on a list so long that even Scotland's First Minister says it is not acceptable. I will.
I think the honourable member is making a clear case about recruitment in Scotland, and I think that's a fair point. But one of the key issues that's caused some of the difficulties of recruitment, not just in Scotland but the rest of the UK, of course, is Brexit, which your party supported. And of course, we're in the state we're in today. And actually, according to the Royal College of Nursing, they have said the UK government's new visa rules will mean the NHS would cease to function, unquote. Does the honourable member agree that there needs to be a bespoke visa system for Scotland so that we can get adequate resources and people into the places needed in the Scotland's NHS?
Well, I think one factual point that's worth making, of course, is that in Brexit, 1/3 of those people who supported independence did vote for Brexit. As the honourable gentleman knows, in government, I myself looked at various schemes that could operate separately in Scotland, but ultimately we found that those schemes were unworkable.
I thank the honourable member for giving way again, and he's been very generous with his time. But he mentioned the problems that we're facing with mental health care in Scotland. I know I had a parent come to me distraught last weekend. They have been told that there is no prospect at the moment of their son getting the treatment he needs because there is not a psychiatrist available in NHS Lothian in that part to deal with them. But this is not a single case. Does the honourable member agree with me that what we need in Scotland is a root and branch examination of where healthcare has gone wrong for everyone?
I do agree with the honourable lady, but it also needs a fundamental acknowledgement that there has not been the workforce planning that was required and is the responsibility of the Scottish Government, not people in England, not people in Wales or somewhere else. These responsibilities lie with the Scottish Government, and they should be held accountable for the way in which they've exercised them. So, given the list of deficiencies that I have set out, Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to the Scottish Government on a whole range of issues, but most particularly the NHS, let's demand better on behalf of all of Scotland from Scotland's Government.
Chair of the Scottish Affairs Committee, Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Deputy Speaker. When we talk of Scotland, I'm afraid my mind does sometimes wander to that other place at Holyrood. But it's a pleasure to speak in this debate about St Andrew's Day and Scottish Affairs, and I congratulate my friend, the member for Dunfermline and Dollar, for securing this debate, but also for an excellent opening speech. Can I also add my thoughts to the families of the former colleagues mentioned by my friend, the Honourable Member for Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale, who we lost this year. They were, without exception, good parliamentarians, good people and good friends. They will be missed. But in a debate On Scottish Affairs, it would be remiss of me not to mention the work of the Scottish Affairs Committee, which of course I chair. The committee met for the first time in this Parliament just 2 days after it was formally re-established, and we've been working non-stop ever since. Although the committee's remit covers the Scotland Office, in practice we examine any issue affecting Scotland where the UK Government has a responsibility or interest. This results in a very varied programme. In the last year, we undertook 5 inquiries covering topics you might expect, such as energy, the Barnett Formula and Scotland's industrial transition. However, we also considered less obvious topics where Scotland leads the way or is implementing original approaches. For example, one of our inquiries looked at the impressive potential of Scotland's space launch sector, and we eagerly await the UK's first rocket launch next year from the Saxavord spaceport in the Shetland Islands. And I know that members of the committee thoroughly enjoyed the visit and found that their experience at Saxavord was enlightening with regard to the potential of that industry for our country. But we've also examined in detail the establishment of the Thistle in Glasgow's East End. The Thistle is, of course, the UK's first sanctioned safer drug consumption facility and reflects a pioneering approach to drugs policy. So far, we've produced 4 reports, and those of you who have not quite sorted out your Christmas reading might want to pop down to the table office and collect a copy of each of them, because they do make very interesting reading, I would suggest. And we've just launched 4 new inquiries for 2026. These cover digital and fixed-link connectivity, defence skills and jobs, and the future of Scotland's high streets. Now, if I may say so, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the most enjoyable aspects of the committee's work is getting out of Westminster and visiting businesses, communities and leaders across Scotland. And just this week, the committee was on the Isle of Skye, hearing first-hand about connectivity issues experienced by some of the most remote communities in the UK. We have also visited Shetland, the Western Isles and key parts of Scotland's energy industry on the East Coast. And I would suggest that in no other committee of this House would you find yourself visiting community energy projects in the Hebrides one week and having tea and cake on a nuclear submarine the next. So seeing operations and engaging with stakeholders firsthand provides unparalleled insight which we bring back to Westminster and use to inform our reports. The aim of this scrutiny is to ensure the work of the UK Government reflects Scotland's unique strengths, interests and needs. And in each of our reports, we set out how the Government can do that. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my fellow committee members whose hard work, commitment and good humour makes our work possible. Now, this debate is of course about St Andrew's Day and about Scottish Affairs, and I'm now going to talk a little bit about St Andrew. Surprise, surprise. He is of course the patron saint of Scotland as well as of Russia and Greece. And the New Testament tells us that he was the first of the apostles chosen by Jesus, and that he was ultimately martyred for his beliefs in Patras in Greece. And we are told that Andrew asked those who would crucify him not to do so in a traditional upright cross, because he was not worthy to die in the same way as Christ. And that is why his cross is of a diagonal design, and that cross with its blue and white design forms, of course, Scotland's national flag, the saltire. We're also told that Andrew brought his brother Simon Peter to Christ. He did not try to keep his new and inspirational friend to himself, but instead encouraged his brother and others to embrace and follow Christ. We are also told that it was he who found the little boy with the basket of loaves and fishes and brought him to Jesus so that the crowd which had followed him could eat. He also arranged for some Greek people who wished to meet Jesus to do so. As a result of these stories, he is often spoken of as an intermediary, someone who was open and encouraging of others and who worked hard to bring people to Jesus through his missionary work. And I mention this because I believe that those attributes are reflected in the character of Scotland. Now, we don't have an exclusive right to those values, and we don't always get it right, but we are generally a welcoming, supportive and encouraging place with a warm welcome for the stranger. We have experienced waves of immigration over the centuries. Irish immigrants sought refuge from the economic difficulties of that island, my own family among them. And at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, we saw many Italian families come to Scotland. After the Second World War, we had many Polish people seek refuge with us, and many people from the Indian subcontinent came to our country after partition. I remember very well the Chilean refugees, many of whom came to Drumchapel in my constituency, seeking safety, having escaped from the brutal regime of the dictator Pinochet. In recent years, we've welcomed many Ukrainian refugees, and it's always a pleasure to attend the events held to celebrate their annual Independence Day, which are held in Victoria Park in my constituency, and are always an absolute joy, even if my painting skills haven't got any better over the years. But all of that is the reason why the comments made last week by the Leader of Reform were so objectionable. He attempted to sow division in Glasgow by describing our multilingualism in the city schools as cultural smashing. What he chose to misunderstand, and I think he chose to misunderstand, is that many languages are spoken by families in our city, including Scots, Gaelic and British Sign Language. And that for many children in Gaelic medium education and in BSL education, English is not the language in which they are taught. And such comments by any politician are despicable. I certainly will.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable lady and colleague, Chair of our Select Committee. She's making a really powerful point about Scotland's identity and our values. She is a unionist and I am a nationalist. I don't think for one second that I'm any more proud of my flag than she is proud of hers. Does she agree with me that we must do everything that we can to prevent our St Andrews flag being hijacked for those that would seek to use it against the very values that make Scotland such a welcoming place and always has been?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my colleague and honourable friend for that comment. I actually come on to talk about the flag in just about a paragraph, I suggest, so I'll perhaps not answer the member directly just at this moment. But as I was saying, I think comments such as those we heard last week are despicable, and I, for one, will continue to praise and welcome the work of teachers across Glasgow who work to support bilingual families and multiculturalism too. And there's much good work going on to promote that within the City of Glasgow. In my own area, Thriving Places Drumchapel holds every year a Hope Not Hate event, which is well attended and which showcases the talents that young people from other countries, other traditions, have brought to our local areas. Now, I mentioned earlier that the saltire is the flag of St Andrew and the flag of Scotland. It doesn't belong to any one of us. It doesn't belong to any political party. And like the man whose death we should remember when we consider the flag, it is a flag of welcome and inclusion, and we would all do well to remember that. I have no problem with people celebrating their nationality by flying their flag, whichever flag that happens to be. But when that flag is used to threaten, intimidate, or to suggest to people that they are not part of that country, then that is bullying, and it too is despicable. And that's why the showing of flags across the summer in our country, wherever it happened to be, I found to be totally reprehensible, because I think it was being done in many instances, perhaps not all, but in many instances for entirely the wrong reasons. We have to be proud of our flag. We have to be proud of the symbols of our identity. We have to say that whatever our political differences, we share certain values, and that those values are values we will work with anyone to protect, because at the end of the day, they are what make us who we are, and they are important, and if they're not, they should be.
Can I just remind honourable members that if they're going to refer to other honourable members in the House and criticise them, they should have informed them beforehand. Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Honourable Member for Dunfermline Dollar highlighted at the start of his opening remarks, I am the MP for St Andrews as the MP for North East Fife, so I thought it quite important that I be here today. And St Andrews as a town, it has been historically the ecclesiastical capital of Scotland until the Reformation, but it wasn't always a safe harbour for religious leaders. Cardinal Beaton, the last Scottish cardinal prior to Reformation, was murdered by Fife Lairds, angered by the execution of Protestant preacher George Wishart, and was stabbed and his body hung from the ramparts of, or the window of St Andrews Castle. In the last Parliament, the House magazine invited MPs to write about something of particular interest in their constituency. And I don't know what it says about me, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I chose to write about the murder of Archbishop Sharp, who was murdered by Covenanters outside St Andrews as he made his way there from Ceres. And indeed, the Kate Kennedy parade and celebration, part of the University of St Andrews, the Kate Kennedy Society, celebrates its centenary next year in the town. And as part of that, the centrepiece is a reenactment of that murder. But I agree entirely with the Honourable Member. Definitely come and see it. It's great. I liked the Honourable Member's comments on Charles I. I do take pleasure when I'm in here doing a tour to point out that's where the Fifer was sentenced to death. But as a member of the History of Parliament Trust, I'm very clear that we shouldn't refer to the English Civil War. It's the War of the Three Kingdoms, because that whole conflict started in Scotland with the First Bishops' War. I want to pay tribute to some of the groups and organisations that work in St Andrews, the Hub, the Community Council, who recently hosted the Hoolie that marked St Andrews Day in the town, the University. Obviously, I was here not that long ago marking the passing of my predecessor, but one, the Right Honourable Lord Campbell of Pittenweem, Campbell, who was the Chancellor of the University. And I note the debate that's taking place in Westminster Hall, and I thank the member for Glasgow North, who is not here, but he's in the other place because he is marking the fair trade, and it's 20 years anniversary of the same group in St Andrews as well. The final bit I want to mention, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the St Andrews Harbour Trust. Again, not a normal trust because it was gifted to the town by James IV. But one of the challenges we've had post-Storm Babette is that harbour needs essential funding to maintain the whole coastline, and it's something that the Trust is struggling to do. And I have written to the Secretary of State for Scotland looking for that support because of how critical that infrastructure is. But one of the other things I get to be as the MP for St Andrews is on the board of the Links Trust. My father does not share my politics, but he is a keen golfer, and he's therefore very happy about that. But we do and are known for golf, and the Open returns to St Andrews in 2027. And I wanted to take this opportunity today to highlight a recent report by the Links Trust that demonstrates that St Andrews and the courses there deliver £300 million of economic impact to Scotland's economy. Visitors and their families support nearly 1,700 full-time jobs in St Andrews and over 4,000 across Scotland, and that for every pound that passes through the tills of the St Andrews links, an additional £3.43 is generated for other businesses in St Andrews. And more than 100,000 visitors have made St Andrews Links their destination in 2024, with over 91% coming from outside Scotland. So it is absolutely vital, St Andrews, to the wider Scottish economy, as well as the wider North East Fife economy too. I was speaking just earlier this week to the owner of the hotel in my constituency out with St Andrews, who pointed out how essential St Andrews is to their trade, but also how they are hampered by their rural location, poor footpaths between communities and poor local transport links too. And with the decision following the Stag in relation to a station in St Andrews being turned down, it's very important that the recommendation other transport links do happen and take place so that we can connect tourists, but also the local workers who support the industries that I've mentioned and can't actually afford to live in St Andrews. So that is me. I've tried to be and aspire to the Honourable Member for Dunfermline and Dollar's lofty opening. I think he really did try to set the scene. But there is one thing that I did want to mention in relation to concerns, and something that I want to highlight. And I want to thank, as a former police officer, my former colleague Martin Gallagher and the work of the Jobs Forgotten for a particular issue in relation to the MacLeod judgment, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in the MacLeod judgment in 2018 and the changes to public sector pensions has been challenging for all governments, but it does seem that the Scottish Government has been finding that the most challenging, with numerous deadlines missed, despite knowing since 2022, in fact arguably 2018, because that's when the judgment happened, that work to ensure remediation for those people affected by the MacLeod judgment in relation to their public sector pensions was mitigated. I'm concerned to hear reports where it appears that statements, when requested for retirement, are not being provided, simply because an individual hasn't yet to submit their intention to retire. Why would you make a decision on whether to retire or not if you don't have the financial information that you need and to be able to do it? And it makes me wonder and be concerned about what the overall liabilities are, particularly given the 8% increase in interest rates per year in relation to those delayed decisions which are paid for by the UK taxpayer. It may be something that the Chair of the Scottish Affairs Committee is interested in, because it was just recently, in fact on the 2nd of December, that the Chief Executive of the Scottish Public Pensions Authority gave evidence in the Scottish Parliament to the Public Finance and Public Finance Committee, where he apologised but failed to provide information or confidence in the system and the fact that whether indeed it can be totally resolved by 2027. I've got an FOI here, Madam Deputy Speaker, that suggests that less than 3% of individuals who retired on ill health have had their statement in relation to the MacLeod judgment, and that is very concerning to me. And I hope the Minister will agree with me that this is a situation the Scottish Government should not have got itself into, and for public sector workers such as firefighters and police officers, some of whom, as I mentioned, retired on ill health grounds directly related to their service, to be left in this limbo is unacceptable. Particularly, there are now concerns that back payments might need to be made, and indeed they might lose money as a result. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is really important that we have the opportunity to debate not just St Andrew's Day, our patron saint, and Scottish affairs in this place, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to have done so.
It would be very helpful if members could keep their contributions to around 5 minutes or less. It will enable me to get everybody in. Torquil Crichton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And thank you to my honourable friend Dunfermline Dollar for securing this debate on St Andrew's Day and giving us the opportunity to take stock of the issues and challenges facing Scotland. I won't detain the House for long, Madam Deputy Speaker, because you've caught me in a hop. I hope to be writing a speech while others made theirs. But we'll plough on to discuss poor St Andrew. I've been checking in on him, Scotland's patron saint, and he doesn't look very good, Madam Deputy Speaker. His average life expectancy as a Scot would be just 77 years. His sister Andrea can expect to live to 81. Some 26 years into devolution, 18 years into an SNP government that was meant to make things better in Scotland. Scotland has the lowest life expectancy, not just in the UK, but in the whole of Western Europe. But don't worry, the SNP is coming to the rescue of Scotland's ailing saint and ailing population, or it would do if we could get ambulance waiting times in order. January last year, one patient in Lothian, when a category red, that's a heart attack situation, Madam Deputy Speaker, had to wait over 17 hours for an ambulance.
Shameful.
An individual in the Highlands this year had to wait 18 hours. It now takes 22 minutes on average, and the median wait, for NHS 24 to be answered in Scotland. The NHS app, which as a patient of Royal London Hospital I've had for many years, will not be available in Scotland until 2030. Why? Because the SNP Scottish Government refused the English NHS app because the political optics of putting St Andrew's Cross on a Scottish app just wouldn't look good. So Scots have to wait. Scots have been ill-served, and Scots have been waiting a long time through a carousel of revolving health ministers, and a rotating carousel of 130 health strategies, one every 7 weeks of this SNP government, have meant that there are still 618,000 Scots waiting for specialist care on Scotland's NHS. One figure is going up in Scotland's health scene, and that's the number of private health operations, up 55% since 2019, not just by those who can afford them, but those who need to do it now because the waiting lists are so long that they have no alternative. Scotland has another large number of health boards, 14 health boards, 31 integrated boards, numerous quangos, all under tight Scottish Government control. A complex structure, says Mike McCurdy, eminent surgeon assigned by the Scottish Labour Party to assess the future of Scotland's health, said that this structure means reforms and improvements are difficult to roll out on a scale and pace, while accountability and transparency are easy to avoid. Scotland is being ill-served in its health, and St Andrew, the ailing St Andrew, is being ill-served by this SNP government when it comes to health. No, I didn't hear him a good way. St Andrew, of course, was bilingual or trilingual, quadrilingual, as my honourable friend pointed out, as he celebrated in Russia and Greece. He appears on the Basque flag as well, the oldest language in Europe. And if he and his children were living in Glasgow, they would make up that 1/3 of Scottish school children in the Deer Green place that speak more than one language, something which the member for Clacton, who in his desperate attempt to divide Scotland, finds so appalling. And Madam Deputy Speaker, to allay your fears, I emailed the member for Clacton. An email, I assume, went to his constituency office. I received no reply, of course, because he's rarely seen in this place or in Clacton itself. But he has been informed. And he's appalled by the celebrated diversity of our great city. I'm not. I'm very proud of the dozens of pupils at Glasgow's Gaelic School, the dozens of Arabic, Urdu, Polish, Punjabi and Chinese pupils and students as well. But they, like St Andrew, ailing in his unhealthy bed and on his waiting list, these children are ill-served by Scotland's SNP government too. As my honourable friend, the former Secretary of State, pointed out, there is a statistical fiction in education as there is in health. Professor Lindsay Patterson, an esteemed Scottish academic, said that the attainment statistics for Scotland's schools failed to capture the serious decline in attainment that has been unpicked by PISA. Of course, the Scottish Government previously used international assessments to measure the gap between teachers' appraisals and real attainment, but these surveys were abandoned in 2008. And now, what is euphemistically called pupil attainment is measured by teachers' impressions of whether their own pupils have achieved levels. They are, Professor Patterson says, simply hunches. And of course, in 2016, the then First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, promised that the priority for her government would be to close this education attainment gap. And on this week's figures, and at current rates, the poverty-related attainment gap would take 133 years to close in Scotland. It's shameful. Scotland and St Andrew's children are being let down again by this SNP government.
Will he give way on that point?
I will, if only because he displays the best budget cut I've seen this year.
He's very concerned for St Andrew, and we should focus on St Andrew today. But by parallel, I'm concerned for St David and what he and his family might be enduring under the catastrophe of Labour-run Wales. I wish things were better in Scotland. I know my colleagues in Scottish Government are working extremely hard to make things better in Scotland under the egregious constraints of this union. But the Labour government in Wales is not so motivated. And can he explain why it's only St Andrew's bairns in Scotland that are getting elevated out of poverty on these islands, where child poverty is rising in Labour England and Labour Wales?
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I thank the honourable member for that intervention, which allows me to highlight that some 95,000 children in Scotland are to be lifted out of poverty by our Chancellor's budget, which got rid of the two-child poverty cap. But of course, St Andrew and his children are not being failed just in terms of education and health. St Andrew was a fisherman as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, and used to boats, as are many of my constituents in the islands. But these modern day St Andrews are being let down because they see thousands of pounds of shellfish exports rotting in the harbour or having to be deep frozen at extra cost because of a failing SNP ferry fiasco. And for that situation, Madam Deputy Speaker, I need no notes, because the SNP ferry fiasco is writ large on the experience of all my constituents who have suffered for years because this Scottish Government, this SNP Government, managed to not procure enough ferries and took their eye off the ball. A crisis they thought would affect a few hundred islanders has become an international symbol of the failure of nationalism in Scotland. This week I welcomed the 820 million the Chancellor found to give extra to the Scottish Government this year. In my book, and in anyone's book, £820 million is 8 CalMac ferries. The SNP Scottish Government can only manage 2.5 ferries for £500 million. A shame, a scandal. People in the Western Isles know that the S in SNP stands for stunt. They had to paint the portholes onto the ship so that Nicola Sturgeon could have a pretendy launch. 500 million means that the S in SNP stands for squander, wasting millions and affecting the viability and the confidence of my constituents to stay in their homes and be connected to the rest of the islands. I hope the S will also stand for swept away, because in May, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is what Scotland needs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. St Andrew was a guest at my wedding. No, I'm not that old. I just look that way. Italia 90 will be remembered most for Nessun Dorma, Toto Schillaci and my sympathies England going out on penalties to Germany. But for me, it wasn't about football, for it was in Italy in 1990 that I got in secret married. The ceremony was held in Amalfi, under a portrait of a bearded St Andrew looking rather like Matthew Good as Inspector Karl Mork in Department Q. And it's in Amalfi that where most of St Andrew's relics reside, moved there for safekeeping after the Fourth Crusade and the sack of Constantinople in 1204. Some think Andrew brought Christianity to Scotland, but that was St Ninian, whose first footfall and church were in Whithorn in my Dumfries and Galloway constituency. So much for history. What has Andrew done for us lately? I have often thought that St Andrew's Day suffers a bit because of the date. 30th November tends to be, well, dreich, in the slough of despond between Halloween and Christmas. And I also think we make rather too little of it. Compare it with the global Irish celebration of St Patrick's Day and increasingly the festivities on St George's Day. For, Madam Deputy Speaker, Scotland should look ahead and not back. While we're refreshing our take on St Andrew's Day, might we also move away from the dirge that is Flower of Scotland as our anthem, with its maudlin fixation on days past and which in the past must remain. The SNP need to snap out of it too. Scotland's wars of independence are long over. Mel Gibson's Braveheart, this may trigger woad rage, is most certainly not a documentary. And Scotland is no colony, but as one with Britain. But this Labour government need to look again at their relationship with Holyrood. The much vaunted reset between Westminster and Holyrood is just devolve and forget with better PR. Money is trolleyed north with little care for what happens once it's in SNP coffers. The Nationalists oppose devolution, whether it's throwing a spanner in the works of defence firms by refusing to fund ordnance, whether it's a de facto boycott of our ally Israel. The Nationalists will agitate in any way they can to break up Britain. Andrew was a fisherman before becoming a disciple. He, of all people, knew the value of mending your nets. Is it too much to ask of this Labour government that they tend to the fabric of the Union? This is not about putting Holyrood in its place, but about delivering on what the people of Scotland voted for in 2014, remaining part of this great United Kingdom.
And I think with a birthday contribution, Julie Minns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is indeed my birthday today, and thank you to my Scottish colleagues for letting me, as an English member, crash your debate, this debate on St Andrew's Day. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have the great privilege of representing the great border city of Carlisle, the only city in the United Kingdom to have been governed by both the Scottish and English crowns during its history. Standing just a few miles south of the Scottish border, Carlisle is a fortress city, its provenance bloodily contested for centuries. From its origins in Roman times, when not one but two Roman forts were built to defend the empire's northern frontier, to the Jacobite rebellions, Carlisle has been the prize in a centuries-long struggle between England and Scotland. In the Middle Ages, Carlisle was a city under siege again and again. In 1135, Scotland's King David seized it, turning its castle into the beating heart of Scottish power. 2 decades later, it returned to English control under Henry II, whose Treaty of York in 1237 finally fixed the border. Also, Carlisle thought. For in 1315, Robert the Bruce, who we've already heard mention of today, fresh from his triumph at Bannockburn, marched south and laid siege to Carlisle. For days, the city's defenders fought. The walls shook under bombardment, but Carlisle held firm. In the 17th and 18th centuries, the Jacobite rebellions again threatened Carlisle's status. Indeed, it's joked locally that the reason our Old Town Hall clock tower, which has 4 faces, doesn't have a clock on the north-facing side is because we, people of Carlisle, wouldn't give the Scots the time of day.
Thank you for giving way, and the honourable member for Carlisle may well be right about that clock tower, but she will also know that Carlisle will always be a little bit of Scotland, because it was in Carlisle, apparently, that these famous lines, you take the high road, I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland with you. The Loch Lomond ballad was written by a Jacobite prisoner in Carlisle facing the gallows, and managed to get that song, which is much more fondly remembered than Flower of Scotland, was written in Carlisle, was it not?
Indeed. My honourable friend made an excellent point, and I was just coming to my mention of Bonnie Prince Charlie and the 300 Jacobite soldiers that he left in Carlisle Castle after riding into Carlisle, standing on the steps of our historic Market Cross, claiming the city again for the Stuart crown, and then riding south to do battle with the Duke of Cumberland before turning tail, riding back north, bypassing Carlisle entirely and leaving the 300 soldiers that he'd left in Carlisle Castle to their fate. And indeed, as my honourable friend says, the lyrics of that song are the lament of one of those ill-fated Jacobite soldiers. And of course, Carlisle Castle also had the honour of playing host, shall we say, to Mary, Queen of Scots in 1568. And members may be interested to know that thanks to the diligence of her guard, who recorded her every single movement, the Queen's observance of a football match on an adjacent field resulted in the first written account of a football match played to rules. So as St Andrew's Day celebrates Scotland's heritage, it's also a moment for all of us in the border communities to honour our shared history and the deep connections between Scotland and its neighbouring communities. Connections my constituency of Carlisle and North Cumbria understand better than most. Our shared Christian traditions are a strong bond. St Andrews symbolises humility and service, values that should guide all members of this House, regardless of our geography. Carlisle Cathedral, which owes its existence to a desire from the English Crown to create a diocese to ward off the Diocese of Glasgow, Carlisle Cathedral still marks St Andrew's Day with prayers for Scotland, and the St Ninian's Way pilgrimage links Carlisle to St Andrews, echoing the spiritual roots that unite our nations. Connections like these remind us that faith and fellowship have long since bridged divide. And on that point, I would like to pay tribute to the work of the Border Kirk in my Carlisle constituency, who worked tirelessly with a number of organisations to offer support and assistance to the refugee community in Carlisle. Today, those ties are practical as well as historic. Our economy depends on cross-border trade, shared infrastructure and cultural exchange. The A74 and the West Coast Main Line are lifelines for businesses and our communities. And I would like to thank the Right Honourable Member for Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweedale for his work on the Borderlands Growth Deal, a deal that we both wish to see rejuvenated because it offers great potential to the Borders region. Tourism flows both ways. Visitors come to Carlisle for our castle, cathedral and to the western gateway of Hadrian's Wall. My residents travel north for Scotland's shopping at Gretna Gateway and the fantastic Devil's Porridge Museum, while Scots come south of the border to discover Hadrian's Wall, Carlisle's heritage and to shop in Carlisle's big Asda, where minimum unit pricing does not apply. So today, let us remember and celebrate those links, not the rivalry between our two countries. St Andrew's Day is not just Scotland's celebration. It's a reminder that when Carlisle and Scotland thrive together, the whole of the United Kingdom is stronger. So today I call on colleagues to reaffirm that spirit of unity. I call upon the Scottish and Westminster governments to work together to minimise the friction that too often arises because of divergent policy on devolved matters such as health and agriculture. Friction that causes unnecessary and costly problems for residents of our border community. Let us invest instead in cross-border cooperation, culture and business, bringing our communities closer and ensuring that the decisions that are made in Westminster and Holyrood reflect the shared interests of the people who live and work along our historic border. St Andrew's Day is a day of pride for Scotland, but it's also a day of friendship for all of us.
Stephen Gethin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I firstly thank the member for Dunfermline and Dollar for, first of all, securing this debate, but also what I thought was a very constructive way in which he's approached this debate and his focus, and I'm going to come on to this in a moment, about young people, questions of migration, those who make our country so much richer. And I thought that was such a useful thing to be debating on St Andrew's Day. And in that spirit, can I be the first to wish the member for Carlisle a very happy birthday and thank her for her speech. And I thought, touching upon some really positive aspects of that cross-border element, and I'm going to come on to that in just a moment. I've thoroughly enjoyed her speech, and I hope that she manages to enjoy the rest of her day. Just on the point, and I thought the member for Dunfermline touched upon this very effectively, and he talked about history. I think sometimes it's useful for us all, regardless of our political allegiance, to reflect on the fact that history, like politics, is not built along black and white, but in various shades of grey. There are things we get right, there are things we get wrong, and sometimes we don't do nuance as effectively as perhaps we could. And sometimes we owe it. And his point, and on that point, we should talk about migration, which I think he talked about very effectively. In recent terms, we talk about migration in very black and white terms, forgetting, as the chair of the Scotland Select Committee, I think, very effectively set out, the rich tapestry that makes up Scotland, as McIlvanney described it, a mongrel nation. I represent Dundee as well as Angus, which had an even higher Irish population per head of population than even Glasgow did. I'm a product of that. I'm a Stephen Patrick, after all, but very proud of my own Scottish heritage, and that continues to this day. And I note, and I won't mention anybody individually, Madam Deputy Speaker, but when we discuss and debate migration, it is a question of emigration for Scotland. As we all know, we will all know people who've moved away, and we have a diaspora, a rich diaspora around the world who will be celebrating this day along with Scots in Scotland and elsewhere in the UK. We've benefited from that, but we've also benefited from those who've migrated to Scotland richly. Dundee is a richer city, Angus is a richer county as a direct consequence of that. And I'd also like to reflect on the way in which our predecessors have talked about it. The member for North East Fife isn't in our place, but of course It was Ming Campbell, who was previously my immediate predecessor, who sadly passed away this year, and the member for Dumfriesshire mentioned others who have passed away, who contributed so much. I may not have always agreed with them, but he contributed so much, as did others from my constituency. And I want to point out, well, there was Winston Churchill, but there was also, of course, former Labour MP E.D. Morrell, who did so much in terms of the slave trade and so much in terms of what was going on in Congo, along with Roger Casement. And for those who are not aware of E.D. Morrell's work, I would encourage anybody to go and read up on his fine work. And if I may, when we're talking about that, I also pay tribute to my predecessors, Gordon Wilson and Andrew Welsh, who contributed so much to this place, but also to the broader debate as well. And it's a debate that it's right to have. We talk about young people, and one of our responsibilities as parliamentarians, and this is a good thing on which to reflect on St Andrew's Day, is that we should leave the world a little bit better than which we found it. We should leave more rights for young people than those that we enjoyed. And unfortunately, we don't always get that right. And if we think about that discussion and debate in terms of higher education, for example, and we have an immigration debate that does not benefit our higher education sector, that thrives when it's international, that thrives when it brings students from around the world, because it is those Scottish students who benefit from sitting in the same classroom as students from elsewhere around the world. On questions of energy, Scotland thrives internationally as an energy hub, and others have been right to talk about that. Yet we're the only country not to have implemented a Future Generations Fund that found oil and gas. Norway's is now worth $1.5 trillion. That's not the fault of this current administration, but it is something that is worthwhile reflecting on all of us. But one of the things I really want to... And on that point, I'll gladly give way to the member for Nahilin and Inyar.
Thank you.
Crichton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable member mentions a national sovereign wealth fund, which the SNP called for out of oil revenues in the 70s and 80s. But then, on the 90s too, and maybe till today, and they've had the opportunity to do that when they auctioned the ScotWind licences for offshore wind for 700 million. They would have done for 70 million, Madam Deputy Speaker, but were caught, were given guidance on that. And they had the opportunity to invest that 700 million either in a sovereign wealth fund or perhaps even give it back to the coastal communities from which these revenues flow. But they've done none of that. They've used half that 700 million in day-to-day expenditure, have they not?
Stephen Giffins.
Thank you. We do focus an awful lot in the Scottish Parliament. I've got no problem with that. But these are members who choose to sit here. These are members who choose to be part of a Parliament who, in its powers, far outweighs those of the Scottish Parliament. I don't like that, but that's what other members here would like. And in terms of that Future Generations Fund, I shall, since we're having a biblical debate and there's been biblical reference, I shall say to the member, and he won't mind me saying, that sometimes you talk about the speck in my eye and ignore the plank in yours, to paraphrase Matthew's Gospel. £1.5 trillion, 1.5% of every share on earth from the top 5,000 companies is now in Norwegian hands that they can use with transformative effect. If the member thinks that Westminster control over oil and gas, because it still has that responsibility in other aspects of energy, has been positive, I would encourage him to think again it's not been wholly positive for things that have failed. And on that, because he's prompted me now, the failings of Holyrood, and it should reflect, are dwarfed by the gargantuan failings of Westminster in terms of Brexit, in terms of austerity, of which the Honourable Member for Dumfriesshire was part of the Cabinet who brought that in, the trust budget that's put up all of our mortgages, and a relationship with the rest of Europe that we have now been brought to bear. And if she can tackle me in the issues in the rest of Europe, I'll give away one more time, but out of respect for the Chair of the Committee.
Trish Ferguson. I thank the member very much for taking my intervention, Madam Deputy Speaker. Something that's always perplexed me about the arguments around Brexit is that I remember campaigning very, very hard to try to stop the UK from leaving the European Union. I don't remember seeing many SNP members out campaigning, and records show that they spent less money campaigning against Brexit than they did on a local authority by-election. I've always wondered why that was. Perhaps you can tell us.
Stephen Giffins.
You know, on this question, I sat in this place, fought hard against Brexit and continue to fight hard against Brexit. I worked in the European institutions. I was an Erasmus student whose life was transformed by our membership of the European Union. Opportunities for young people that the Members' Party have removed and the Members' Party refused to take, embracing a hard Tory and reform Brexit. And they could change everything right now. They could change everything right now. They couldn't even bring themselves to vote with the Liberal Democrats, the SNP and others on entering into a customs union. And it speaks to the cautious nature of the Scottish Labour Party that whereas 13 Labour MPs managed to rebel, not one Scottish Labour member rebelled, just as only one Scottish Labour member who was chucked out was able to rebel on the two-child cap. The EU goes to the heart of what we're about, and let me talk about this. They talk about devolution, yet a third of the Labour group in Wales have had to write to the UK government about the rolling back of devolution, and I'd be grateful if the Minister could tackle that. And it speaks to our place in the world. To go back to St Andrew, I would encourage anybody visiting Kyiv, as I've done so with the member for Dunfermline, very constructive visit, to visit the Church of St Andrew. Because it was the Church of St Andrew that brought Christianity to Kyiv, one of the founding churches. It is beautiful. And it talks to the vision that I have about where we sit in the world. And others have made reference to the constituencies. I will inevitably make reference to the declaration of Arbroath at that abbey, which is influenced elsewhere in the world. So here's my vision, because I rarely hear it from anybody else. I hear gripes about everybody else, but I rarely hear any sort of positive vision. Here is mine, and it speaks to the points raised by the member for Carlisle as well. It's one of normalcy, where Scotland joins a European family of nations where we see all of our neighbours outperforming us in terms of fairness, in terms of our economy. And why do they outperform us? Because they have the normal powers of independence. They have the powers that Westminster have that Labour refuse to use to make life better for people. So why not, in terms of we look at borders, and we look at where Antwerp and Rotterdam, we look at Strasbourg and Baden-Baden, we look at Nice in Italy, we look at areas across Europe where border areas thrive because they sit within the European Union, where borderlands thrive because of that partnership. Now, it's not for me to tell England what its future should be, but surely the EU provides a 21st century model for union, one that is embraced across Europe, whereas ours is an 18th century model of union with no Article 50 to get out, no equal rights and no place for the smaller parts as Åland Islands, Greenland and others do. And I'll finish on this. In Central Lobby, we have the saints, St David above the Commons, St George sits above the Lords, St Patrick sits on the way out the door, and the old joke goes, I was told, St Andrew sits on the way to the bar. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, maybe he's not on the way to the bar, maybe St Andrew's merely taking a slightly longer way out than St Patrick. Thank you.
And with a formal 4-minute time limit, Dr Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I do thank the member for Dollar for introducing this debate. He's my mother's MP, so I'll be able to give a good account of him on Christmas Day. So I do want to talk about Scotland. I'll talk a little bit about St Andrew, but above all else, I'll probably talk about Edinburgh South West, which I do believe is a microcosm of Scotland. I'm not talking about the housing crisis, the potholes and the long CAMS waiting lists we face, but the dramatic landscape. We have the fantastic Pentland Hills, which I share with the Minister. The unique culture. I have the Army School of Bagpipe Music and Highland Drumming in my constituency. Iconic food and drink. A lot of the shortbread you might get as presents this year is actually made in my constituency at the Ferrero FBC factory, where jammy Dodgers are also made, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure if they're Scottish, but I'm happy to claim them. Influential inventions also have their home in my constituency. I met a company this morning called Lumo Technologies, who told me about how they're using photons and telescopes and satellites to rival data transfer under the Atlantic Ocean using cables. I didn't understand it, but it sounded absolutely fantastic. Literary giants, Madam Deputy Speaker. Robert Louis Stevenson used to come to my constituency for his summer holiday to meet his grandfather, and he undertook much of his work there. So on to St Andrew, and I do want to speak about him. So he was a Galilean fisherman and the first of the 12 apostles, as we've heard, chosen by Jesus. And it was no accident, of course, that St Andrew's Day comes at the start of Advent. He was a fisherman, and perhaps that's why he's also the patron saint of fishmongers. And the striking thing about him is his name. It's not a Hebrew name, but a Greek name. And it tells you that his family was perhaps a little bit more outlooking. He travelled extensively, as we've heard, the Black Sea region, into Greece, and perhaps as far as Ukraine. And Poland, perhaps, as well. But there's no evidence, Madam Deputy Speaker, yet that he visited Edinburgh South West or even the UK. But I think if he was to visit, he probably would have come on a small boat. He would have been a man from the Middle East, coming here perhaps to escape religious persecution. So what does it mean to have St Andrew as our patron saint here in Scotland? So he was a man who was called to love and care for other people. He believed in treating others with the same kindness, compassion and selflessness as he desired for himself. And he saw foreigners and strangers as brothers and sisters. And it's important to remember that. So where would he go to if he was come to Edinburgh South West? I think he would visit Edinburgh Interfaith Association, who operate right across the city, and they're a fantastic cohesive force in the city for people of all faiths and none. He would have visited Holy Trinity Church in Wester Hailes, who do fantastic work on debt relief for people in prison and out of it, who I have to say who have never been in prison. And he also visits Soul Food, which is a fantastic community meal in Oxgangs every week. He would visit the people who operate Edinburgh Food Project and Community for Food, who provide food for people right across the city. And I have to say, they were fantastic in campaigning against the two-child cap. And it's due to people like them right across the UK that we did manage to get rid of that awful injustice. But these are troubled times where people do seek to divide us. So I think we have to remember St Andrew's values about being open and not treating strangers as foreigners, but as our brothers and sisters. And I look forward to celebrating next year in that spirit.
Deputy Speaker. On St Andrew's Day, we honour a Scotland rooted in community, fairness and responsibility, the values that have shaped our nation for generations and continue to guide communities like mine in Paisley and Renfrewshire South. Legend also holds it that St Andrew foretold the future site of the city we now know as Kyiv. And today, the solidarity between Scotland and Ukraine isn't just symbolic, it's lived. I'm very proud to welcome the Ukrainian diaspora into my constituency, and in October I invited those members of our community to my constituency office to hear directly about their experiences of building a new life in Scotland and what they found is a place that opens its doors wide. They've brought so much in return. One Ukrainian woman told me how she has put her skills to work as a seamstress, helping carry forward the proud textile heritage of Paisley. And it's a reminder that when people are given the chance to contribute, they don't just settle in, they help us all move forward. I touched on the values of Scotland's community, fairness and responsibility. And those are the values that shaped one of the proudest achievements of the last Labour government, and that was devolution. It was never meant to be about flags or slogans. It was about a simple, powerful belief that decisions are best made closest to the people that they affect. That's why Labour delivered Sure Start to the National Minimum Wage, the Human Rights Act and devolution. And it's why this Labour government has raised the national minimum wage, lifted the two-child benefit cap, which will lift 1,560 children in my constituency out of poverty, and why we're delivering £150 off energy bills for every household next year. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Scotland, our potential is being squandered by an SNP government in Holyrood that is fixated endlessly on rerunning referendums and paralysing the government north of the border. Instead of building homes, they build division. Instead of fixing schools and hospitals, they fall out with themselves. And instead of delivering for Scotland, they lurch from sleaze to scandal. Whilst other parts of the UK can move forward, Scotland is stuck with a government more interested in constitutional games than the hard graft of governing. And my constituents are feeling the pain of that. The Scottish Government has just received the biggest funding settlement since devolution began, and yet in Paisley and Renfrewshire South, the SNP-run Health and Social Care Partnership is slashing vital frontline services to fill an £18.5 million hole that they dug themselves. Shameful. The Disability Resource Centre, a vital lifeline for people with physical disabilities in my community, faces closure. The Weavers Lynn Respite Unit, a cornerstone support for families in my community, being stripped to the bone. The Housing and Health Hub, the Community Health Champion Service, and grants that help older people stay well and live independently are being shut down. And COSLA, Scotland's voice for Scotland's councils, has warned of a £16 billion shortfall across Scottish local government, calling it nothing less than an existential threat. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is austerity in action. Short-sighted decisions that undermine the fabric of communities and that leave us exposed when crises hit. We all know there is a clear link between child poverty and lack of access to safe, secure, affordable homes, and yet under the SNP's watch, Scotland is in a housing crisis. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Dunfermline and Dollar, for securing this debate and for his fantastic opening speech. This debate is an ideal opportunity to look at Scotland's proud industrial heritage and contribution to the world. And while Scotland's history and inventions are iconic the world over, the spirit of innovation and industry is very much alive in my constituency of Bathgate and Linlithgow. The Kinneil Estate in Bo'ness hosts Scottish history from across the centuries. As a UNESCO World Heritage Site, Kinneil has large parts of the Antonine Wall running through it alongside the labs of the esteemed James Watt. The ruined buildings in Kinneil are the labs where he tested his prototype steam engine. The estate is also home to the beautiful walled garden and orchard where His Majesty the King planted an apple tree in 2023, celebrating 100 years of the estate becoming a public park. The experimental spirit does not stop with James Watt, however. Sir James Young Simpson experimented with spirits of his own, discovering and isolating anaesthetic that we use in operations and medical procedures today. And thanks to his medical discovery, many millions of people the world over have been saved from suffering and life-threatening conditions. And for this contribution, Sir James is also honoured down here with a memorial in Westminster Abbey just across the road. Each of these pioneers are a reminder of what Scotland gives to the world, but what Scotland gives to us as Scots is a landscape that has fostered our people. Across my constituency, from the shale bins to the Pyramids business site, industry has constantly evolved from mining and weaving to the manufacturing of non-lithium vanadium flow batteries of today. And I've seen this Scotland of innovators firsthand. Whenever I go out and visit community groups and businesses in the constituency. As I said, Bathgate is host to the only non-lithium vanadium UK-based battery manufacturer, and in the coming weeks, the cap and floor scheme decided by Ofgem could create long-lasting industrial jobs at the heart of Scotland. From steam power to green power, my constituency has been a hub of engineering and energy for centuries, and where Sir James Young Simpson left off, Catalent Pharma continues with medical manufacturing in Bathgate today. Dedication to the innovating tradition of the area is also at the heart of many community groups. Invoking the best tradition of scouting and being prepared, Scouts in Bo'ness have installed solar panels on the roof of their hall, and they have the aim to become the first net zero scout group in the UK. Local energy projects give people the benefits of new green energy directly into their back pockets. Climate action networks like that in West Lothian and the many community development trusts are putting themselves in the driving seat. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the spirit of St Andrew's Day is poetic as it is practical. It draws together our history but also our future. We can recognise it and honour it. Though it binds us together, we are not bound by it for the future. Invention and innovation, whether it's steam engine or the spaceport, is at the heart of Scotland. So whilst we celebrate the innovators of our past, let's also acknowledge the pioneers who will shape our future.
Richard Baker.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Dunfermline and Dollar. How appropriate it is that he leads this debate, given the history of Dunfermline, not only as historic capital of Scotland, but also for us in the great Kingdom of Fife. And what a time to be a Scot with our team qualifying for the World Cup finals, where I'm sure once again the Tartan Army will be a great advert for Scotland, for our hospitality and for our conviviality as well. And as we celebrate our patron saint, let us also recognise the vital role our faith community organisations play in our communities. Only last weekend I visited St Luke's Scottish Episcopal Church in Glenrothes, where Father Jerry Dillon has established Luke's Larder, providing a community pantry and activities to support well-being. This Christmas, St Luke's and Heart of Fife Church of Scotland will provide a Christmas lunch for people in the local community. Another example of the importance played by our local faith organisations. So the National Day for our patron saint is a time to celebrate Scottish civil society as well, not only our faith organisations, but our charities, from Fife Gingerbread supporting lone parents and families, including through employability programmes, to Kingdom Off-Road tackling antisocial behaviour through providing safe, organised off-road motorcycling activities. These charities thrive through their commitment, their expertise and innovation, which attributes which Scotland has been known over the centuries, and very much present also in the H100 scheme in Buckhaven in my constituency, a world-first demonstration project to bring 100% green hydrogen to domestic customers for the first time, pioneering innovation in Buckhaven in my constituency. So in academia, in the third sector, in business, Glenrothes and Mid-Fife is continuing that proud Scottish tradition of innovation and releasing the potential of Scotland's people through their skills and through their expertise. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have to be more ambitious still for our country. And I regret to say that in particular, we need to have greater purpose, direction and ambition from a Scottish Government which is clearly failing to provide the leadership our country needs, and after 2 decades in power, with far too little to show for it, is exhausted and is out of ideas. That is why we need fresh leadership and a new direction with Anas Sarwar as Scotland's next First Minister. But perhaps I can finish on a point which I hope we can achieve a consensus on, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that is to recognise that in recent years St Andrew's Day has become an important day to mark that work that goes on in Scotland to tackle racism and xenophobia, not least through the work of the STUC. In a world which to many of us seems so increasingly intolerant, where international tensions are heightened, this work and promoting tolerance, understanding and compassion could not be more important and could not be more in keeping with the spirit of St Andrews. Scotland shares St Andrews as our patron saint with countries throughout the world. So as we move on from St Andrew's Day and look towards Burns Night, where we mark our national bard who wrote so powerfully of our common humanity, a truly Scottish celebration does not dwell on what divides the peoples of our world, but what unites us all.
Which brings us to the front bench contributions. Susan Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to speak today at my first St Andrew's Day and Scottish Affairs debate as Scotland's spokesperson for the Liberal Democrats. And I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Dunfermline and Dollar for securing this debate. St Andrew's Day, as we've been hearing, is a moment to reflect on the story of Scotland. We remember St Andrew not only as our patron saint, but as a symbol of solidarity and welcome. A fisherman whose cross now flies above a country built on resilience, hard work, learning and connection. Across the centuries, Scots have made their mark on the world, from the Enlightenment thinkers who reshaped modern science and democracy, to the coal miners, founders, engineers and shipbuilders who powered the Industrial Revolution. And, of course, the distillers, fishermen and farmers that are known across the world for their specialities in food and drink. Scotland shows again and again how a small nation makes a big contribution. The story of my own constituency of Mid-Dumbartonshire sits right at the heart of the national story. Along the line of the Antonine Wall, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, Roman soldiers once stood to watch the northern edge of an empire. Later, figures like Thomas Muir of Hunters Hill, the father of Scottish democracy, carried the banner of political reform and democratic rights from our own communities to the wider world. The arrival of the Forth and Clyde Canal turned Kirkintilloch and Bishopbriggs into hubs of industry and transport carrying coal, iron and goods from west to east. As time has moved on, Mid-Dumbartonshire has changed. Heavy industry has given way to new businesses and growing communities. Tired and frustrated, and they're right to be. The Liberal Democrats believe Scotland deserves better than this. We believe in fairness for everyone, no matter who you are or where you come from. That's why we have a realistic plan to get things done. Having a health service that is genuinely here for people when they need it. First-rate care so you can see your GP, your dentist or a mental health professional without waiting weeks or months. Health professionals should have fair pay and working conditions so that these talented people stay in our NHS instead of burning out or leaving altogether. And I would say that this also means that we need a new health and care centre in Mulgai, which is badly overdue. Tackling the cost of living at its root in a country which has so much renewable energy as Scotland, it's simply so wrong that we see people living in fuel poverty. By insulating cold homes, backing community energy projects and making full use of Scottish renewable energy, we can drive down household bills and bills for industry, cut emissions and create good green jobs in every part of the country. And this ties directly into transport. By fixing our ferries, our roads and our rail services, we can create an integrated transport network to get Scotland moving again. Rather than cutting services, we need to be looking at how to expand public transport and, importantly, looking at how we can power it with homegrown renewable energy and how we can connect our island communities to give them a sustainable future. Scotland's past success was built on education. At the heart of a fairer Scotland lies education, our schools, our colleges and our universities. Returning Scottish education to its best means expanding pupil support in every school and giving every child the best start in life. It means more classroom assistance, specialist support for additional needs, and a renewed focus on literacy, numeracy and science. It means providing enough places for Scottish students in our world-class universities and enough further educations to fill our skills gaps, offering a future to young people who don't currently feel that they can look forward to a brighter future. Above all, it means backing our teaching professionals with the resources they need, recognising that education is an investment in Scotland's future. Madam Deputy Speaker, St Andrew's Day reminds us that Scotland has always been a time of connection between the past and the future, between our own communities and the wider world. Scottish people and their descendants are found all over the world, as is the giant red or the red telephone box that is manufactured in my constituency that is all over London and indeed all over the world. But the choices that we make now will decide whether the next chapter of our story is one of decline and managed disappointment or of renewal built on fairness and opportunity. Scotland deserves better. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like us to honour Scotland's history and the history of places like Mid-Dumbartonshire by matching the ambition, courage and sense of justice shown by those who went before us. Thank you.
Shadow Secretary of State, Andrew Bowie.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great privilege to rise to speak in this debate, and congratulations to the Honourable Member for Dunfermline and Dollar for securing today's debate, a debate that is timely and important, Madam Deputy Speaker, because Scotland stands on the cusp of an election that will determine the future of our country. Now, Scotland is a place that we all, regardless of politics, know how lucky we are to live in, represent, bring our families in and work for a better future of. And unusually, for a history graduate from Scotland's finest university, it is on the future that I'm going to focus my remarks on this afternoon. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm a Scotland rugby fan, a Scottish football fan, an Aberdeen fan and a Scottish Conservative, so I have to be an optimist. And I am, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do believe that a better Scotland in a more secure and prosperous United Kingdom is possible, but only, Madam Deputy Speaker, with change. A change in government in Edinburgh and a change of direction by the government here in London as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, Scotland has suffered 18 wasted years. 18 years when we should have been focused on binding our country together, on building a better economy, on promoting Scottish business, on building up and improving our education system. But we haven't, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have had 18 years of division, of constitutional obsession, of bitter and at times petty politics, of grievance. Edwin Morgan, who in his poem Open the Doors, commissioned on the opening of the new Scottish Parliament building in 2004, wrote, "What do the people want of this place? They want it to be filled with thinking persons as open, as adventurous as its architecture. A nest of fearties is what they do not want. A symposium of procrastinators is what they do not want. A phalanx of forelock tuggers is what they do not want. And perhaps above all, the droopy mantra of it wasna me is what they do not want." Well, I'm afraid that in the Scottish National Party, that is indeed what the Scottish people have had for the last 18 years. A party that leads a government so misguided from the priorities of the Scottish people that it has allowed itself to be distracted by narrow political frads than the real issues, with hard-working Scots suffering ever higher taxes to pay for them. But those are as nothing, Madam Deputy Speaker, when compared to the eye-watering social security spending forecast to hit over £9 billion in Scotland by 2030. £9 billion. Triple what it was in 2017. For a population of less than 5 million people. That's insanity, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Scotland, we have an economy that has lagged behind the rest of the UK ever since the SNP first took power. If Scotland's economy had kept pace, the Scottish Government would have had, over that period, £12 billion more to spend. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's said that the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money, while the problem with nationalism is that you eventually run out of other people to blame. But Scotland knows... I'm delighted to give way.
The member who always makes an entertaining speech, of course, quoted Edwin Morgan. Now, after he made that quote, he donated a significant sum of money to the SNP, and I just thought that should be on the record.
Well, that's obviously for Edwin Morgan to determine where he spends his money. But I do think it would be he and his party should reflect on the desire of the Scottish people when they voted for a Scottish Parliament in 1999 to address the real issues facing them. And he must acknowledge that far too much of the past 18 years has been spent on issues that divide Scots, rather than building this country into a better place that we all want to see for our children. Scotland knows who to blame, Madam Deputy Speaker. They know who couldn't build 2 ferries. They know who it was that let drug deaths become the worst in Europe. They know on whose watch it was that education standards slipped from once great heights. They know today Scotland is worse off because of the decisions made by the Scottish National Party. Decisions taken and promises broken. From their broken promise to dual the A9 and A96, as often highlighted by my honourable friend, the member for Gordon and Buchan, their neglect of the A75 in the constituency of my honourable friend, the member for Dumfries and Galloway, and long raised in this House by my right honourable friend, the member for Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale. Remember the promise to scrap council tax 18 years ago, or the promise to close the attainment gap, or the promise to deliver a national care service? For 18 years, the SNP have let Scotland down with promise after promise after promise broken. Delighted to.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank the honourable member for allowing me to intervene to ask him if he regrets that for 4 of these 18 years the Scottish Conservatives propped up the SNP.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I think in 2007, when the decision was taken by the Scottish Conservatives to ensure continuity and certainty at the heart of the Scottish Government for Scottish business, it was indeed the right thing to do. However, hindsight is 2020, and I can assure my honourable friend, and indeed other members here, that no such agreement would be come to if we were to be asked after the next Scottish parliamentary election to support a Scottish National Party government for a further 5 years. Scotland was suffering under the SNP, and the very last thing Scotland needed was another government letting them down, and then enter stage far left, the Labour Party. My goodness, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not going well, is it? After having been sold a story of false hope, folks in Scotland now have no hope in the Labour government. The harm that this government are inflicting on key Scottish industries is staggering. Look at our farmers, already hammered by the daft policies that emanate from Bute House, now having to contend with the brutal and callous family farm tax. The stories we hear, and I know that honourable members on the opposite side are hearing too, are just heartbreaking. The government is knowingly destroying an entire way of life for thousands of families across Scotland, placing entire rural communities and our food security in jeopardy. My honourable friend, the member for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk, spoke recently of how this government has no grasp whatsoever of the constant struggle facing our family farms. He was absolutely right. And it's exactly the same for our energy industry. Oil and gas workers, an afterthought, even if they are thought about at all, for the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero. His messianic zeal to destroy the oil and gas industry knows no end. Now, I've stood at this dispatch box many times now over the last 18 months and raised the plight of our oil and gas industry. Almost every week, we find that another business operating in the North Sea has made the decision to cut jobs here in the UK. It was Harbour Energy the other week. Before that, it was ExxonMobil at Mossmorran, the Port of Aberdeen before that, then Petrofac, Hunting, Ineos, Apache. I could go on. 1,000 jobs are going to be lost every single month. £50 billion worth of investment is being passed over. The country made more vulnerable through increased reliance on imports. Madam Deputy Speaker, a poison is spreading through this energy industry, and this government is doing nothing to stem it. All of this does beg the question of what is the Secretary of State and his ministers going to do? Maybe the Secretary of State knows that the Prime Minister's days are numbered. He's just biding his time. Maybe, like every other member of the Cabinet, he too is looking around the Cabinet room and measuring the curtains. But time is something that workers in our oil and gas industry, or indeed our family farms, do not have. Scotland does, of course, have another option, something that the SNP nor Labour can offer, and that's common sense, something that only the Scottish Conservatives are offering. And Scotland desperately needs it. The Scottish Conservatives would put an end to the stagnant, tepid policies that have come from the SNP Scottish Government and put growth at the heart of every single decision. We would end the hostility to entrepreneurs and make it clear that Scotland is open for business. We would reverse the decline and go for growth. We'd scrap the SNP's 21% tax band and cut income tax to 19% for all taxable income up to £43,000. We'd slash the number of quangos. We'd restore regular police patrols. We'd allow for the building of new nuclear, bolstering our energy security, securing new jobs and driving investment. We'd restore pride to our education system so that it enables Scots to compete globally, competitive marketplace for ideas. Scottish Conservatives in this House would scrap the energy profits levy and the family farm tax, and we would proudly and without fear or favour stand up for Scotland's continued place within our United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, because to be British as well as Scottish is, I believe, something that should be cherished. It is, in my view, winning the lottery of life. The best of both worlds, our freedoms, our shared culture, our institutions and our history. Being British has never relied upon the rejection of being Scottish, English, Welsh or Northern Irish. These identities are entirely complementary, not contradictory. To be British is to be part of something larger, a shared civic and cultural inheritance built across these islands together. Whether you find yourself in Dundee or Doncaster, you will realise that those shared values are to be discovered at every turn. The United Kingdom, at its best, is not a denial of national identity, but a partnership that allows each nation to contribute its own unique character to something greater together. From the Scottish Enlightenment thinkers who shaped British democracy to the engineers and writers who helped forge its industrial and cultural strength, Scots have never been passengers in this British story, but always at the tiller, and we will continue to be so. But we need change in Scotland. We need common sense in Scotland. We need it desperately, and the Scottish parliamentary election in May can be that moment. Change that can and will be delivered, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of that, I am certain.
Minister, Kirsty McNeill.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to begin by taking the opportunity to thank my honourable friend, the member from Dunfermline and Dollar, for securing this debate today. And indeed, I'd like to thank him and the member from North East Fife and my honourable friend from Carlisle for the very interesting history lessons they gave us today, from which I learned a very great deal. And it's fitting that we hold this debate to mark St Andrew's Day, even if it's slightly after the date itself. So let me take the opportunity to thank all members across the House a very happy St Andrew's Day, albeit a little bit late. The occasion remains important as it invites people across Scotland, the United Kingdom and indeed the world to reflect on Scotland's heritage and Scotland's contribution to our collective UK story. Scotland has always punched above its weight, and it is right that we take this moment to celebrate what our nation contributes to the world. We are indeed, as we've heard often today, a nation that helped lead the Industrial Revolution. We have long been a world leader in engineering, in philosophy, in science and in medicine, and we continue to be a key contributor, proudly, to Scotland's and UK's defence capability. Our contribution is woven into the fabric of global progress too. In recent years, we've added new chapters to that story, from advances in renewable energy and medical research to the cultural and creative excellence that resonates far beyond our borders. Our world-class universities are advancing innovation in quantum, in clean energy and life sciences, and this Labour government continues to support them. Indeed, in June, we invested £750 million in the UK's largest supercomputer at the University of Edinburgh, headquartered, of course, in Midlothian, which has so often been at the forefront of scientific progress. We have achievements on the world stage that speak to our spirit and resilience, and honestly, I can't believe it took until the contribution from my honourable friend from Glenrothes in Mid-Fife for it to be mentioned in this House that Scotland has, of course, qualified for the World Cup. We are also, with Glasgow hosting the Commonwealth Games next summer, will be in a position to showcase not only our sporting ambition, but our ability to welcome the world with warmth and with confidence. But our accomplishments shouldn't only be measured in medals and in milestones. They should be measured, as all governments should be, in lives that we change. We secured places in Scotland for Afghan women medical students whose futures were thrown into uncertainty. By offering our doors, we offered not just education, but hope and dignity. And as we look outward, Scotland is strengthening its place in the global economy, because Labour's trade deal with India is set to grow the Scottish economy by £190 million every year, a transformative partnership that opens new markets for our businesses and deepens our ties with one of the world's fastest growing economies. Together, these achievements tell a powerful story. Scotland is a nation that leads, that welcomes and builds, and it's in that spirit that I welcome today's debate.
The honourable member, my honourable friend from Dunfermline and Dollar, began it, and he paid tribute in doing so to working men's clubs, to institutes and miners' welfare. And I'm delighted that he did so, because it gives us a chance to reflect on the fact that we don't only belong to those kind of institutions, they belong to us. They're theatres of self-help and community power, which is exactly what this Labour Government's Pride in Place programme is all about. Now, the honourable member from West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, we don't agree on very much these days, but we do agree on this. Scotland has too long been troubled by division. I suspect our remedies would differ to that division, that I believe we need a new direction with a government focused resolutely on public services and growth, and a new direction offered by Anas Sarmar. Now, the honourable member for Mid Dumbartonshire talked about the ferry fiasco and how terrible it was for islanders, and that's true, Madam Deputy Speaker, but it also speaks more widely to a deep sickness at the heart of a Scottish Government that is much more interested in announcements than achievements. The honourable member for Dumfries and Galloway suggested that this government is sending money to the Scottish Government without worrying very much about what will happen to it. I can reassure him today that that 11 billion that has been sent to the Scottish Government as a result of this Labour Government's decisions, we will be watching like hawks, because it's money that's intended to be spent on Scotland's public services and Scotland's communities. And we, like Scots, will be asking, if it's not, where's the money gone, John? The honourable member for Arbroath and Broughty Ferry asked us to comment on the Government's commitment to devolution, and I'm pleased to reassure him too, because devolution is not simply a destination. It's not even a process. It is, to my mind, a habit of mind that the Scottish Government has simply never acquired, because it is obsessed with centralising inside Scotland and talking about what powers will come to Scotland and not what powers will be distributed inside Scotland to communities where they belong. My honourable friend for the Western Isles and the honourable member for Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale talked about how, despite the very best efforts of our NHS staff, the state of Scotland's NHS should shame us all. In Midlothian too, I can refer to stories that are similar to the ones that have been mentioned on the floor today. One person waiting 120 weeks on a CAMHS waiting list. One child's parents who talked about the fact that they had been referred to an urgent ear, nose and throat waiting list, but they will still be on it for 2 to 3 years as a child in pain. A woman who's been waiting for a gynaecology appointment in excruciating pain since the start of the year. And what is the answer to that from the SNP? It's simply, look at England. It's no comfort at all to any of our constituents, and that complacency, I suspect, will be roundly rejected in May. My honourable friend, the member for Glasgow West and the chair of the Scottish Affairs Committee, and I'd like to commend the work of that committee, she talked with great passion in her speech about how, as Scotland, we have to forge a place where people can come together. And while we might not agree about everything, we have to find ways to agree about more. My honourable friends from Edinburgh South West and from Bathgate and Linlithgow gave very moving tribute to the extraordinary community groups in their constituencies, and I was delighted to hear about them. Some of them I visited, and I'm looking forward to learning more about others. My honourable friend from Paisley and Renfrewshire South paid very moving tribute to the children of Ukraine, and I know we all want to commend her on the work she is doing to see their safe return. Now, from many members across the House, we've heard Scottish laddies. I want to even up a little and put on record my honourable friend from Dunfermline and Dollar about Queen Margaret, but I think the House would also like to join me in paying tribute to Jane Haining, righteous in the Holocaust, most recently commemorated in Edinburgh, to Mary Barber, who showed that when working class women come to fight for working class women, there's nothing that they can't achieve, to Jenny Lee, without whom we would have no open university, and to Mary Somerville, whose achievements were quite literally astronomical. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, as we come to the end of this debate and indeed at the end of the year, it's a good time to reflect on some of what we have achieved together across this House. Now, from the Labour perspective, we're very proud about our local growth programme, which will deliver real, visible benefits for communities right across Scotland. The Pride and Place programme and Pride and Place Impact Fund will see up to £292 million invested in regenerating Scottish communities, and it will transform neighbourhoods across Scotland. This funding will revitalise our high streets and town centres. It will create jobs, it will boost productivity and improve safety, security and connectivity. Local communities are at the very heart of Scottish life, and the Scotland Office is proud to back them. I will do.
Honourable lady from Carlisle, in her very eloquent description of the importance of cross-border economic activity, referenced Borderlands, which in many ways was a precursor to Pride in Place. But like her, I feel the Borderlands initiative needs a bit more oomph behind it. So will the Honourable lady commit the Scotland office to just provide that oomph?
I'm always delighted to commit to oomph and would be delighted to meet with all relevant MPs from the Borderlands growth deal, to which I know he's very committed and I'm following closely. Our Brand Scotland effort is promoting Scotland's exports, culture and global reputation. We're funding a range of initiatives, including delivering trade missions to key markets and supporting our overseas network to undertake Scotland-specific promotional activity. We've delivered a number of successful ministerial visits to Norway, Japan, Spain, Washington DC and New York, and we recently supported a major trade mission to Shanghai by the Glasgow City Chamber of Commerce. And we're seeing the results of having a UK government with Scotland at its beating heart. The budget provided an extra £820 million for the Scottish Government. That means since the general election, the Scottish Government has received an additional £11 billion. We've announced £14.5 million to back Grangerouth's transition to a hub for low-carbon technologies and a further £20 million for Inchcreen near Greenock, which will upgrade the port's dry dock. £20 million has been found to support the regeneration of Kirkcaldy's town centre and seafront. £25 million will be released following the full sign-off of the Forth Green Pre-port. All in all, the UK Government will be investing more than £2 billion in local and regional growth programmes in Scotland, alongside the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation, with a pay rise for 200,000 of the lowest paid Scots. We focus too on ensuring job security for 350 skilled workers at Harland and Wolff shipyards in Methil and at Arnish. And we have secured a deal worth £10 billion to supply Norway with Type 26 frigates, securing 2,000 jobs in Scotland until the late 2030s. And of course, we didn't stop there. We're firmly committed to tackling child poverty, having removed the two-child cap and changing the futures of 95,000 Scottish children. So as we mark St Andrew's Day, a moment where we celebrate Scotland's history, identity and shared values, we're reminded of the strength that we can draw from solidarity across these islands. Yes, we have deep pride in being Scottish, but it's pride with a purpose. Because if we remain focused on our common purposes of stronger growth, fairer opportunities and resilient communities, then Scotland will not simply be heart of the UK's prosperity, will be at the very heart of it.
Graham Downey to wind up. Brief.
Very good. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I first of all thank everyone from all sides of the House for taking part in this debate today. I will very briefly say that I'm reminded, having listened to the debate today, of a comment made by a colleague shortly after the general election, a similar debate in Westminster Hall, where he reflected what it must be like for someone to walk into the room during a debate involving Scottish politicians. And he referred to it as being what it must be like walking into the end of a wedding when everyone's had far too much to drink just as the first fight starts to break out. And I think that is possibly a very helpful way to think about it. And indeed, my honourable friend, the member for Mid-Fife and Rotheston, as the Minister referred to as well, it is very unusual in Scotland where football is a unifier and not a divider, as it so often is. But it just makes me say thank you very much to everyone else for taking part in this debate this afternoon, to the Minister for responding, to the opposition spokespeople and to yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, for, I hope, enjoying the entertainment that has been on show this afternoon. Thank you very much.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will allow a couple of moments for the front bench to swap over. And we now come to the backbench debate on the impact of foreign interference on security, trade and democracy. I call James McCleary, who will speak for up to 15 minutes.
I beg to move that this House has considered the impact of foreign interference on security, trade and democracy. I would like to thank the Backbench Business Committee for granting me this debate and my co-sponsors for their support. Since submitting my application for this debate, this matter has only increased in its profound and urgent national importance. Foreign interference now strikes at the very core of Britain's democratic institutions, our economy and our national security. This debate takes place against an extraordinary backdrop. Just last week, the United States released a national security strategy that represents nothing less than a wholesale rejection of the values and alliances that have underpinned British security for 80 years. It serves as a warning signal, threading through everything I will say today. The world order we built, the certainty we have relied upon, is no longer guaranteed. Let me be clear about what we're witnessing and what it means for the United Kingdom. The post-war settlement that Britain helped forge and the post-Cold War structures we helped build are eroding simultaneously. International institutions, the United Nations, where we hold a permanent Security Council seat, the World Trade Organization, where we championed free trade, and the Organisation for Security and Cooperation in Europe, are receding in influence at precisely the moment when Britain needs them most. As a medium-sized power that has always punched above its weight through alliances and institutions, their weakening leaves us dangerously exposed. We live in a fractured world where authoritarian states test boundaries with impunity, and Britain sits squarely in their crosshairs. Russia's war against Ukraine isn't simply a regional conflict, it is on our doorstep, threatening the security architecture that has kept Britain safe. China has already made a grab for British infrastructure, from our nuclear power stations to our telecommunications networks. And the United States' new doctrine explicitly criticises European allies more harshly than adversaries, with senior officials accusing Britain and our European partners of civilizational suicide. Europe is the most liberal, free and democratic continent on Earth. That makes us a prime target. Sweden's Chief of Defence put it starkly last month. He said, political polarisation in many countries in the West is a candy shop for a hybrid warfare warrior to exploit. Britain's own political polarisation, Brexit division still raw, trust in institutions declining, creates exactly the types of vulnerabilities our adversaries seek to exploit. Yeah. The rejection of value-based alliances outlined in the NSS and espoused in Beijing and Moscow underscores precisely why Britain must now step forward as the champion of liberal democratic values. This isn't merely idealism, it is national interest. Britain's prosperity depends on the rules-based international order. We're a trading nation, an island that lives by global commerce. We're a financial hub that requires stable international law. Britain's power is at its greatest when multiplied through alliances and institutions. Liberal international institutions brought peace and prosperity on an unprecedented scale, and Britain was their architect. From the Atlantic Charter to the United Nations, from NATO to the Bretton Woods institutions, British statesmanship created the frameworks that defeated fascism, contained Soviet communism, and enabled decades of prosperity.
The member give way. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I firstly commend the member for securing this debate, a timely and important debate. Just in terms of his comments, does he agree with me that given the NSS strategy and other challenges, we must move closer together with European partners, and we see what happens when you have that division? And I commend him for his work in Georgia in particular, and I wonder if he'll comment on the situation in Georgia and when we see that breakdown in belief in the rule of law and democracy.
I thank the honourable member for Arbroath for his intervention. I'll come on to Georgia later in my speech, but on the European aspect, yes, I think in the context of the national security strategy, has there anything made it more urgent to work more closely with our European friends? I mean, the particular context, of course, with the Safe Fund negotiations, which at the moment seem to have broken down. It would be good to get more clarity from the government on exactly what assessment they have made of the benefit to British industry of the Safe Fund in relation to the amount that the European Union has asked for entry into that fund, because clearly there is a huge urgency to work more closely together with our European friends in terms of rearmament. These institutions that I've mentioned must adapt and evolve, but retreating into transactional geopolitics, retreating alliances as protection rackets, viewing international law as optional, that path leads to disaster for a country of our size and position. Cyber attacks, disinformation and economic coercion are now as potent as tanks and missiles. The Defence Select Committee reports rising numbers of cyber incidents targeting British infrastructure, government systems and private companies. But the threat isn't merely digital. In July 2024, a parcel exploded in a logistics centre in Birmingham, powerful enough to have brought down a cargo plane had it detonated on board. Security services traced the plot to Russian-directed saboteurs. Their plan's next stage? Attacking flights to the United States, using British territory as their launching pad for an attack that would cause more disruption than any terrorist attack since 9/11. In March 2024, a warehouse in East London was set ablaze by Dylan Earl, a 21-year-old recruited online by Russia's Wagner Group and paid in cryptocurrency. He was convicted after a video of himself starting the fire was found on his phone alongside a Russian flag and £34,000 worth of cocaine. His Wagner handler told him to watch the television series The Americans for tradecraft tips. The arson was meant as an audition. Earl wrote to contacts afterwards, "They have a warehouse in the Czech Republic to burn for $35,000. This is hybrid warfare, and Britain is on the front line. As Chatham House observes, what is publicly understood is just the tip of the iceberg. There is far more happening that the government has chosen not to disclose, often for good reason. These attacks seek to destabilise British democracy internally rather than defeat us militarily. They exploit our openness, our freedoms, our legal systems. Young men recruited on Telegram carry out sabotage, often unaware that their paymaster sits in Moscow. When caught, they're released by the courts, lacking sufficient evidence. This is not so much Le Carré or Bond, it is espionage delivered via the gig economy. We must also see China's systematic penetration of British infrastructure as more than just a financial investment. Its strategic positioning. While its involvement in our communications network sparked years of debate before partial restrictions were imposed. China General Nuclear's 33% stake in Hinkley Point C nuclear power station gives Beijing influence over critical national infrastructure. Chinese ownership of British Steel, of swathes of student accommodation near sensitive facilities or port infrastructure, and a potential new mega embassy, each represents potential leverage. The United States' new national security strategy explicitly threatens economic warfare, even against its friends. Washington now imposes tariffs on its allies. The Trump administration has already placed such measures on Britain. Combined with our botched post-Brexit trade position, having left the EU single market, Britain faces economic pressure from multiple directions. We cannot and we must not separate economic security from national security. Every foreign investment, every supply chain, every trading relationship carries potential for coercion if not handled with the utmost care. Let me offer two international examples of the corrosive effect of foreign interference that should worry, if not terrify, British policymakers, because they show what happens when Western resolve weakens. Georgia stands as a clear example of hybrid interference and democratic backsliding, a country that aspired to Euro-Atlantic integration, that sent troops to fight alongside British forces in Afghanistan and Iraq, has been pulled increasingly into Russia's orbit through economic pressure, political interference and an ever-present military threat. Young Georgians take to the streets of Tbilisi, desperately protesting to protect their European future, while their leaders respond with water cannons and arrests on trumped-up charges. Sudan shows foreign interference layered upon state collapse. British interests in the Red Sea, through which 12% of global trade flows, including vital supplies to Britain, are directly threatened. Yet we did nothing to prevent the state failure, nothing to ensure early stabilisation. And at the very moment when sustained UK engagement was most needed, this government cut our overseas development aid budget and hollowed out the very conflict prevention and stabilisation tools designed to prevent crises like this. Exacerbated by interference from the UAE, Saudi Arabia and others, we face regional instability and a humanitarian catastrophe, the scale and horror of which are hard to comprehend. Russia's influence operations in Eastern Europe are now unmistakable. Across the Balkans, most recently also in Moldova and Romania, Russian interference has been both brazen and routine. Ahead of Moldova's most recent elections, the BBC reported voters flying in from Russia carrying thousands of euros in cash, allegedly handed out in exchange for backing Moscow's preferred candidate. These aren't distant problems, they are British problems. Georgia's struggle warns us what happens when we fail to support democratic allies and counter foreign interference. The tragedy in Sudan demonstrates the cost of inaction, and both show that Britain, having retreated from global engagement, now reaps the consequences. That is why we must stand up. That's why we must stand up with our allies and continue to live and promote our values both here and at home and around the world. One of the key ways we can promote and protect those values is through our alliances. For 20 years, one of Vladimir Putin's top objectives has been to undermine and break up NATO. The alliance is the cornerstone of British security, which makes reckless comments by individuals, including the new leader of the Green Party, about leaving the alliance music to the Russian dictator's ears. Russia has interfered in our domestic politics for years. Russia interfered in the Brexit referendum. The Intelligence and Security Committee's Russia report documented credible open-source commentary suggesting Russian interference, whilst the government, at the time, shamefully, refused to investigate properly. As a result, we still don't know the full extent of Russian influence on the most consequential vote in modern British history. Even more starkly, Russia has murdered British citizens on British soil. Alexander Litvinenko poisoned with polonium in London. Sergei and Yulia Skripal attacked with Novichok in Salisbury, also tragically leading to the death of Dawn Sturgis. Not only were these assassinations carried out on British soil, we now know they were messages. They demonstrated that Russia would violate British sovereignty with impunity. This makes it even more critical that our politics is free of Russian influence. Unfortunately, the recent trial of the former leader of Reform UK in Wales has exposed bribery in UK political movements. Until we have seen a thorough investigation of Reform UK's wider funding, question marks will remain about that party's links to the Kremlin. This is not a minor issue. Russia is working every day to infiltrate and undermine our politics and our infrastructure. British train lines are surveilled. British infrastructure is mapped for sabotage. British political discourse is poisoned by disinformation, and British resolve is tested constantly. But we are up to the test. Indeed, our security services are among the world's very best. But we must root out corruption and foreign interference with energy, resolve, and openness, which makes the language of the new American national security strategy all the more alarming. The document's bleak, even dystopian worldview, echoed in recent days by the US president, should alarm all of us. It trashes the values underpinning alliances that have guaranteed British security since the war. It seeks to interfere directly in European politics and fuel instability by calling for cultivating resistance to mainstream European political discourse, essentially endorsing nationalist populist parties such as Alternative for Deutschland, Le Pen's Rassemblement National in France, and the Reform Party here in Britain. It emboldens Russia and China to push even harder against British interests. Most alarmingly, the NSS reserves its harshest criticisms not for its adversaries, but for allies. Christopher Landau, the US Deputy Secretary of State, posted that America can no longer pretend that we are partners with European countries, Britain included, pursuing policies utterly adverse to American interests. He listed climate policy, tech regulation, and alleged censorship as justifications. Russia's reaction tells you everything. Putin's spokesman praised the NSS. Russians close to Putin endorsed Trump's attacks on European allies. They sense an opportunity, and we must respond. The UK must therefore take foreign interference more seriously than it has done in decades. We cannot rely on an America drifting towards transactional nationalism. We must prepare for a world where Britain and Europe stand together to succeed in a transformed global political and security landscape. This is why I was particularly disappointed by the government's decision recently to withdraw from negotiations on the UK access to the EU Safe Fund, but I hope that we can revisit that at a later time. Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain must act with urgency on multiple fronts. We must strengthen our democratic resilience, completing the Russia Report's recommendations that the government ignored, exposing foreign interference where it exists, protecting electoral integrity, and exposing attempts by foreigners to bribe British officials. We must bolster our economic security, enhance our cyber defences, and rebuild our conventional military capabilities. And we must be out front in defending free trade, democratic integrity, and international institutions, even when our closest ally wavers. Britain shaped the world order. Britain championed the rules. Britain built the alliances. If we won't defend them, they will collapse, and we will suffer first and worst. The world is entering an era defined by hybrid threats, authoritarian ambition, and weak multilateralism. This Parliament must confront foreign interference with cross-party seriousness and honesty. The threats are real, the vulnerabilities are known. British citizens have already died, British sovereignty has been violated, and British democracy has been attacked. The UK built a global system of rules to reject the notion that might is right. As Putin, Xi, and now Trump attempt to reassert that very notion, it falls to us to stand firmly by our values to secure a fair, peaceful future at home and abroad.
The question is, as on the order paper, members will be able to see that there are 6 of you bobbing, and I will be calling the front benches at 4:30, so that's a little guideline of 7 minutes each. Calvin Bailey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable friend from Lewis for bringing about this speech and perhaps this debate, and I perhaps expand this to being more than foreign interference, because the way that Russia views what it's doing at the moment is more than that. It's a direct attack on a system, and it is a direct attack on our way of life. This is more than interference, this is conflict. Across the world, that contest is underway between liberal democracies, the trust that people, and autocratic regimes that fear them. Nowhere exemplifies this more than Russia, a state built on the control and the takeover of civil society. Russia views its democratic neighbours to the West as weak and vulnerable, and to be divided and to be picked off one by one. They are wrong, and we must show them that they are wrong. It cloaks its aggression towards its former colonies in a sense of entitlement and ownership, a warped hangover from its imperial past. Ukraine is on the front line of this contest. That is why I'm glad that this government and this parliament are committed to standing with the Ukraine for as long as it takes, and that our government has increased military support for Ukraine to its highest level ever. This year we are providing $4.5 billion in financial aid and military support to Ukraine. But whilst all wars must end in negotiation, we have to be clear that there should be no deal about Ukraine without Ukraine. And we must recognise that we will all have capitulated if Ukraine is forced to agree to unfavourable terms. We will have capitulated to the idea that unprovoked aggression should be rewarded, and that the victims of illegal occupation should be collectively punished for standing in the way. It is easy, after so many years, to forget what Russian aggression and occupation mean. Children forcibly taken from their families and transported for re-education in Russia. Prisoners of war raped and executed, and civilians publicly hanged in occupied towns simply for speaking out. We cannot live in a world where the strong do what they will and the weak suffer what they must. That is Russia's world, and their success in Ukraine and across Europe would represent the death of our values and of our way of life. I was pleased that we in the Defence Select Committee put out a joint statement reaffirming our commitment to Ukraine and calling in the UK and our European allies to do more. We must do more, not only in supporting Ukraine, but in countering the attempts by Russia and its autocratic bedfellows to destroy our democracy, pull apart our alliances, and undermine our society. For that reason, I am grateful for the honourable member bringing the debate and for the opportunity to speak today. Russia believes it is already at war with NATO, and so with us. And while it competes on the battlefield in Ukraine with drones and missiles, it is also seeking to influence and to interfere in our societies and communities. This reality is something that most people in this country do not yet understand. The recently published Defence Select Committee report on the UK contributions to European security highlighted this as an area where our further effort and cross-government coordination is needed. Whilst our public is largely unaware, Russia seeks to slowly slice away at our defences and the trust that we have in one another, slice by slice, until we find that the freedoms and security and the unity that we have taken for granted have been carved away. Russia does this by subtly building relationships with local actors and influencers. This tactic isn't new. It has a long history. In the 60s, the KGB orchestrated a campaign to alienate West Germany from its allies by portraying it as a hub for Nazi anti-Semitism. The operation involved anti-Semitic graffiti and synagogue vandalism, emboldening the far-right elements and sparking international outrage. Today, Russia intervenes selectively and strategically to support far-right and far-left parties across Europe, while its intelligence farms out sabotage plots to criminals and opportunists. From Russian oligarchs socialising with Boris Johnson and the Brexit Brigade to Kremlin-backed spending on pro-Brexit disinformation campaigns, Russia has long sought to influence and undermine our democratic system from the top. And today, in this Parliament, there sits a party whose leaders have taken Russian bribes. Nathan Gill, former leader of Reform UK and Wales, took at least £40,000 in cash and pro-Kremlin from a pro-Kremlin operative. And David Coburn, former UKIP leader in Scotland and Brexit Party MEP, discussed a potential $6,500 payment from the same pro-Kremlin network. The Honourable Member for Clacton once vouched that his right-hand man was decent and honest. Now he insists there are no pro-Kremlin links in Reform UK. So why does his party keep being led by Putin's puppets? I would suggest that the Honourable Member takes a look in the mirror and for once put the party before himself and investigate Reform's pro-Russia links. Russia's reach also extends to our streets, where, in MI5 Director McCallum's words, Russia seeks sustained mayhem. In my own constituency, we've seen 2 Russian-linked attacks, an arson attack on Leighton Warehouse storing aid for Ukraine, and an Islamophobic graffiti campaign across East London, which targeted a mosque and religious schools locally. These attacks are Russian attempts to influence our politics, including our support of Ukraine, but most importantly, to cause division amongst and within our communities. As the Defence Select Committee's report on hybrid threats highlighted, our democratic openness makes us more vulnerable to Russia's influence campaigns. But this does not make autocracies like Russia stronger or more resilient than us. So in the spirit of democratic honesty, we must make the case to the public that investing in our security is essential. Our security services must play an active role in countering attacks on democracy and elections, and we, all of us, must make the case for increased defence spending essential to ensuring the safety and security of our democracy.
I am just going to make the same entreaty that I made in the last debate, that if honourable members are going to criticise other honourable members of this House, they should have informed them in advance. I trust that the honourable member had done that to the member for Clacton. John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Who is in charge of our national security and who is a risk to our national security? Simple questions, but the answers are tough to determine. Take China, where this Labour government is attempting to ride multiple horses, or should that be dragons? Whatever decision is taken on Beijing, it should be shaped here in this place, for perhaps no other foreign policy area is so delicate and with such peril for national security as China. Yet, blundering into the powder keg of Anglo-Sino relations comes the SNP. Despite no remit in foreign policy, Scottish Government Minister Richard Lochhead undertook a stealthy visit to Beijing in April under the cloak of trade promotion. What occurred is hard to determine, but worryingly it's since emerged that First Minister John Swinney gave what might be loosely called a letter of comfort to Chinese firm Mingyang as they seek to insert themselves, possible kill switches and all, into our critical energy infrastructure. With fellow Scottish Conservative MPs, I have signed a letter to the Security Minister asking what effect Mr Swinney opening up this new front might have on UK national security and international trade. That's in part because the Scottish Government have a dreadful track record here. Embarrassingly, former First Minister Nicola Sturgeon inked a deal with Chinese firms in 2016. She boasted of a $10 million boost, but it fell apart when corruption concerns emerged over one of the firm's parent companies. And there's more. John Swinney is just back from Dublin, where he was incorrectly hailed as the first head of a government to meet the new President, Catherine Connolly. Though it styles itself the Scottish Government, Holyrood is a devolved administration. Small beer, Madam Deputy Speaker, perhaps small stout. But make no mistake, the missive from the Aras an Uachtaráin, the House of the President, cocked a snook at this House. But worse, Mr Swinney also met Sinn Féin leader Mary Lou MacDonald. The Northern Ireland Secretary confirmed to me that the Windsor Agreement allows for such discussions if they are confined to devolved matters. But Miss MacDonald bragged, "We discussed our aims for constitutional change and will continue to work together." Madam Deputy Speaker, the House will know the constitutional aims of the Shinners, so democratic that they dodge scrutiny in this place, are to damage Britain by ripping Northern Ireland out of the Union. And the constitutional aim of the SNP is to defy the 2014 Scottish independence referendum and to tear Scotland from that same union. As Labour stand idly by, the SNP have created an effective boycott of our ally Israel. Former First Minister Humza Yousaf seems more concerned about Gaza than Glasgow Pollock, which he's actually meant to represent as an MSP. And the SNP's lack of financial support has undermined the defence industry north of the border to the extent that the Defence Minister called them a threat to our security. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the threats to our national security are not all external. When will this Labour government stop facilitating the Scottish Government's damaging shadow foreign policy, show some backbone and stop Britain being undermined by John Swinney, the pound shop Parnell and his fellow travellers?
To Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. These are dangerous times for democracies in Europe and around the world. I'll not be alone in having heard an increased use of one particular word to describe our social and political state as a country over the last 10 years. From Brexit to immigration, from the conflict in Gaza to LGBT+ rights, it feels like we as a country are more divided than ever. And in a sense, division is a feature of democracy, so much so that when we vote in this, the mother of all parliaments, you quite literally shout division, and we divide off into our respective voting lobbies. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, healthy division must be underpinned by a willingness to listen to other views, respect them even when you disagree passionately, and yes, sometimes accept that you're wrong. That's what I fear we've lost in this country, the ability to engage in the debate. And I fear that social media has much to do with that. What I see is a democracy under pressure, not from internal division, but from external actors looking to destabilise our way of life and our very beliefs. It will not be a surprise to honourable members or to constituents that social media is used by foreign actors, particularly Russia, Iran and China, to actively undermine our democratic institutions and to exploit the natural disagreements present in democracy to sow the seeds of division. As anyone who has been on Twitter recently will know, it is also increasingly being manipulated by its owner to promote a very specific and, in my view, very dangerous narrative. Today I want to focus my remarks on Russia and the impact of its state-affiliated and aligned online activities on our democracy. Earlier this week, the Foreign Secretary strongly reaffirmed our commitment to UK support for Ukraine against Russian aggression in her speech to commemorate the signing of the Locarno Treaties here in London. Ukraine is fighting to defend Western democracy against Russia's illegal invasion and paying a high price to do so. But as the Foreign Secretary recognised in her speech, while Russia's war may be physically constrained, its offensive is playing out on multiple frontiers, including on our very own social media feeds. Evidence given to the Foreign Affairs Committee identified Russian operations across every single conceivable channel and platform, including Minecraft. These operations include bot farms which produce fake accounts at a rate far faster than can be banned and use them to create significant noise around a particular issue, drowning legitimate discussion out and undermining trust in UK institutions. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I had stood here and said even a few years ago that Russia had infiltrated my local Facebook groups to spread disinformation and the local Facebook groups of many members across this House, I would have been received with some scepticism. Now, may I say, I feel we should be more sceptical of the fool who believes them not to be doing this. The corrosive effect this has on community cohesion is immense, and it's happening every day on a hyper-local level, Russian troll factories are spewing out lies, not to push any single political ideology, but simply to sow chaos and undermine faith in institutions. So I fully welcome the government's decision to sanction a further 7 entities and individuals for their role in destabilising Ukraine. But I'd also like to ask the government to go further and consider what action can be taken within our own borders to curb this economy of disinformation. I welcome the provision made in the Online Safety Act to list foreign interference as a priority offence, meaning services must take proactive steps to identify and minimise users' exposure to state-sponsored or state-linked disinformation aimed at interfering with the UK. But I question whether any social media company is living up to its obligations under this Act. And I've asked to meet with Meta to discuss this issue, and I'm disappointed to tell the House I've not yet been given that opportunity. I assume all social media companies are aware of the threat of foreign interference and know it's happening on their platforms. What I've not seen any evidence of, however, is they're taking any action to stop it. If social media companies do not take action, then, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe we must pursue them and force them to do so, because our democracy is more valuable than their profits. And we cannot ignore that not only is Russian interference clear and evident within the borders of our own country, but it's also clear and evident within the walls of this House and the political sphere across the great nations of this country. I am sure I do not need to remind colleagues that the former leader of Reform in Wales is now behind bars for taking bribes to make pro-Russian statements. Reform are now refusing to conduct an investigation into pro-Russian interference in their party, which begs the question, Madam Deputy Speaker, what are they hiding? A question, of course, we could ask them had they shown up today. Because pro-Russian narratives are nothing new to Reform or its previous incarnations in the Brexit Party and UKIP. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, during the 2024 election campaign, the Honourable Member for Clacton suggested that the EU and NATO had provoked Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He said that he admired Putin. Madam Deputy Speaker, he is a Kremlin apologist. The fight against Russia in Ukraine is one that is morally right, but it's also strategically right, and the government is correct to be unwavering in its support of Ukraine for their future and for ours. They are defending Europe's eastern flank. Any government which neglects this neglects its first duty to the security of the public, and we must be in no doubt that Reform are a threat to this and to all of us. One further aspect highlighted by the Royal United Services Institute report is the need to support civil society and media ecosystems that are directly targeted by these operations. It's not just about technical defences, but also about improving media literacy, so that everyday citizens can be more well prepared to spot deepfakes, fake news and misinformation. Yesterday, the government released its National Youth Strategy, and amidst all the fantastic announcements about funding for more youth facilities, a plan to address workforce challenges and give more young people a voice, I want to highlight specifically the commitment to embed media literacy into the curriculum and ensure that Ofcom is able to fulfil its obligations under the Online Safety Act to promote media literacy. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would simply say that media literacy is important not just for young people, although it is, but for everyone, especially older people who may be more vulnerable to the effects of deepfakes and misinformation. Madam Deputy Speaker, our democracy rests on our ability to disagree with each other, but to remain a united country. We must not allow ourselves to be siloed. We must not refuse to listen to those whose views we do not share, but whom we should nevertheless respect. Losing sight of the ability to disagree agreeably drives a wedge into the unity of this United Kingdom and leaves us more vulnerable than ever to the narrative these hostile foreign actors would so like to see spread. We are a country of diversity and proudly so. Our greatest strength must not be allowed to be exploited to become our greatest weakness. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we must all of us in this place commit to fighting Putin's corrosive influence over our democracy wherever it is found. That starts by recognising the extent of the challenge we are facing.
Chris Law.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I first begin by thanking the Member of Parliament for Lewis for raising the really existential threats we have from Russia and China, but also more recently from the US with its national security strategy we heard of last week, and I raised it already in the Florida House today, that the special relationship is now well and truly over. Madam Deputy Speaker, foreign interference is not a new phenomenon, but it's undoubtedly the case it's become an increasing and urgent concern in recent years. Heightened aggression from hostile states and increased economic competition is creating a more polarised world, and those who seek to increase their power and influence are looking to maximise every avenue possible. Our increased reliance on digital infrastructure, the rise of social media and AI, combined with an erosion of trust in established political systems and traditional media, has opened up a significant space to be exploited. Whether it be through espionage, cyber attack, intellectual property theft, transnational repression, disinformation, electoral interference, foreign political donations or indeed bribery, we are under attack on a daily basis. Regrettably, we have not responded quickly and coherently to this, and in some cases many remain naive to the threats posed. Madam Deputy, let us look at the behaviours of those who seek to undermine our society and our values, create global instability and remould the world on their own terms, and how the government has reacted in response. Russia's war against Ukraine did not begin in 2022. It began in 2014 when Russian-backed militants seized towns and cities in the Donbass and Russian forces illegally annexed Crimea. The Strategic Defence Review called Russia, and I quote, an immediate and pressing threat, but this has been the case for decades. When I visited Ukraine in 2018 for the first time as a Member of Parliament, I was shocked to find there was so little about in our own media, and certainly within this Parliament, discussing what was a real and live war. And in fact, it was shocking, the language that was used was a frozen conflict. This was all because we wanted to continue to have supplies of oil and gas, business as usual. And despite the murder of Alexander Litvinenko in 2006, it took until the poisoning of Sergei and Yulia Skripal and the death of Don Sturgis in Salisbury in March 2018 for the Counter-Terrorism and Border Security Act to be brought in to detain people at ports and borders to determine whether they are engaged in hostile state activity. The intelligence and security 2020 of disinformation, political influence and aggressive cyber operations, and criticised the UK government's response as playing catch-up with unclear responsibility for defending democracy. Despite Russia's malign intentions and behaviours, for years, Russian state-funded broadcasters like Sputnik and RT, or Russia Today as it was known, were given licence to disseminate disinformation during crucial elections and referendums. Yet despite this, the UK government continues to underfund the BBC World Service. It's time to step up and fully fund it again, because Russia is stepping in its place. Today, Russia has reportedly invested over £1 billion in ongoing $1 billion in ongoing disinformation campaigns aimed at diminishing Western support for Ukraine, while recent events are both amplified by foreign interference. And of course, one of those recent investments, as we now know, was over £40,000 in bribery to the former leader of Wales Reform, Nathan Gill, who's now spending more than 10 years in jail. And we know through recent reports at least 8 other members of that party have made pro-Russia statements. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is able to happen because of a fragmented institutional response from the government. Government timeframes for handling disinformation are painfully slow. Each recent regulatory advances like the Online Safety Act, which we do welcome, rely on reactive content takedowns that cannot match the speed at which hostile actors manipulate and spread disinformation. The Strategic Defence Review, as mentioned earlier, identified disinformation as the new top-tier threat across the UK. But however, there is still no single entity which is fully accountable for national cognitive security. So my first question is simply this. Now that this threat has been identified, and in fact overwhelmingly given by evidence, what tangible steps is the government taking to implement a shift from reactive responses to sustained strategic resilience? And will the establishment of a national disinformation agency be considered to enable whole-of-society institutional response? Further, Madam Deputy Speaker, Russia has been rightly placed on the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme, yet China, despite clearly meeting the criteria for this, has not, and remains on the lower political influence tier along with most other countries. And I'm pleased to hear that more voices across this House are starting to raise this, because clearly at the moment the UK government is not budging as it currently stands. Shockingly, members of this House have been sanctioned and spied upon. I consider one of myself, amongst others, to have been spied on in that process. And during that time when it became exposed, when there was a defence in here, it was not by the government of the day, or indeed the government's currently in place. It was the Speaker of both this House and the other House that actually banned Chinese diplomats and the ambassador coming in here. Yeah, happy to give way.
I thank my honourable friend, the member for Dundee Central, and he's making an excellent speech. Now, like some of our allies, we've had major issues with transnational repression, misinformation, disinformation, hostile cyber attacks by our adversaries. We've had spy ships surveying our critical infrastructure and much more besides, which has cost British businesses and which has had a huge detrimental impact on our national defence and security. So, does my honourable friend agree that in these increasingly tense times when adversaries are testing our resolve, does he agree with the House of Commons Defence Committee recommendation that we need to have a dedicated Minister for Homeland Security?
Thank you for your intervention. I haven't actually had a chance to read that report, but I'm glad you've raised it, because now it's more clearer than ever for that separate minister to be established, and a department for that too. So I'm glad you've raised that, a very key point. Madam Deputy Speaker, a cross-party Joint Committee on Human Rights report described China as a flagrant perpetrator of transnational repression. The Strategic Defence Review states that China is, and I quote, likely to continue seeking advantage through espionage and cyber attacks and through securing cutting-edge intellectual property through legitimate and illegitimate means. So why then have successive governments continued to let China away with this behaviour? One wonders. Put simply, failing to place China in an enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence registration scheme leaves a systemic gap in the UK's national security defence and ignores the fulfilment of the criteria already. So can the Minister explain why the Government continues to refuse to close this gap and why they'll not make this urgently needed change? Madam Deputy Speaker, instead this Government seems intent on appeasing. It's not for the first or indeed the second time, but the third time the UK Government has reportedly delayed its decision over whether to approve a controversial new Chinese embassy in central London after it's expected to approve the plans for a vast mega embassy. This cannot go ahead. Voices from Uyghurs, Tibetans, Hong Kongers, local residents, US security, US financial services, all raising the demands to have this revisited and visited properly. And surely China's continued harassment and bullying over services, for example, to the UK embassy in Beijing is not a reason to kowtow. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, foreign interference is a daily reality that touches our security, our economy and the integrity of our democracy. But warnings from parliamentary committees and the intelligence community have simply not been translated into policy. They cannot continue to be ignored, and the Government cannot continue to hide from these uncomfortable truths of hostile states and their escalating interference against us all.
Deputy Speaker, may I congratulate the member for Lewis for securing this important debate. At a time when our country faces profound geopolitical uncertainty, when hostile states are probing every weakness in our democratic and economic system, when the US National Security Strategy talks about, and I quote, cultivating resistance to Europe's current trajectory within European nations, one truth stands out above all others. That is, as the government's anti-corruption strategy published earlier this week recognises, that Britain's security is the foundation of Britain's prosperity. Now, before I progress further, may I just take this opportunity to commend the leadership of my honourable friend, the member for Barnsley North, who, as Security Minister, working with the government's anti-corruption champion, the noble Baroness Hodge, and the staff at the Home Office's Joint Anti-Corruption Unit, have done excellent work in completing the anti-corruption strategy. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to focus my contributions on foreign interference in our politics, our elections, and how it goes to the heart of our much-cherished democracy. First, let me touch on paid access by foreign actors. Today, the greatest threats to our security do not always come in the form of tanks or missiles. Increasingly, they come through money, through influence, and through covert networks operating quietly inside our financial system and even our politics. Now, before coming to this place, I dedicated my professional life to tackling corruption. I have to say, I was therefore appalled to see a former British member of the European Parliament charged and recently sentenced to 10.5 years in prison for offences under the Bribery Act. Now, I take no pleasure in mentioning Nathan Gill, but I have a duty to be candid, to be honest, and to be frank with members of this House. So let us not forget that Mr Gill was not just paid bribes by Oleg Voloshin to parrot meticulously scripted Kremlin lines in Brussels, according to Mrs Justice Chima Grubb's sentencing remarks. Let's also recall that Voloshin, Gill's handler, is a former Ukrainian MP sanctioned in March 2023 for, and I quote, using his position of influence to promote the spreading of disinformation and pro-Russian narratives which support Russia's actions in Ukraine. Let us remember that Nathan Gill even hosted Oleg Voloshin and oligarch Viktor Medvedchuk in the European Parliament, supposedly to talk about free speech in Ukraine. Let us remember that Medvedchuk is known in Ukraine as the Grey Cardinal, as a nod to his low profile and closeness to the Kremlin. And let us remember that it is Vladimir Putin who is Medvedchuk's daughter's godfather, and that Medvedchuk himself flew to Moscow the day after his meeting with Gill to boast in a one-to-one meeting with Putin himself about the extent of Russia's influence operation amongst Western politicians, and that the Medvedchuk-Putin meeting was then broadcast on Russian television. Medvedchuk and Voloshin's work was a clear influence operation to spread Kremlin narratives, undermine Western support for Ukraine, and subvert our democracy by paying a British politician to parrot their lines. Gill, Voloshin, Medvedchuk, Putin. There is a straight line from a former Reform UK politician to the Kremlin. And Putin's coterie of cronies are exploiting our democracy, using useful idiots along the way to amplify their messages and undermine our very institutions. And yet Reform have the audacity to claim to be the party for patriots. They are nothing of the sort. Now, I wish also to touch on lobbying. Our regime is desperately in need of reform, and nothing shows the need for urgency more severely than the recent scandal involving an undercover reporter from Democracy for Sale posing as a Chinese AI investor who gained access to political events, to MPs and decision makers with seemingly no meaningful checks. The reporter was not who he claimed to be, and yet he got far too close to the heart of our democracy. This should be the final warning that we now need mandatory transparency for all lobbying activity. We need stronger revolving door rules so that privileged access cannot be immediately turned into private profit. And we need a modern foreign influence registration scheme that brings covert activity into the daylight, including activity linked to China. The anti-corruption strategy confirms that the government will keep transparency around lobbying under review, including considering recommendations for the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee. That work must lead to concrete reform, not another cycle of scandal and regret. Influence without transparency is a security vulnerability. As the fake AI investor case shows, hostile states can exploit vulnerabilities we leave open. Now, moving on to political donations. The government's July elections policy statement sets out important measures to limit foreign interference. That work is welcome, but we must go further. As a former financial crime compliance officer, let me be crystal clear. We should ban cryptocurrency donations outright. Crypto is the perfect vehicle for covert foreign funding. Fast, opaque, and hard to trace. And in my mind, there is no democratic justification for allowing it. It is a solution in search of a problem. And there is only one reason political parties would encourage donations in crypto, and that is to conceal their very origin. I refer members to recent reporting that Reform UK, who I notice are unrepresented in the chamber today, became the first party to start taking such donations. Well, I've recently returned from Montenegro with the Foreign Affairs Committee, where our focus has been looking at misinformation and disinformation, and how it is spread like a cancer by those who wish to undermine our institutions. And whilst there, several local politicians and officials raised with me their concerns about British national George Cotterill, a well-known figure in the crypto world. Back in 2016, Cotterill was indicted in the US on 21 counts for crimes including money laundering, fraud and blackmail. He served 8 months in prison for wire fraud after being caught in an FBI sting offering his services to undercover agents posing as drug traffickers, and he's currently being investigated for his tax affairs by HMRC. He was once described, indeed, by the member for Clacton as being like a son. And Cotterill's unlimited company, GeoStrategy International, pumps out dubious polling and Reform UK talking points, but doesn't file accounts or publish its clients. It's not a member of the relevant trade body, and so isn't signed up to the polling industry's ethical codes. It claims to have offices in London, Montenegro, Switzerland, and the US, where it is registered in the secrecy jurisdiction of Delaware, and companies with such little transparency should simply not be able to flood money into our politics, yet seemingly they could do so at the drop of the hat. Now, given Cottrell has been accused of illegally financing a political party in Montenegro, accusations he denies, I am deeply concerned about his proximity to members of this House. And it is a great shame that the member for Clacton is not here to explain the conduct of his right-hand man. Now, it's clear to me that Reform want nothing more from the long hand of dictators like Putin. Let us not forget, as has already been mentioned, how the member for Clacton described Putin as a man who he admires. And that's one of many reasons why we need to make sure that the forthcoming elections bill does guarantee the independence of the Electoral Commission. If we're to have a genuinely independent electoral regulator, we need the Commission to be free from ministerial direction, free from political pressure, and properly resourced. Indeed, it was Boris Johnson's Conservative government which stripped the Electoral Commission of its independence in the 2022 Elections Act. That followed the Commission's investigation into Johnson's Downing Street refurbishment, its fining of the Vote Leave campaign for breaking spending limits in the run-up to the 2016 referendum, and a number of donation scandals involving Russian-linked individuals. Political financing is a cross-party issue, but it should be this Labour government which restores Commission independence, ensuring it can fulfil its obligations in the service of the British people. Across Europe, we're seeing active attempts by hostile states to manipulate elections. Britain must not be complacent. We must build a system that is resilient, transparent and modern. Madam Deputy Speaker, foreign interference succeeds only when democracies are asleep at the wheel. Britain cannot afford to be one of them.
Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I start, let me just assure you in relation to the comments made by the previous Deputy Chair that I will be mentioning a member of this House, and I have given him advance notice that I'll be doing so. Madam Deputy Speaker, our democracy is under threat. We cannot and must not fail to defend it against the bad faith actors who seek to attack it. Today, I'll concentrate the bulk of my remarks on Kremlin-linked Russian interference, starting with the long-time right-hand man of the habitually absent member for Clacton, Nathan Gill, who was at the very top of Reform UK in Wales. Mr Gill is now sitting in jail, serving a 10.5-year prison sentence for taking Russian bribes from Putin's operatives to parrot Kremlin propaganda about the war on Ukraine. The leader of Reform UK, the member for Clacton, is desperately suggesting Mr Gill was a bad apple as he and his organisation scramble and evade following Gill's bribery conviction. But that simply doesn't wash. Gill was not the only pro-Brexit politician in Europe spreading Kremlin talking points about Ukraine. Indeed, the member for Clacton himself echoed Moscow's narratives on the war in Ukraine, accusing the West of provoking the war. And it's also worth remembering his frequent appearances on Putin's propaganda TV channel, Russia Today, between 2010 and 2014, on which he made no criticisms of the lack of democracy in Russia or their position on Ukraine. I will.
I thank her for giving way. She's making a powerful case about reforms, speaking on Russia's talking points. Of course, the biggest Russian talking point of them all is that NATO is the enemy. So when her leader says that the Green Party believes we should leave NATO, is that not a Russian talking point?
That is not the Green Party's position. The Green Party position, in fact, I clarified in a point of order just last week in the Chamber, the Green Party's position supports our membership of NATO at this time of extreme threat on Europe's borders. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been long known that the Kremlin seeks to interfere and undermine democratic politics in other countries with online bots and cyber disinformation. The need is urgent. In June 2025, the government published the Strategic Defence Review, which said the UK is already under daily attack, with aggressive acts from espionage to cyber attack and information manipulation causing harm to society and the economy. Russia was called an immediate and pressing threat, including in key areas including cyberspace and information operations. And these concerns are not new. Credible evidence of Russian interference in UK elections was flagged in the 2020 Intelligence and Security Committee Russia report. And in 2022, the SCDO put out a press release that revealed a Russian spy agency had targeted UK national infrastructure in a calculated and dangerous hacking campaign, and that Putin was sowing division and confusion among allies. The Foreign Secretary at the time was Liz Truss, who said that she would not tolerate it, and yet she and that moribund Conservative government she was a part of did not open an investigation into the ISC's Russia report on Kremlin-linked influence in the UK. Now, obviously, Liz Truss should never have been anywhere near the levers of high office, but why hasn't this government acted as the US did? The 2017-19 Robert Mueller Special Counsel investigation was a criminal investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 United States election. We need similar here. The US report concluded that Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election did occur in sweeping and systematic fashion and violated US criminal law. In 2016, we had the Brexit vote that has so harmed and divided our country, and it is well known that the Kremlin wants a weakened, fractured EU. So where's our version of Mueller? Madam Deputy Speaker, the upcoming elections bill will be critical for addressing the dodgy influence of foreign money in UK politics, not least via cryptocurrency, and I agree with my honourable friend on exactly these points. Reform UK is the first British political party to accept donations in crypto, despite the UK National Crime Agency investigators recently saying that cryptocurrency has turbocharged money laundering. The NCA also point out that the cryptocurrency backed by the Reform donor is used for the Russian war effort. But Reform UK's record £9 million crypto donation is just the latest offering from abroad, with the Observer reporting last Sunday that 2/3 of funds given to that organisation in this Parliament have come from donors with overseas interests. Yeah. This demonstrates why it is so urgent that the forthcoming elections bill must be robust in stopping dirty money. Now, we haven't yet seen the bill, but as well as urgent controls to prevent big overseas donations, amongst other things, the bill must streamline national versus local spending limits with a per-seat cap on total spending, have a limit on major donations, and give the Electoral Commission the power to prosecute and reinstate its independence. It is also crucial that we have rules requiring submission of all online and offline advertisements to the Electoral Commission as soon as they are published, with data on who has sponsored the ad readily available to the public. As things stand, we only get partial transparency after an election has happened, and that is too late. Today's debate is crucial. There are many strands, as we've heard today, about the impact of foreign interference on security, on trade, and on our democracy. But I end by reiterating the critical point that defending our democracy must mean the UK government finally investigating Russian interference in our elections. Not to do so is effectively to send a message of permission, and that is intolerable. The stakes could not be higher. So I urge the Minister to tell us today, when will we get the long overdue US Mueller-style inquiry into Kremlin-linked interference in our democracy? Thank you.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend for Lewis for securing this debate, and to all other members who have spoken so thoughtfully in their contributions this afternoon. Madam Deputy Speaker, the first duty of the state is to protect the freedom of its citizens, and today's debate has highlighted how foreign states who have malign intent are seeking to undermine our security, press their own economic interests through political interference, and take direct steps to subvert our democracy. I will focus in my remarks on the threat to our democracy. We are rightly proud of the UK's history of continuous parliamentary democracy. Yet functioning democracy is not an end state, but a continuous task that we in this House all share. At its heart is the belief that each person's vote should have equal standing, and that that equality is the best defence against tyranny and the best protector of liberty. Yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, too often the votes of our citizens are not equal when the powerful, including other states, seek to buy influence or suppress opposition. Madam Deputy Speaker, today the UK is beset by external threats that seek to undermine our democracy. Just today, we heard how the Hong Kong authorities have ramped up their campaign of extraterritorial intimidation of UK residents. My honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, has highlighted that his constituent, Carmen Lau, has been subjected to the circulation of fake photographs to her neighbours. This follows similar letter writing asking the same neighbours to take her to the Chinese embassy to receive $100,000 as a bounty. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government needs to demonstrate to the Chinese authorities that there are red lines when it comes to protecting our citizens. That should begin by rejecting the application for the super embassy, which would allow the Chinese authorities to spy more effectively on British residents. It should extend to clamping down on the Chinese use of cyber to attack our universities and to steal intellectual property in this country. It should extend to giving real reassurance to students and others on our university campuses that they should be free to express views and to research the activities of China and the Hong Kong authorities without the fear of intimidation. And of course, as we are acutely aware, it should extend also to saying that the spying on our parliament is totally unacceptable. Madam Deputy Speaker, China's activities are perhaps only eclipsed by Russia's. Vladimir Putin may be president of Russia and perhaps the richest man in the world based on hidden wealth, but above all, he remains the jilted KGB man from St. Petersburg who has never accepted the breakup of the Soviet Empire. In an eerie parallel with Adolf Hitler's own psychological response to the humiliation of Versailles, Putin has made it his life's mission to restore Russia's standing on the world stage. It is his doctrine to restore Russia's borders to those of the Soviet Union and the Tsarist Empire. This was evident in Russia's invasion of Georgia in the first decade of this century, and we then saw the invasion of Crimea in 2014 and the Donbass before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. More recently, in Hungary, in Moldova, in Romania, we've seen clear examples of Russian interference in democratic activity. Most recently, the sabotage of railways in Poland show Russia's willingness to engage directly in interfering in the critical infrastructure of countries, and we've seen similar threats in this country. All of this, Madam Speaker, comes straight out of the KGB playbook, a way of escalating intimidation intended to destabilise other states, and the same is true of its attempts to interfere in our democracy. Madam Deputy Speaker, Russia is constantly looking for useful idiots. Sometimes these are petty criminals and thugs like Dylan Earle, who burned down the warehouse in East London containing goods for Ukraine. Sometimes it is suited criminals whose interest in money or power is greater than their loyalty to their political party or country,